Lucky ones, I am Heaven's will. Welcome to the National Survival Bus. There's only one rule: follow orders and don't die. Listen carefully. 1. Each bus starts with 30 to 50 passengers. People from the same group will be placed on the same bus. Groups include classes, departments, teams, etc. Those without a group will be randomly assigned. 2. Every morning at 7 a.m., the bus will shut off. Within 2 minutes of shutting off, everyone must get off the bus. If you're still on the bus after 2 minutes, you will instantly die. 3. The shutdown duration is unpredictable. It could last a few seconds, or it could last several minutes. Always confirm your surroundings are safe before the shutdown occurs. 4. The bus may pass by stops. These stops might have resources or dangers. Remember, never let particularly dangerous passengers on board. 5. There's a 1 in 1,000 chance of gaining a talent at the start. 6. Each bus has an unknown monster chasing it from behind. Starting 24 hours after the bus begins running, the monster will begin the chase at an initial speed of 10 kilometers per hour. After the rookie period ends, the monster's speed will periodically increase. You don't want it catching up. 7. There's a 3-day rookie protection period. The voice abruptly stopped. I sat in the driver's seat, my mind completely blank. Survival bus? Monsters? Where exactly have I been taken? I glanced down at the dashboard. A worn-out steering wheel, a door button, screens for speed and fuel levels, and an ignition key already inserted but not yet turned. On my right, there was a gear stick labeled drive, neutral, reverse, and park. The bus was stationary, with a max speed of only 20 kilometers per hour. The co-pilot's seat to my right was occupied. There sat Li Royale, legs crossed. I recognized her immediately. She was the class monitor and my childhood friend. She had her hair tied back in a sharp ponytail, tall and slender, with long legs that were hard to miss. Judging by her expression, she was just as dazed as I was. We locked eyes, both overwhelmed. Pitching, what's going on? Where are we? And what kind of bus is this? Li Royale's voice trembled slightly. I tried to suppress the thudding in my chest. If we go by the rules we just heard, it seems like our entire class was forced into this bus by something. Whatever can do this isn't human. The more I thought about it, the colder I felt. The scenario was eerily similar to the survival novels I'd been reading the night before. Only this time, it wasn't fiction. The back of the bus immediately erupted in chaos. The noise came in waves. What the hell? I was just sleeping in the dorm, and now I'm here. Jason, your pants are about to fall off. Pull them up already. Crap, I was in the middle of peeing in the bathroom. One blackout, and boom, I'm on a bus. Oh, there's a toilet sign at the back of the bus. Jason, hurry. All I heard were female voices. I'm the class president of Deep City University's class of 25 early childhood education major. 42 people in total, including myself, all girls except for me. The announcement did say passengers were grouped based on their organization. So our entire class was thrown here together. I stood to take a head count. The interior was run down, with 4 seats per row and 10 rows in total, almost all taken. Adding myself and Li Ruyao in the front, we made exactly 42. At the back of the bus, I spotted a restroom sign. Well, at least whoever designed this game wasn't completely heartless. They even provided us with a bathroom. Class president, monitor, what's going on? The question came from Luo Xiaoxua, sitting by the window in the front row. She was tiny, barely 4 feet 7 inches, and wearing a Japanese school uniform. She was also our class's life coordinator. Li Ruiyao lowered her voice. Looks like we've been dragged into some kind of survival game. You all heard the announcement. It said the whole world got sent here at the same time, and that each organization was given its own bus. Our class most likely came in as a group. Zhang Kiki frowned and jumped in. But aren't survival games usually for individuals or pairs? Why are we packed into a bus? Luo Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. Are you dumb? More people increases our chances of surviving. Isn't sticking together better? Zhang Kiki faltered. Yeah, I guess. The bus was a whirlwind of chatter, and panic was spreading. I thought about taking attendance, but quickly realized it wasn't necessary. Everyone was here, not a single person missing. Just then, an ice-cold announcement rang in everyone's mind simultaneously. Bus number 15200, please select a bus driver. The driver will have control over the bus and its passengers. Please silently vote for your choice. The decision will be made in 3 seconds based on the highest number of votes. 3 seconds passed. Unsurprisingly, the result was unanimous. The whole class instinctively voted for me, the only guy, the class president. Player Gu Pingxing, congratulations on becoming the bus driver. Special privileges. 1. You have full control over the bus, including access to panels, driving, and upgrades. 2. The trade market is exclusively available to you, allowing trades with drivers from other buses. 3. Your initial physical stats are doubled, reducing fatigue from driving. 4. Your chances of acquiring a talent are increased. 5. You have 1 daily opportunity to kick any passenger off the bus. 6. You will receive a warning at least 10 minutes in advance of any upcoming station. Note, if the driver dies, a new driver will be selected. Class President, you've got to keep us alive. This is real survival now, Luo Xiaoxua said, her voice quivering slightly. I massaged my temples, my mind racing as I analyzed the driver's privileges and rewards. Back when I was running the class, things were already challenging enough. But now, affairs could still strive to be fair, but in a world as deadly as this, being a driver means anyone could point their finger at me. Just as I was feeling that my path ahead was shrouded in darkness, a notification popped into my ears. Driver Gu Pingxing, you have gained an S-Class talent. Daily sign-in. Daily sign-in. Automatically sign in every day. Offers 2 to 5 reward options, and you may choose one. Day 1 rewards. Option 1. 100 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Option 2. 2 20L jugs of water. Without much hesitation, I chose option 1. Bottled water is easier to distribute and more convenient to carry. If push comes to shove, it could even serve as bargaining currency. Acquired. 100 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water stored in your personal backpack. Backpack. 10 slots available. Each slot may hold up to 100 identical items. A backpack interface appeared in front of me, already occupying 3 slots. 100 bottles of water, 1 pack of compressed biscuits, and an extra bottle of water, all presumably starter items for everyone. Just then, several girls in the bus lit up with excitement. It was obvious they'd drawn talents of their own. Class Representative Lin Xunan stood up from her seat at the front, speaking with barely contained excitement. I got an S-Class talent, Divine Insight. I can see the information of items and players, and I can sense nearby resources and dangers. My heart sank. Talents like hers, geared toward detection and strategy, often become the ace in the hole determining who survives. Incredibly, our bus already had 2 S-Class talents. Before I could comment, student committee member Li Ruyao got up as well. I also drew an S-Class, Superhuman Constitution. My starting physical stats are 10 times stronger than a normal person, and any future improvements will grow at the same multiplier. That left everyone stumped. See, can anyone explain what Constitution even means? It's like your stat screen. Look at the top left corner, there's a game interface. You can open it to see your attributes and other functions. Putting aside Li Royale's good fortune for now, I clicked into my own game panel. Since I'm the driver, I figured there should be additional perks for me. Game panel, attribute panel, chat channel, trade market, bus panel, personal backpack. Unlike the others, I had an extra 2 options, trade market and bus panel. Without hesitation, I first accessed the chat channel. Chat channel, Zone 6 to 100,000 zones on Earth, each with 10,000 participants and 2,000 to 3,000 buses. Where am I? I was just at work, and now my coworkers and I are on this bus? Were you not paying attention? That thing calling itself Heaven's Way explained everything. Survival for all humanity, and the rules are clear. Our entire military platoon, 35 soldiers, was thrown into one bus. All our gear and weapons are gone, confiscated. With so many people here, we just need to look out for one another, and survival shouldn't be too hard. Don't be naive. The ones you should be most cautious of might just be the people sitting next to you. Man, my civil engineering bus is full of rough guys. The smell in here is something else. Lucky you. I'm in finance. It's all girls here. Smells like heaven. Only then did I notice how cramped and crowded our bus was. The girls were huddled together, and the sweet scent was reminiscent of a college dormitory. Yet, having shared a classroom with them regularly, sitting between girls had long since become a norm for me. Without delay, I opened the attribute panel. As the driver of this bus, I figured my stats should give me a solid advantage. Attribute panel. Player, Gu Pingsheng bus driver. Current zone, Zone 6. Bus ID, number 15200. Talent, S-Class talent, daily sign-in. HP, 100%. HP will continuously drop if injured, dehydrated, poisoned, or burned. Death occurs at 0%. Constitution, 24. Baseline for an average adult male is 10. Impacts attack and defense. Includes 100% enhancement. Future growth also affected by this multiplier. Agility, 13. Baseline 10. Derived from sustained fitness training. Stamina, November 11th. Baseline 10. Mental strength, 100/100, decreases upon shock. Below 50 leads to disorientation. Below 20 results in madness. Dropping to 0 causes brain death. Skills, none. Titles, none. Status, stable. The attribute panel revealed a slew of statistics: HP, constitution, agility, stamina, and mental strength. Thanks to my regular gym habits, my constitution had started at 12 and doubled to 24 with the enhancement. Likewise, my agility wasn't bad either, likely a result of running often on campus. So far, I felt my starting hand was solid enough. Turning to my classmates, I announced, "My talent is the S-Class daily sign-in. I'll receive supply options every day. Anyone else have talents to share?" Life Committee member Luo Xiaoxue raised her hand. "I got an A-Class talent, healing arts. I can heal anyone who gets injured." Standing there, her petite figure didn't even reach my shoulder. Still, her next remark immediately made her the center of attention as the entire bus turned their eyes on her. This kind of talent was simply too critical. Continuing the tally, 2 more surfaced. Arts and Sports Committee member Zhang Kiki got a B-Class talent, gigantification, allowing her to transform into a 3-meter-tall giant. Science and Technology Committee member Chen Tonger drew B-Class puppet manufacturing. While it required materials, she could create one puppet, the strength of which would match her own. Adding it all up, we had 3 S-Class talents, 1 A-Class, and 2 B-Class. By 1,000% probability, having this many standouts in a 42-person class bus felt surreal. A storage closet or some sort of weapon, I'll figure it out once I'm inside. But let's be clear, this isn't a solo mission. I glanced around the bus. Here's the plan. The ones with abilities or higher grades will come with me. We'll handle the zombies and secure the area while the rest of you stay put and help with loading supplies once it's safe. However, if anyone's just planning to sit here and wait for others to risk their necks, don't be surprised if we decide it's not worth grabbing an extra snack to keep you fed. A few murmurs rippled through the bus, but no one argued outright. "I'm in," Li Riao said firmly, her gaze unwavering. "Let's make this quick. I'm not about to let hunger or fear take us down in the first 24 hours. No one's taking unnecessary risks," I reaffirmed. "We're going in, getting what we need, and getting out. No heroics." Lin Xunan, still pale, added quietly, "We also need to be quick. There's no telling what else might be lurking nearby. 2 zombies we can handle. If something else shows up, it's a different story." "Fine," Zhang Kiki said, standing up and brushing herself off. "Count me in. But just so we're clear, Royale, don't think you're straight. A student energy makes you the boss here. This is still a team." The tension was as thick as the dust beyond the bus's windows. Everyone knew how high the stakes were, but it kept twisting itself into resentments and rivalries. Emotions were bound to spill over sooner or later. For now, though, we had to stay focused. As the group of us exited the bus cautiously, myself, Li Riyao, Zhang Kiki, and Luo Xiaoxue in the back as a medic, the heat and dry air hit immediately. The sand made every step a chore. Ahead of us stood a shack-sized convenience store with a crooked Peace Convenience Mart sign hanging overhead. "Peace, my ass," I muttered under my breath. "Stay behind me," I ordered, gripping the rusted tire iron we'd found under one of the bus seats earlier. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Li Royale held a sharp piece of shattered bus glass someone had wrapped in tape for her. Not quite a weapon, but still deadly enough in close quarters. The convenience store door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, stepping carefully into the dimly lit space. Rows of dusty shelves lined with old canned goods and miscellaneous items stretched out before us. The heavy silence inside was broken only by faint, Wet, rasping sounds deeper within, like something sloppily chewing. Li Royale gestured to the others, signaling them to spread out cautiously. My grip on the tire iron tightened. No room for mistakes. Supplies. If you're scared, you can stay in the bus. I won't force you. But as for supplies, let's stick to the rules. Those who go down first get to pick first. Once we're almost done, the ones who stayed on the bus can come down to pick up whatever's left. Do you agree? Li Royale immediately chimed in. He's right. Whoever wants to go down, stand up now. The supplies in the store may not be enough. There are 42 of us here, and everyone's backpack can hold at least 10 slots. Each slot could fit up to 100 items. That's over 1,000 items we'll need. If we don't grab what we can now, we'll starve later. Huang Ting was at a loss for words. Most of the girls silently accepted the proposed plan, and people began standing up one by one. I did a quick head count. Including me, there was the class monitor, sports committee member, health committee member, and group secretary, plus 4 other girls, a total of 8 people. I turned to Lin Xiaonan. You don't have to go. The information at the bus station earlier was your contribution. That counts. Once we've cleared the zombies, you can come down and join us. Your ability to gather intelligence is too valuable. If something were to happen to you, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xiaonan hesitated for a second, but eventually sat back down. Then I'll leave it to you, Gu Pengsheng. There was a faint wavering in her voice. She had only stood up earlier to save face, afraid of being bitten if she actually went down. Aside from some grumbling from Huang Ting's group, the others didn't seem to object. Everyone acknowledged the importance of Lin Xiaonan's intelligence. Her abilities would likely be critical in the future. 8 people got off the bus, plus Li Ruyao, whose physique grading was 10 times higher than average. At this point, we were confident. There's no way we'd lose to just 2 zombies. I returned to the driver's seat and continued driving forward. In no time, I spotted a sign on the right-hand side ahead. Luo Xiaoxua suddenly jumped up and pointed out the window. Class monitor and academic rep. Look, is that the station? I looked in the same direction and spotted a short staircase leading up to a small building that looked like a convenience store. A sign next to it read, Peace Convenience Store. The bus slowly rolled to a stop in front of the shop. Attention, players, the bus has arrived at the station. This station is designated as a normal station. A normal station? Does that mean there'll be other kinds of stations later? Suppressing my thoughts, I said in a low voice, anyone who wants to come down, follow me. Li Ruiyao stepped up to stand beside me. Pingsheng, I've got your back. I hit the door release button, and the bus's right side doors swung open with a loud hiss. My throat tightened, but still, I was the first to step down. Li Ruiyao and the rest of the class officers followed close behind. The wind outside was sharp like blades, carrying sand straight into our eyes. Many of the girls on the bus stared after us, their faces tense. Huang Ting, on the other hand, glared at us with a dark expression. Her resentment was practically palpable. Earlier, when the class officers backed me up, I had humiliated her in front of everyone. Under her breath, she muttered angrily, "Who do they think they are? Just got lucky getting some talent, or whatever. I hope those zombies tear you apart." The station itself was pitiful, just a sign and a small convenience store. I steeled myself to lead the group inside, but Li Riao stopped me, stepping in front. "I'll go first. I've got 90 points in physique. I'm the best at taking hits." Before she could move, though, a small-framed girl ran up in front of me, her voice shaking. Let me take the lead." It was Lu Xiaofeng. She explained in a rush, "Class monitor, academic rep. You both have S-level abilities. If either of you gets bitten, it's over for us. If something happens to either of you, we're done for as a class. Even if Xiaoxua has healing powers, it might not work on zombie infections, right?" Li Royale looked at her, her eyes welling up. Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng wasn't usually the type to speak much, but now, she stood firmly, making her intentions clear. She would go in first to scout for danger. Save the arguing. Lu Xiaofeng gritted her teeth and forced the words out. "If something happens to me, take care of my sister, Lu Xiaoying. This is the safest plan we've got right now." "All right. Thank you, Lu Xiaofeng." I looked at her, my chest heavy with unease. If only today's sign-in reward had been a weapon. Lu Xiaofeng gave me a resolute nod and walked up to the small shop's door, knocking hard. I shuffled my feet to stir up noise, hoping to draw out any hidden zombies. Yet, inside, it was deathly silent. Nothing stirred. There was no point in dragging this out. Gritting her teeth, Lu Xiaofeng opened the door and stepped in, her body tense. Li Ruiyao and I followed immediately, with Zhang Kiki, Luo Xiaoxue, and the others trailing behind us. The shop looked like any small convenience store. Shelves were filled with food. Bread, instant noodles, spicy sticks, and chips were all piled high. The cashier's desk was unmanned, and the only light came from a dim, flickering yellow bulb overhead. The moment Lu Xiaofeng took a step inside, two guttural roars sounded from behind one of the shelves. Without warning, two zombies burst through the clutter, knocking goods all over the floor. The stench hit us instantly, rotting flesh, cloudy white eyes, and blackened, decaying skin. Their mouths dripped with saliva as they lunged straight for Lu Xiaofeng. She didn't even have time to turn around before they knocked her to the ground. Her scream tore through the store, freezing everyone in place with fear. Snapping back to my senses, I yelled, "Go! Kill them!" Li Ruoyao launched a brutal kick, instantly shattering one zombie's head. I couldn't afford to be shocked. I slammed my foot hard into the neck of the second zombie, desperately searching for its weak spot. Zhang Kiki immediately transformed into a towering version of herself, her size dramatically increasing. As a small giant, she kicked the zombie off of Lu Xiaofeng before knocking over a shelf to pin its lower body. The zombie thrashed beneath the weight but didn't die. The rest of us rushed forward, stomping its head and torso repeatedly. The zombie was crushed to death underfoot. Everyone stood there, breathing so heavily they could barely hold themselves up. I helped Lu Xiaofeng up, letting her rest her head on my lap. Her breathing was so faint, it was clear she was barely holding on. "Let me." Luo Xiaoxue dropped to her knees and placed her hands on Lu Xiaofeng. A green aura quickly enveloped her entire body. "Class monitor, am I dying?" Lu Xiaofeng's face was paper white, and her voice sounded weak. "Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoxue has an A-rank ability. You're not going to die," I said hurriedly, trying to comfort her. The other girls around us stayed silent, just staring at her. The atmosphere was so tense, it felt suffocating. Li Ruoyao clenched her fists. Those two zombies' sudden ambush from the shadows had been too sneaky. If it had been her, she likely wouldn't have been able to dodge either. The zombies couldn't be lured out from the entrance. Someone had to go in as bait. "Class monitor, there's something I've always wanted to say. I like you," Lu Xiaofeng suddenly said. I froze on the spot. The other girls, too, were stunned. Confessing her feelings at a time like this? Thank you for liking me, Xiaofeng. I stammered, completely at a loss. Only now did I realize. So that's why I'd always felt like Lu Xiaofeng was secretly watching me during class. Li Riao bit her lip, but said nothing, her expression darkening. Luo Xiaoxue twitched her mouth slightly, but didn't say anything either. She'd already noticed. The virus had been completely removed. Aside from some surface wounds and bite marks, Lu Xiaofeng's life was not in danger. Lu Xiaofeng, thinking her life was complete, closed her eyes and simply lay limp on my lap. Dying in the arms of the person you like. That's not too bad, she thought. But after a while, she realized something was off. She didn't die. Her wounds didn't hurt anymore, and her dizziness had subsided. Lu Xiaofeng suddenly stiffened, embarrassment washing over her as her scalp tingled with unease. Was healing magic really this overpowered? If she'd known, she definitely wouldn't have confessed. Is Xiaofeng all healed now? Why isn't she waking up? Luo Xiaoxue scratched her head in confusion. Lu Xiaofeng had no choice. Gritting her teeth, she opened her eyes. Pretending nothing had happened, I helped her up. Her face was so red, it looked like it was about to burst, like a perfectly ripe peach. Stop standing around. Start gathering supplies, I said quickly, changing the topic. This shop has a lot of stuff. Start by grabbing water, then go for high-calorie food. Bread, cakes, chocolates, get all of it. The girl snapped out of it and dashed towards the shelves, searching through the items. Lu Xiaofeng, still blushing furiously, quietly went to pick out items. Her hands were trembling so much that a loaf of bread almost slipped onto the floor. She was normally too shy to even say a word to me. And just now, she'd managed to confess her feelings outright. She wished she could disappear right on the spot. Li Ruiyao glanced at her inconspicuously, her expression unreadable. Zhang Kiki and Luo Xiaoxue exchanged a glance. They both realized this was going to be a problem. Everyone in the class knew that Li Ruiyao and I were closest. And now, here comes Lu Xiaofang with her full-on public confession. This was going to get messy. Lin Shonan's ability talent was still actively giving her signals, confirming that the zombie threat had been temporarily resolved. She stepped into the convenience store too. Nobody objected. They still needed her abilities to survive what came next. I walked straight over to the beverage coolers. Water was absolutely essential. You could survive without food for a while, but no water meant game over, real fast. The cooler had double doors and was stocked with at least 200 bottles, plenty of 1-liter and 2-liter options. I got to work quickly, grabbing bottles one by one and stashing them. Seeing me grab water, some of the girls hurried over to do the same. Li Royale didn't join in the scramble. Instead, she focused her attention on the bread, cakes, instant noodles, and self-heating meal boxes a few aisles over. You could tell she was already calculating in her head. If water ran out, she'd trade with me. And then, a figure suddenly slipped into the store, moving sneakily. Zhang Kiki, who was nearby, immediately scowled and grabbed the person's arm, stopping them. We had established the rule. Whoever came off the bus first got first dibs on scavenging. Once one group was done, it would be the next group's turn. The newcomer turned out to be Huang Ting. She immediately started yelling, arguing that there was so much stuff here. Why shouldn't she be allowed to take some too? She had to survive too, after all. I paused what I was doing and gave her a cold, hard stare, firmly telling her to get back outside and wait on the bus. Huang Ting, getting desperate, started arguing that if she waited until we were done scavenging, there would be nothing left for her. Did we just plan to let her starve? I shot back even colder. That's your problem. Li Ruiyao lost her temper, shoving her out the door directly. Huang Ting turned to look at us one last time, her face full of venom. On her way back to the bus, the other students sitting inside stared at her like she was some kind of joke. At least they followed the rules, even if they were scared. Even if it meant taking less, they didn't stoop to stealing. We quickly cleared out 5 entire drink cases. I specifically focused on grabbing water and popular drinks. Good for drinking, even better for bartering later. Each storage slot could only hold one type of item. In the end, I managed to pack 8 slots full. 200 bottles of 500 milliliters Ibao. 100 bottles of 500 milliliters Nongfu Spring. 100 bottles of 500 milliliters Coke. 30 bottles of 1.5L Coke. 100 bottles of Sprite. 100 bottles of iced tea. 56 bottles of 2L Nongfu Spring. Although some of the large quantity bottles couldn't fully fill a slot, I knew they were worth more, so I snatched them all without hesitation. For things like compressed biscuits, I directly shoved them into my pockets. With just the last 2 storage slots left, I was thinking carefully about what to take to maximize value. Over by the instant noodles, I started with the beef-flavored ones in large cups, grabbing 100 of them. But I quickly realized it wasn't possible to store multiple cartons as I initially thought. The system recognized each individual cup as a unit. So my dream of cramming 100 cases into a single slot went up in smoke. Makes sense, I thought. If you could do that, might as well shove the whole drink case into a storage slot. Now, with just 1 slot left, I had to decide what would make the most sense to stash. Old-fashioned loaf-style bread took up too much space. While they could fit into storage, you wouldn't get many in there. If I put just one type in the slot, there wouldn't be room for anything else. There's plenty of way-long spicy sticks, but they're so small, taking up valuable space without being worth it. Chips are even worse. They don't fill you up at all. In the end, I made the decision: canned food. On a corner shelf, there's a neat row of Ganzu brand canned dace fish with black beans. Long shelf life, good taste, and packed with protein. A bit too salty, sure, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It means we're replenishing our sodium. I started grabbing them immediately. The shop mostly carries bread, cakes, chips, spicy sticks, and cookies. There weren't any compressed biscuits. If they had those, I wouldn't have thrown away the one I'd been carrying just to make some extra space. Before long, I had stuffed 100 cans of fish into my backpack. But even then, there were still plenty left on the shelf. When Gu Pingxing saw Luo Xiaoxua crouched down nearby, sneaking chips into her pockets while darting her eyes around suspiciously as though guarding her treasure, he was absolutely speechless. First one's in to raid the supplies, and this is what she grabs? Xiaoxua. I called to her. She shrank back, clutching her chips. Don't take my chips, class rep. Stop wasting time with chips. Come help move these cans. There's a whole pile of them here. No, I love chips. She was being ridiculously stubborn. Well, if she doesn't want them, I'll take them. Zhang Kiki jumped in enthusiastically, scooping up armfuls of cans. Li Ruoyao came along too, grabbing a bunch of luncheon meat cans while she was at it. I gave up trying to convince Luo Xiaoxua. Whatever. She can heal herself. It's not like she'll starve to death. If she wants to stock up on junk food, let her. Once my backpack was packed to capacity, I headed to the counter. The countertop had some Zhonghua and Huangala brand cigarettes, little umbrellas, lighters, and other random things scattered about. I grabbed a few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and pocketed a dozen or so lighters. Once everyone had raided the shop and filled up all available space, most of us were still carrying more in our arms. I was hugging 3 boxes of old-school bread, plus 2 bags of salt and 3 bags of sugar. My pockets were stuffed with lighters and cigarettes. Li Ruoyao had cans poking out of every pocket and was carrying extras that wouldn't fit in her backpack. Zhang Qi's pockets were crammed with Snickers bars, and she even stuffed the ones that wouldn't fit under her clothes. Lu Xiaofang was carrying 2 3-liter bottles of water, with 2 more bottles of soda tucked behind her hat. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxua had her arms and pockets filled with crunchy ramen, triangle crisps, and small packets of chips. The rest of us kept looking at her like she was a complete mystery. With such a golden opportunity, this is what she decided to take? A bunch of snacks that neither fill you up nor keep you hydrated and are guaranteed to leave you thirsty? I turned toward the classmates still on the bus and shouted, "We're done with the shop. It's safe, and there's still a lot of supplies left. Come grab what you can." The store was pretty big. The drink section was nearly cleared out, but there were still snacks and food left on the shelves. As soon as I finished speaking, Huang Ting and a few others bolted off the bus and into the store, with the rest of the girls following close behind in a frenzied stampede. Once the girls were off raiding the shop, the rest of us climbed back into the bus. The driver's seat had plenty of room, so I stacked the 3 boxes of bread and the extra salt and sugar that wouldn't fit in my bag down by my feet. Li Ruoyao was near the door where it was harder to store things, so she planned to stash her supplies under my seat instead. "What did you grab, Ruoyao?" I asked. I'd seen her lingering in the bread and cake section earlier. She must have picked up quite a bit. She turned her head with a huff, clearly annoyed. I was puzzled. "What's up with you?" She muttered under her breath, keeping her voice low. "Lu Xiaofang confessed her feelings for you earlier. You seemed pretty happy about it." I instinctively glanced over at the second row. Lu Xiaofang, still looking dazed, immediately shrank into herself and lowered her head when she realized I was looking her way. "I honestly didn't see that coming," I admitted, scratching my nose. "It's not like we've had much interaction before." Ruoyao's expression softened slightly at that. "Why do you care anyway? She confessed to me, not you." I pressed. "Who said I care?" "Shut up." She flared up again, practically spitting fire. I brushed it off indifferently. "All right then." Ruoyao looked ready to blow a fuse. Then she seemed to have a reality check. Out of 42 people on this bus, there were 41 girls and just 1 boy. If someone else got to me first, she'd regret it for life. She shook off those thoughts and focused on listing her supplies instead. I grabbed 5 slots worth of bread, 2 slots of canned food, 1 slot of instant noodles, 1 slot of self-heating rice meals, and 1 slot of dried pork. After a brief pause, she asked, "Can I trade for some water?" "No problem. I mostly grabbed water anyway, so this works out perfectly." I agreed right away. Our relationship was already solid. Since middle school, when my parents were working overseas, Li Ruyao's aunt, Lin Zi, often looked after me, so I owed them a big favor. "Thanks, Pingsheng," Ruoyao said sincerely. Class rep, Lin Xiaonan suddenly leaned in from the side. "Those shelves are actually worth something," she said matter-of-factly. "The system says they're made of regular iron ingots. Once everyone's done clearing out the food, we could dismantle the shelves and use the iron towards upgrading the bus." Dismantle. I instantly opened the bus upgrade interface. Bus ID, 15,200 level 1 normal grade low rank members, 42 speed, 20 kilometers per hour durability, 10 tenths. Upgrade requirements, 100 wood, 20 leather, 10 iron ingots, 1 energy core. Upgrade rewards, speed increased to 40 kilometers per hour, durability enhanced to 20, defense upgrade, random blueprint, new features unlocked. Current features. Disassemble. Break the large items into basic materials. I stared at the options, iron ingot, upgrade, and disassemble, my chest tightening a bit. Lin Shonan. What was the quality of the zombies? I think they were just regular low-grade ones. Got it. My eyes narrowed. There's no way I'm letting those iron ingots go. The stronger the bus, the better our chances of survival. Not long after, the girls started returning to the bus one by one. Some looked pleased as punch, while others came back empty-handed, frustrated. There's no water left. I'm dying of thirst here. The first group went crazy on everything. Didn't even leave a single bottle behind. It's our fault for not going down immediately. Just 2 zombies, and we hesitated. Ugh, I regret it so much. We'll have to trade for some other stuff now. Those 2 zombies were terrifying, all bloody and disgusting. I even stepped on. Ugh, it grossed me out. I heard all the chatter clearly but didn't bother explaining further. No matter what decisions are made, there's always someone who won't be satisfied. When everyone was back on the bus, Li Ruiyao and I turned back to the convenience store to carry the shelves out. I gave it everything I had and could barely carry one set with both hands. Li Ruiyao, though, grabbed one single-handedly, casually slinging it over her shoulder like it was a backpack. Luo Xiaoxua froze. Class rep, vice rep, what are you two doing? I gave a simple explanation about upgrading the bus. The moment I finished, Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, and some other girls immediately jumped out to help. More people followed, and soon, everyone was pitching in to carry the metal racks. Just as Luo Xiaoxua was about to run down and help, I stopped her. With her measly strength stat of 3, her delicate arms and legs, she'd just be in the way. After dismantling all the racks, we ended up with a total of 210 iron ingots. I dropped 10 ingots into the upgrade panel, leaving 200, which perfectly filled 2 storage slots. Anyone got free inventory slots? Help me store 2 slots of iron ingots, and I'll give you 2 500 milliliters bottles of water in return. The girls hesitated for a moment, almost tempted. But just as Chun Tonger opened her mouth to say something, Lu Xiaofeng gave Lu Xiaoying a nudge on the back. Blushing furiously, Lu Xiaoying stepped forward, barely meeting my eyes. I have 2 empty slots. You can fill them with the iron ingots. Thanks, Lu Xiaoying. No need to thank me. It's fine. Really. After loading her slots with the ingots, I handed her 2 bottles of water. She hugged them to her chest, her face still red, and shuffled back to her seat. Glancing at her, my heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Does she have a crush on me? But I quickly squashed that thought. Don't overthink it. Asking her about it in front of everyone would just result in social death. I opened the trading market. The market was region-based, accessible only to drivers. Regular people didn't have trading permissions. Region 6 only had about 2,000 drivers eligible to trade. I quickly posted 3 trade requests, looking to buy wood, leather, and energy cores. In exchange, I listed iron ingots, food, and water. After posting, I waited for private messages to roll in. Once everything was settled, I sealed the door, and the girls obediently returned to their seats. It was 11 a.m. The bus started up again. From the back, the sound of ripping snack packages began. By almost noon, everyone was hungry, the aroma of snacks wafting around the bus. I even found myself starting to crave something to eat. Li Ruoyao walked up to the driver's seat. Ping Sheng, do you need me to feed you? Hands on the steering wheel. I didn't call her out on her intentions, simply giving her a nod. From my backpack, I pulled out an old loaf of bread, a can of canned fish and fermented black beans, and a bottle of cola, placing them on the dashboard. As I handed Li Ruiyao 3 bottles of water in return, she passed me 5 packs of self-heating rice. Isn't that a bit too much? I asked. Water's worth more than food. Take it. I don't want to owe you anything. Just accept it. I had no choice but to take what she offered, even though I knew water was the more valuable resource. Still, self-heating rice, the kind that generates steam and heats up simply by adding water, was no small thing. I'll make it up to her if we find something better down the line. What do you want to eat? I'll feed you, Li Ruiyao said. Heat up one of your self-heating rice packs, open a can of fish for me, and give me the cola. No bread right now, I replied. I was starving by then, too. Once the rice was ready, Li Ruiyao alternated between feeding me bites of rice and fish, occasionally letting me sip the cola. She was meticulous, making sure not to spill a single drop on me. Just as Li Ruiyao was feeding me, something crossed her mind, and her face turned completely red. Oh my. Is the class rep and vice rep getting all cozy up there? Luo Xiaoxua teased, catching the moment. Sitting in the front row, she was crunching on chips, swinging her feet, and sucking on her fingers noisily. The girls in the rows behind her started chiming in as well. They already sit together all the time. Now they're hand-feeding each other. Look, the vice rep's face is as red as a tomato. She's like the class rep's mom or something. The teasing grew louder and louder. Li Ruiyao scrambled to explain. He's driving. He can't eat, so Then shouldn't you just park the bus so he can eat properly? Luo Xiaoxua interrupted slyly. Li Ruiyao froze on the spot, the embarrassment making her practically claw at her insoles. But she had already started and was now stuck. She steeled herself and finished feeding me. Keeping the bus moving would save everyone time, after all. Her mind burned with mixed emotions, frustrated yet resigned. Why aren't you telling me to stop? Watching from the sidelines, Lu Xiaofeng frowned, her jealousy bubbling up inside. Rice. She should have just asked if anyone wanted some. But she didn't have the nerve. She pulled down the tray table on the back of the seat, placing the rice on it. As she peeled off the lid, the aroma of freshly made rice wafted out. Xiaoying, we don't eat much. One serving is enough for both of us. Let's save some, she said softly. Lu Xiaoying nodded. Thank you, sis, she replied gratefully. Behind them, a sturdy girl was gnawing on a dry piece of bread, her eyes glued to the rice in their hands. Her name was Li Jun. Li Jun regretted it deeply. If only she'd gotten off the bus earlier, she could have grabbed something better to eat. Suddenly, she slammed her palm down on Lu Xiaofeng's shoulder. Startled, Lu Xiaofeng turned, and when she saw it was Li Jun, she instinctively flinched. Xiaofeng, give me one of those self-heating rice meals, Li Jun demanded bluntly and with zero politeness. Lu Xiaofeng and Li Jun were roommates. Li Jun was nasty and shameless, bullying Lu Xiaofeng and her younger sister, Lu Xiaoying, on an almost daily basis. She frequently borrowed their laundry detergent, tissues, shower gel, and even cash, amounts ranging from tens to hundreds without ever repaying, racking up debts in the thousands. What made things worse, Li Jun smoked in the dorm and deliberately exhaled smoke into the sisters' faces. Too timid to report her to the dorm supervisor, they had been enduring her. But this time, Lu Xiaofeng had come face to face with death, and something inside her shifted. She realized, if she wasn't afraid to die for someone she cared about, why should she fear someone as scummy as Li Jun? I'm not giving it to you. What did you just say? Li Jun stared in disbelief. In the past, Lu Xiaofeng didn't even dare meet her eyes, let alone refuse her. You heard me. I'm not giving it to you. I won't let you take anything from me anymore. Stay away from us, Lu Xiaofeng said, her voice trembling but defiant. The other girls on the bus turned to watch. Li Jun, humiliated in front of everyone, flew into a rage. You're begging to die? I'm gonna rip that smug face off you, she shouted as she grabbed Lu Xiaofeng by the hair. Don't touch my sister, Lu Xiaoying yelled, rushing forward to scratch at her. Li Jun snarled. You little brat. You're next. Just then, the bus screeched to a sudden halt. Li Ruiyao, who had been eating a self-heating rice meal, put it down and frowned. She hadn't expected to see actual bullying in their class. From behind the wheel, I stood up, my face stormy, and stalked over to them. Li Jun immediately tried to spin the story. This has nothing to do with you. She owes me money, so I told her to pay me back with the rice, but she refused. Cradling her scalp protectively, Lu Xiaofeng shouted, You liar! You owe me and my sister money, and now you're trying to snatch our food. Smack! I slapped Li Jun across the face. Everyone went dead silent. Stunned, Li Jun held her cheek, which was already swelling. You hit me? Do it again if you dare. Asterisk smack. 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 Asterisk. I obliged. 3 more times. The atmosphere in the bus was painfully still. No one came to Li Jun's defense. On the contrary, some students quietly felt vindicated. Li Jun had tormented them before too. Standing next to me, Li Ruiyao glared at Li Jun coldly. 4 slaps. Still not enough? What do you want? She asked icily. Li Jun, torn between anger and fear, yelled. Why the hell are you standing up for these 2 bumpkins? They're my classmates, I said, voice sharp as ice. And they're my passengers. I only have two rules on this bus. First, no one lays a hand on another person. Second, everything has to be fair. On this bus, no one, and I mean no one, steals or bullies others for their supplies. If you want supplies, get them at the stations or offer something of equal value to trade. But if I catch you breaking my rules again, what? What'll you do? Li Jun shot back defiantly. I'll kick you off this bus, I said matter-of-factly. And don't think for a second I won't. The driver has every right to remove disruptive passengers. Li Jun met my gaze, shivering slightly under the weight of my glare, which was as cold and sharp as a blade. Fine. Got it, she muttered grudgingly. Apologize, I ordered. Li Jun struggled for a few seconds before spitting out. I'm sorry, Lu Xiaofeng. I shouldn't have tried to take your stuff. I forgive you. But from now on, don't you dare mess with me or my sister again, Lu Xiaofeng said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She looked over at me then, her gaze burning with emotion. If not for the class leader, she would have been crushed by Li Jun again. Her stare made me uncomfortable. I quickly averted my eyes. Man, I hope she's not getting any ideas because I stood up for her. After lunch, the bus continued along the deserted highway. From time to time, Li Ruiyao struck up small talk with me, probably to make sure I didn't get drowsy at the wheel. Most of the students rested in their seats, some napping, others chatting quietly. Just then, a new notification popped up in the trading market. I opened it. It was a post from another driver in the same region, Huang Xiaoya, looking to trade. Huang Xiaoya, I have regular wood. Want to trade for water or iron ingots? Me, 500 milliliters bottled water or 1 iron ingot for 10 pieces of wood. Huang Xiaoya, that's expensive. Me, game upgrade listings state 100 wood equals 10 iron ingots. Straightforward pricing. Huang Xiaoya, but I'm a college girl. Can't you give me a discount? Me, I wouldn't care if you were a barnyard animal. No discount. Huang Xiaoya went silent for a long moment before replying. I've got 120 wood. Can I trade them for 8 bottles of water and 4 iron ingots? Me, deal. A trade request popped up. 120 times regular wood 500 milliliters bottled. Spring water X8 plus regular iron ingot X4. I confirmed the trade, and the supplies were delivered. Suddenly, we had an extra 120 wood in stock. Huang Xiaoya asked again, how did you get your resources? I replied, picked them up passing by the convenience store near the bus station. Huang Xiaoya, all right, fine, thanks. These came from a treasure chest I opened, 700 pieces of regular wood. You guys are seriously lucky. 700 pieces of wood sounded like a lot, but when converted into food and drinks, it wouldn't last a busload of people for even a day. I still didn't understand why she wanted to exchange for iron ingots. If it were up to me, I'd prioritize securing enough food and drinks for everyone before even considering upgrading the bus. I closed the chat window. I put 100 wood pieces up on the trading board and handed 20 extra pieces to a female classmate, swapping them for some miscellaneous supplies. After half a day of this survival nonsense, many of the bus drivers were starving and the number of traders kept growing. Before long, we managed to collect everything we needed except for the energy core. Even leather was no longer an issue. The energy core was just too rare, so I kept posting by requests again and again. Around 4 p.m., someone finally reached out. Li Ming, hey man, I've got an energy core. What's your offer? Me, name your price. Li Ming, 300 bottles of 500 milliliters water or 500 portions of food. I nearly choked. Me, you think I'm some sort of sucker? Li Ming, I've checked every thread. Mine is the only one up for grabs. If you're offering water and food, then your bus probably has plenty of resources, right? Me, no way. That's ridiculous. Go try someone else. Li Ming did try to negotiate with other buses, but naturally, he hit a wall. After half an hour of back and forth, I managed to haggle it down to 30 bottles of water. Deal done. Li Ruoyao's eyes widened. You're relentless, knocking it down from 300 bottles to just 30. I shook my head. I still feel the burn giving up 30 bottles. But the earlier we upgrade, the better our chances of staying ahead of the monsters and earning more resources in the long run. Plus, there's no way this thing's truly a one-off item. If it were, everyone else would be doomed too. I bet many buses already have theirs, but just won't trade. It's too valuable for upgrades. He handed me something that looked like a crystalline object. Energy core, common tier, top quality. Essential for upgrading buses and tools. Without it, you won't survive long. I stopped the bus and fit the final missing energy core into the upgrade panel. But before I initiated the upgrade, there was something I needed to address. I turned to the classmates and said, I'm about to upgrade the bus to level 2. The bus isn't just mine, it's the lifeline for all of us. So I think it's only fair that everyone pitches in. All I'm asking is that each of you contributes one resource, a bottle of water or a portion of food works. Just leave it in the open space next to the driver's seat. The more resources we stockpile, the better our chances for future trades with other drivers. As soon as I said that, a lot of people nodded in agreement. Li Ruoyao chimed in immediately. The bus belongs to all of us. We can't expect the class rep to keep footing the bill alone, can we? Lin Xiaonan and the other class committee members were the first to step up, placing their resources near the driver's seat. Huang Ting and her crew were the last to contribute, their faces full of reluctance. But one sharp glance from Li Ruoyao had them clenching their teeth as they handed over their share. I packed as much as I could into my backpack and stowed the overflow in the bus's open spaces. The plan was to use it later to trade with other drivers for more critical items. I was fully aware that from now on, if anyone wanted to stay on the bus or upgrade, they'd have to hustle for resources at the bus stops. There'd be no more freeloading. I hit the upgrade button. The next moment, the bus jolted violently, causing some of the girls to shriek. The bus seemed to stretch and expand. The previously tight space grew larger, like something was forcibly inflating it. What was once a bus, just over 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, now instantly grew in size. The seating arrangement spaced out more, and an additional 2 rows with 8 seats appeared at the back. Including the driver and co-pilot seats, the bus now had a total of 50 seats, making the interior noticeably roomier. Whoa, is this what upgrading does? The whole bus just got bigger, and there are more seats now. Finally, we don't have to be squished together. About time we upgraded, the old space was way too cramped. A notification sounded in my ears. Congratulations to player Gu Pingxing for upgrading your bus to level 2. You've received Large Water Condenser Blueprint. New function unlocked. Mod Shop. Large Water Condenser? My eyes lit up immediately. A stable water source. This was a godsend. I opened the blueprint description. Large Water Condenser Blueprint. Quality. Common tier. High quality. Materials required. Stone X100. Iron Ingot X100. Energy Core X1. Daily output. Up to 20 liters of purified water. Evaluation. If everyone drinks a little less, this will barely keep an entire busload alive. Another energy core? I frowned. The more I looked at it, the more it became clear that these cores were the ultimate currency in this survival landscape. Suppressing the rising frustration, I told myself, forget it for now. We'll trade water for whatever's missing. Water was still the most valuable resource in the market. If I could build this large water condenser, our bus would at least have the minimum survival guarantee. The busload was no small number. Even if everyone only consumed 500 milliliters per day, the bus would need 15 to 20 liters daily, just enough for one large water condenser. But if people wanted to live decently, they'd need at least 1 to 2 liters per day. That meant we'd need 3 large water condensers for this bus. Otherwise, it'd be. Trouble came early. I carefully put away the blueprints and went over to check the bus panel. On a whim, I decided to name the bus Safe Journey. All I wanted was for me and the girls on this bus to stay safe and unharmed. But now, that wish sounds more like a fantasy than a simple hope. Bus panel display. Name, Safe Journey. Bus ID, 15200. Level 2. Quality, low normal. Passenger capacity, 42. Speed, 40 kilometers per hour. Durability, 20/20ths. Upgrade requirements. Wood times 200, leather times 50, iron ingot times 20, energy core times 2. Upgrade rewards. Speed increases to 60 kilometers per hour. Durability increases to 30, slight boost in defense. Gain a random blueprint times 1. Unlock a new function. Current functions. Disassemble module store. Right then, a notification startled me. Global announcement. Player Gu Pingxing has become the first driver in Zone 6 to upgrade their bus. Reward. Times 1 random skill, plus 5 free attribute points. You obtained a skill. Air slash, mid-normal. Releases a slashing attack, effective against creatures of mid-normal quality and below. The higher your physical constitution, the stronger the damage. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Damage depends on 2 factors, skill quality and constitution. My gaze darkened as I poured all 5 attribute points into physical constitution without hesitation. As a bus driver, my constitution gets a 2x bonus. Post-upgrade, my base physical constitution of 17 jumped directly to 34 points. Finally, I am no longer just someone who needs to run and hide. Even when faced with higher-grade creatures, I've got what it takes to stand my ground and fight. I paused and mentally went over today's gains. We raided and looted an abandoned convenience store, coming back with a pile of supplies. Mostly snacks, sure, but it's enough to stretch out and keep the class fed for a few days. Between me and the class officers, we're holding on to additional reserves that could last maybe a month with careful rationing. And then, there's Le Royale. With those near 100 packs of self-heating meals, they might just be the ace up our sleeves in desperate times. Beyond that, upgrading the bus earned me valuable blueprints and a useful skill. I opened the module store. Bus module store. Toilet. Toilet. Normal grade. Cost, 10 bus coins. Can install a toilet in a vacant spot on the bus. Bedroom. Bedroom. Normal grade. Cost, 20 bus coins. Can install a bedroom in a vacant spot on the bus. Seat. Seat. Normal grade. Cost, 5 bus coins. Add an extra seat to the bus. Basic durable bus cover. Black iron grade. Cost, 50 bus coins. I hadn't expected the module store to sell survival gear for upgrading the bus instead of weapons. Toilets, bedrooms, bus covers. There's so much to choose from, it gave me a mild headache. Nice options, but no dice. I don't even have a single bus coin yet. At that moment, our STEM class rep, Chun Tonger, approached me, giving my shoulder a gentle poke. Class leader, can I borrow 20 wood and 50 iron ingots? Her voice trembled. She clearly knew this wasn't a small ask. I stared at her. Planning on making a puppet? She nodded eagerly. Yeah. And what are you offering in return? 3 packs of self-heating hot pot meals, 13 compressed biscuits, and 7 raincoats. I hesitated. So many raincoats? What's with her priorities? At the same time, Li Ruyao's hand unconsciously reached into her pocket as she shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Suspicious. I ignored the trade offer and instead laid out my own condition. I've got plenty of stuff. I can lend you the materials, but your puppet has to scout ahead for us. Deal. Chin Tonger agreed immediately. Deal. If we'd had a puppet clearing the way back in that convenience store, we wouldn't have gotten hurt so badly. I told her to team up with Lu Xiaofeng and one of the other girls to gather the materials. Chin Tonger explained that she planned to create an iron puppet which would inherit her physical constitution of 8. Evening came, and the sky darkened inch by inch. The setting sun dipped beyond the horizon, illuminating the view through the front window of the bus. It felt like we were heading west, but this was another world. Common sense no longer applied here. I'd just finished dinner, the meal fed to me by Li Ruyao. Suddenly, a universal notification chimed in again. Night has fallen. Drivers, please proceed with caution. The message sent a chill down my spine. Just as I was mentally bracing myself, a shape appeared in the road dead ahead. Someone standing there, blocking the bus. As the headlights illuminated the figure, I saw it clearly. It wasn't a person. It was a zombie, bloodied from head to toe, pale wrinkled skin, and an uncanny resemblance to the one we encountered earlier at the convenience store. Zombies, on the main road out here too. I decided to steer the bus around it, but before I could act, the thing let out a blood-curdling roar and lunged toward the bus. Thud! The impact threw it backwards, only for the rear wheels to grind over its fallen body. Chaos erupted inside. Zombie, help! How could something like that show up at night? This is terrifying. I want to go home and see my mom. Do you think my parents are? The girl's panic spiraled. Tears flowed freely as their cries filled the bus. Night fell deeper, and the surroundings became eerily alive, as if something darker sprung into existence alongside the shifting shades of dusk. Zombies began showing up one after another. The moment they spotted the bus, they'd chase after it, howling, clawing, trying to block its path, all hell-bent on stopping us. Nighttime meant we couldn't stop, not even for a second. Slowing down made getting overrun inevitable. Lin Xunan, always the quiet observer, spoke in a grim tone. These are all low normal grade zombies. Their sheer quantity is the problem, and they keep respawning. Class leader, you're probably going to have to keep driving through the night. I felt the corner of my mouth twitch. After driving all day? What? We still have to drive through the night? Li Ruiyao looked at me. Do you want me to take over for a while? I hesitated. I think we were told only the driver is authorized to drive. The driver can share driving permissions. Players with permission can temporarily operate the bus. Those without permission cannot drive. My eyes lit up. You can drive. Lin Xiaonan jumped in. Count me in too. As the class rep, I should help. Luo Xiaoxua leaned in excitedly. Me too. I'm the class monitor and student rep. Let me drive. Li Ruiyao glanced at Luo Xiaoxua's height. I looked at the seat and pedals. Lin Xiaonan glanced at the height of the windshield. The three of us locked eyes for a second. Silence. Luo Xiaoxua grew anxious. Why aren't you saying anything? I'm part of the class committee too. I need to contribute. Zhang Kiki tapped her from behind. Luo Xiaoxua jumped up as if startled, clutching her back. Pervert. Creep. Zhang Kiki rolled her eyes. Come on. Stop making a fuss. You're too short to even reach the pedals, and you can't see above the dashboard. If you sit in the driver's seat, it'll basically be an autonomous vehicle. Luo Xiaoxua's face turned beet red, and she angrily went back to her seat, tearing open a bag of crispy noodles, stuffing her mouth aggressively. I suppressed a laugh and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. You have a healing ability. Leave the driving to us. Your job is to save lives. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoxua finally felt better and let out a small sigh of relief. After some discussion, I assigned the bus's driving permissions to Li Ruiyao, Lin Xiaonan, Zhang Kiki, Lu Xiaofeng, and Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaoying volunteered eagerly to help, so I didn't object. As for the other two committee members, Luo Xiaoxua and Qin Tonger, their heights made them disqualified. They wouldn't be able to drive even if they tried. We divided shifts among 6 people, each taking a 4-hour slot. Li Ruiyao moved quickly to the driver's seat. Suddenly, a critical thought hit me. I lowered my voice and warned everyone. When you're driving, never let the engine die. The words, engine die, fell like a hammer, plunging the bus into silence. Everyone remembered the rules we learned when we first got transported into this world. If the engine shuts down and you don't get off within 2 minutes, you're guaranteed to die. In other words, if the engine stops running, something bad will happen in the vehicle. Every morning at 7 o'clock, the bus's engine would shut off automatically. We had a little over 12 hours before then. As we drove on, Li Ruiyao plowed forward with the big Yun bus, ramming into zombies head-on. The repetitive sound of impacts echoing. Thud, crash, thud. Meanwhile, I leaned against the side to catch my breath, but my brain was still working nonstop. The system notification suddenly popped up in front of me. Driver Gu Pingsheng, the bus's durability has dropped to 19 points. Durability, 19/20. Repairs can be made using iron ingots, wood, or leather. 1 iron ingot equals 1 durability point. 10 wood equals 1 durability point. 5 leather equals 1 durability point. Repairs and upgrades rely on essential resources to... My face darkened. I hadn't expected essential resources to be this important, not just for upgrades, but literally for survival. Thinking about it, a single iron ingot might be more valuable than a bottle of water. I quickly used 1 iron ingot to restore the durability to full. Then I turned to the group driving. Durability is life. Avoid collisions when you can, I emphasized. If you can't avoid it, then hit them, but be careful and deliberate about it. The importance of upgrading the bus just reached a whole new level. Deep into the night, the bus kept moving. Li Ruiyao, still behind the wheel, continued ramming into waves of zombies without hesitation, the relentless crashing noises a constant background. Fortunately, the durability wasn't dropping too quickly. Most people's buses were still only level 1, and it seemed this game wanted players to survive rather than perish overnight. I opened the game's chat channel and took a look to see how others were faring. There are zombies everywhere. It's terrifying. I've already lost 2 durability points. I'm not sure how much will be left by morning. Seems like it drops around 1 point every 3 hours. We might have 5 or 6 left by morning. Tomorrow we'll have to find materials to repair the bus, or the next night we're done for. It's all sand and ruins out here. Where are we supposed to find resources? Try bus stops. We passed an abandoned factory and managed to salvage 600 iron ingots. DM my driver if you want to trade. Don't forget, before 7 a.m. no one can afford to doze off. You have 120 seconds to get off the bus once the engine stops. If you forget, you're dead. Just get off at 6:50 instead. The engine shuts off at a fixed time anyway. What about the zombies? They might not leave immediately. If you get off too soon, you're just walking into their death trap. Yeah, makes sense. They'll probably retreat when the sun comes up, like 6-ish. It seems like they're more active at night. Honestly, smashing into zombies is kind of fun. Feels good driving the big yin through those waves. Easy there. Burn through too much durability and you're toast. No worries. I've got a B-level durability repair talent. If the bus breaks down, I can fix it. I closed the chat window as exhaustion washed over me. My eyelids grew heavy, and I finally gave in, dozing off in the co-pilot seat. The seat was hard and uncomfortable, and there wasn't anywhere to lean forward, but I knew if I didn't get some sleep now, I wouldn't make it through. In my mind, I quickly reviewed the driving rotation schedule. Next up was Lu Xiaofeng, followed by Zhang Kiki, then Lu Xiaoying, and finally Lin Xunan. Lu Xiaofeng would take over at 1 a.m., and Zhang Kiki got the 5 a.m. shift. Before closing my eyes, I made sure to give Zhang Kiki one specific instruction. At 6:50, make sure to find a spot to park. Everyone needs to be ready to get off, but don't turn the ignition off. Just shift to neutral. The spot needs to be safety. Another issue was fuel. The gas tank was still about 70% full. We'd been driving all day, and somehow, it was holding on. At this rate, one tank of gas might last us 2 days. But tomorrow, we'd have to figure out a way to find more. If the car stopped, we'd be sitting ducks. Before long, I drifted off into an uneasy sleep. At 6 o'clock sharp, I was jolted awake by the system notification. Day 2 sign-in. Reward 1. Backpack slots increased from 10 to 50. Reward 2. 3 random, standard quality weapons. Reward 3. 100 bottles of 680 milliliters sugar-free cola. Reward 4. 1 roasted goose. I'd barely slept and felt like my head was pounding. At this point, Zhang Kiki was behind the wheel. Her driving was steady, carefully avoiding zombies as best she could so as not to wake everyone else. Her eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Kiki had always followed a regular schedule, and clearly, pulling an all-nighter was tough on her. "You're awake, leader?" she asked softly. I nodded, yawning, and started reviewing the rewards. The sugar-free cola was an immediate pass. Right now, sugar mattered far more than 0 calories. The roasted goose? Not a great pick either. No matter how delicious, it'd only last 2 or 3 meals and wasn't practical in the long run. That left the tough calls: the 40 additional backpack slots or the 3 random weapons. It didn't take long to decide. The extra backpack space was gold. If we'd had 50 slots yesterday, we could have stashed way more supplies. Without further hesitation, I chose the expanded backpack. The moment I confirmed, my personal storage space jumped to 50 slots. I started loading all the supplies scattered on the dashboard into my backpack. About half an hour later, I began waking everyone up. The bus was about to run out of fuel, and once it did, we needed everyone ready to get out. One by one, I roused the girls seated at the front of the bus. Eventually, I got to Lu Xiaofeng. She'd just finished a 4-hour driving shift and was sound asleep, mumbling something in her dreams. Leader, can you smooch, haha. I froze, completely speechless. Next to her, Lu Xiaoying had just woken up, her eyes wide with shock. My sister's talking in her sleep and saying that, while the leader can hear. Her mind was racing. This is bad, so bad. But also, it's her embarrassment, not mine. I knocked lightly on the seat to wake Lu Xiaofeng up. She groggily sat up, seeing my awkward expression and clearly feeling guilty in an instant. Good morning, leader, she stammered. I forced a polite smile and answered, "Morning." Then I immediately told everyone to help wake the others. By the time the whole bus was awake, the sun was starting to rise. Zombies on the highway vanished as sunlight touched them, like they were being wiped clean. Or maybe, some kind of rule was in play. At 6:50, Zhang Kiki pulled the bus over to the roadside. I called for everyone to start getting off. It was time to disembark. The morning air was freezing. We'd been in summer when this started. Aside from a few girls who were always cold and brought jackets, Everyone was dressed pretty light. I shivered hard against the chill. Lu Xiaofeng, still mentally spiraling, couldn't help but agonize over her earlier slip. I said that kind of thing to the leader, out loud. She cringed harder with every thought, wanting to vanish into the ground from embarrassment. Lu Xiaoying leaned in and whispered, "Sis, just confess already. If you don't make your move, you'll totally miss your shot. I mean, it's not like the class rep and leader seemed close or anything." But Lu Xiaofeng shook her head furiously. She didn't have the guts. Elsewhere, a mini squabble was breaking out. "It's so cold. Bestie, please let me borrow your jacket." "No way. You laughed at me for being sensitive to the cold. Now you want my jacket?" "Ugh, I got sand in my eye." "Wah." I sighed. The temperature shift was brutal. At least, with the sun up, there weren't any zombies nearby. With how crowded the streets were last night, there's no way we'd have made it this far without losses. By 7 o'clock, it happened. With a dull thrum, the bus rattled violently before going completely dead, the unmistakable sound of the engine giving up. Almost simultaneously, the light inside the bus began to dim, bit by bit, like something was slowly devouring it. Just moments ago, people were still chatting. Now, dead silence fell over the group as all eyes locked on the bus with fear. "Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has run out of fuel. Please ensure that the bus is empty within the next 2 minutes." Exactly 2 minutes later, darkness engulfed the inside of the bus, spreading outward like ink flooding its shape. From the outside, you couldn't see a thing through the windows. Nobody knew what was happening in there. So that's what happens when it runs out of gas. I muttered under my breath. Downtime duration, 35 minutes. 35 minutes. A brutally long stretch. With no choice, we stood trembling in the freezing wind. The girls huddled together for warmth, too scared to get close to the bus in case whatever was happening inside decided to spill out. I kind of wanted to join them. "Gu Pingsheng, come over here and warm up with us," Li Ruoyao called, beckoning me. "Are you kidding? He's a guy," Huang Ting shot back, glaring at me with disdain. "So, if you don't like it, don't join us." "I'm fine with it," Li Ruoyao smirked. Lu Xiaofeng added timidly, "Leader, you shouldn't stand out there in the cold. You'll get sick." Then Luo Xiaoxue waved me over as well. "We'll make space for you, leader. Come on." I didn't argue anymore. It was cold as hell out here. I hurried over, and the 4 girls grouped around me in a tight circle for warmth, shoulders pressed together. Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofeng, almost brushing against me. Huang Ting's face turned pale, and she muttered even less pleasant words in her heart. "Eat something while there's still time." Li Ruoyao pulled out a creamy bread roll from her bag. The others rummaged through their snacks to stave off hunger. I also ate a piece of bread. Suddenly, the sound of crunch, crunch, broke the silence. Looking down, I saw Luo Xiaoxue devouring cucumber-flavored chips, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. "Xiaoxue, just eating chips isn't balanced nutrition," Lu Xiaofeng frowned. "I'm lucky to have chips to eat at all." "Who's being picky?" Luo Xiaoxue snapped back instantly. Lu Xiaofeng didn't let it go. "You should at least have some bread. You're short because all you eat is chips." Luo Xiaoxue became agitated. "Why do you sound just like my mom? You're so annoying." Lu Xiaofeng froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at me, her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Ruoyao tried to smooth things over. "All right, Xiaofeng's just concerned about you." "Xiaoxue, do you eat chips every day at school too?" The icy wind outside the bus continued its relentless howls. The power-off countdown ticked closer to its grim end. 35 minutes passed in no time. Most of the students had finished their breakfast. Some who skipped it stored the food for later use. Power-off time is over. The announcement dropped, and the darkness that filled the bus instantly melted away. Just as I leaned forward to take a better look, Lu Xiaofeng darted ahead of me. "Class rep, let me go first. Are you trying to play the guinea pig again?" I looked at this clingy yet somewhat naive girl, raising my hand to rustle her hair lightly. "Don't. You shouldn't have to do this a second time." Saying that, I turned and stepped back into the bus. Once the power-off period ends, the interior of the bus becomes a safe zone. The system wouldn't lie about such a rule. Soon, everyone filed back into the bus one by one. It was Lu Xiaoying's turn to drive, and the bus roared back to life. I returned to my seat next to Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaofeng was right beside me, her face red with embarrassment from earlier. Meanwhile, Li Ruiyao kept glancing back at the two of us, her gaze icy like she was piecing together some kind of evidence. I ignored all this drama. My mind was preoccupied with something else entirely. What had happened to the other buses? I immediately accessed the chat channel. The chat was buzzing with discussions about bus compartments turning pitch black after 7. What the heck is this? It's way too creepy. Those shadows are definitely dangerous. Isn't the rule a bit overkill? The power off time is fixed, and there weren't any zombies nearby in the morning. Getting off and back on doesn't seem to make much difference. Don't oversimplify things. Once the newbie protection phase ends, zombies may spawn in the morning too, or the power off time might become unpredictable. Stop scaring me. This is life or death. PSA, someone on our bus hid in the bathroom and didn't come out. After the power off ended, all that was left in the bathroom was a pile of bones. The shadows devour all flesh and blood. Damn, that's intense. Why didn't you call them out? Who knew they wouldn't come out? One more thing, never let the bus turn off. Yesterday, we stopped to eat, and the driver casually turned off the bus. It took us 2 whole minutes to react and scramble out. We almost got entirely wiped out. I lucked out yesterday and found a gas station with over 20 fuel barrels. Jackpot. Dude, I'll trade you food for fuel. Reading through the messages gave me chills. Power-offs are a death trap. Letting the bus power down is non-negotiable. We mustn't run out of fuel either. By the afternoon, we need to figure out a way to find fuel. If we find none, then I'll barter for it at the trading market. As tension weighed heavily on my mind, 3 branching roads suddenly appeared ahead. It was the first time we had encountered such a scenario. Lu Xiaoying slammed on the brakes. Class rep, vice president, which way should we go? Lin Xunan stood up. Don't panic. I'll use my talent to check. 3 minutes later, her eyes lit up. Head right. The right path leads to a gas station, low danger. The middle path is a convenience store, also low danger. The left leads to a haunted bus stop, moderate danger, no resources. We're going to the gas station. With a nod of approval from me, Lu Xiaoying immediately steered the bus to the right. Lin Xunan added, there are 4 zombies at the gas station, plus 2 zombie dogs. Zombie dogs. I frowned, but since it was marked as low danger, I wasn't too worried. Standing up, I announced, we're approaching the gas station. As usual, whoever wants to get off, stand up now. Someone asked hesitantly, but this time it's fuel resources. Does fuel count as personal property too? It does, I replied, scanning the group. Girls going down will face certain risks, and I'll split the fuel accordingly. If the bus needs fuel, I'll use mine first. Once mine's out, I'll trade food or water of equal value for yours. The fuel retrieved by those getting off can also be exchanged for other supplies. The cabin fell into silence as many began to hesitate. Yang Jiesin was the first to break it. The class rep's right. We can't always hide when danger comes knocking. Another voice chimed in. The officers can protect us for now, but they can't do it forever. Class rep, I'm getting off. I'll work alongside you guys. Me too. I don't have any special talents, but I've trained in Taekwondo. Jechi, that looks more like Thug's excitement punch to me. Get lost. Squad leader, I can send an iron golem up front to help scout the path. Chin Tonger raised her hand, volunteering. Most of the girls were standing on my side. Huang Ting stayed silent, merely brooding in her seat. No matter how upset she might have been, she had no choice but to hold it in. Soon enough, everyone started getting up one by one. Li Ruoyao, Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, and Luo Xiaoxue were all present. Zhang Kiki was still napping, and no one bothered to wake her. Our group's secretary, Lin Xunan, stayed in the vehicle to manage communications, while Chun Tonger also remained behind to control the golem. 8 new students had joined us recently, and I even spotted Li Jin among them. When our eyes met, Li Jin quickly lowered her head, clearly guilty about something. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoying shouted, "There's a bus ahead." Everyone froze momentarily. Li Ruoyao and I rushed to the front. A smaller bus was wobbling its way forward ahead of us. Ever since arriving in this strange world, this was the first other group we've encountered. A notification sound followed shortly. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your next destination is Linxi gas station. The notification meant we were close, likely around 10 minutes away. Lu Xiaoying turned to me and asked, "Squad leader, should we overtake them?" I gave a decisive nod. Yes. There's a gas station ahead. First come, first serve. We need to secure resources before anyone else. Lu Xiaoying hit the gas pedal, and with a jolt, the bus sped up, smoothly overtaking the one in front. The other bus was obviously still at level 1, crawling at a pitiful pace. As we passed, I caught sight of a bunch of high school students in uniforms staring at us. Among them, a blonde-haired boy excitedly whispered to someone near the driver's seat, "Big bro, the bus that overtook us is full of girls." "You serious?" The guy addressed as Big Bro turned to look, and his eyes immediately lit up in obvious excitement. Zhang Qining, the class president of Deep City 3rd High Senior Class 7, sat at the wheel. Beside him was Zhang Zihao, nicknamed Blondie, a class troublemaker. The two were not only brothers, but also the only ones in their group who had awakened abilities. The bus they occupied was loaded with their entire class, mostly boys, as it was a science-oriented class with just 7 girls. Zhang Qining clicked his tongue, muttering, "Damn, they look just like college girls. An entire bus full of them. What major are they even in?" Someone grumbled, "What's with their speed? How are they faster than us?" "Probably upgraded." I saw someone talking about bus upgrades in the chat last night, and there was even an announcement. A girl among them replied quietly, "Wouldn't it be amazing if all those college girls belonged to us?" Blondie sneered wickedly as a few other boys began to murmur in agreement. The girls on the bus immediately frowned, their faces tinted with disgust. However, Blondie ignored their visible displeasure, his attention fixated on the prettiest girl among the 7. Step by step, he closed the distance toward her. The girl's face went pale, her trembling voice asking, "Zhang Zihao, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Didn't you already find out yesterday? Please, you can't do this again. Zihao, please stop. Don't hurt her anymore." A thin, pale boy stepped forward, shielding her while begging, head low with desperation. "Move. Who the hell do you think you are?" Blondie's right hand was immediately coated in a black, ominous aura as he slapped the boy away with one swing. The boy crumpled to the ground, his mouth bleeding profusely. On the side, screams erupted from the girls. Of course, none of this was known to me. Our bus had already left them far behind. 10 minutes later, a red and white gas station appeared on the right side of the road. Its sign read, "Linshi Gas Station." A triangular, metallic roof gleamed coldly under the lights, while spotlights illuminated the oil-stained ground beneath it. There was also a convenience store adjacent to it, the shelves faintly visible and lined with food packaging. The gas station stood as a lone point on this desolate road, radiating a chilling aura that wormed its way under your skin. To make matters worse, for damaged figures shuffled about near the station, their movements unnervingly grotesque. Nearby, 2 dogs paced restlessly, their red eyes gleaming and sharp teeth bared, zombie dogs. "Time to disembark," I said, about to open the door, but the golem jumped out first. Shintonger called out, "Squad leader, follow me down. The golem will tank up front." As soon as we set foot on the ground, all 4 zombies and 2 zombie dogs immediately caught our scent and lunged toward us. Several girls instinctively retreated, their palms clammy with fear. The golem spread its arms wide, intercepting 2 zombies in one motion. It tackled them to the ground, pinning them there with brute force. I barked out a cold command, "Sky Slash." A crescent-shaped white energy slash shot forth, slicing directly into the zombie dog at the forefront. A crimson line appeared across its forehead, splitting its body cleanly in 2 the next second. The separated halves fell to the ground with a sickening thud, spraying blackened blood and bits of gore into the air. The stench of decay instantly filled my nostrils. "Cool down. 2 minutes." Li Ruoyao spun and launched a powerful kick into the stomach of the other zombie dog, sending it flying several meters. The creature yelped as it crashed to the ground, and she strode over decisively, stomping down with a brutal force that flattened its head. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged from the fallen zombie dog. A round coin-shaped object worked its way out of its body. Li Royale bent down to pick it up. Bus token, dropped by monsters with varying probabilities, depending on their strength. Higher-level monsters drop more tokens. Can also be found in treasure chests. "This must be the bus token Gu Pingxing mentioned," she noted, putting it away for safekeeping. "Hand it over to me in a bit." At that moment, another zombie charged into the crowd, biting a girl during the chaos. I kicked it down in one swift motion. Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, and Luo Xiaoxua joined in, kicking it repeatedly. Individually, it wasn't much, but when you gang up, even a zombie can't withstand it. Li Zhan went straight for a high-flying stomp, her size 10 heels driving hard into the zombie's chest. With over a dozen feet trampling it, the zombie finally stopped moving. I murmured under my breath, "Man, that was too good of a way to go for this zombie." Luo Xiaoxua instantly shot me a disgusted glare and even stepped back. "Ew, gross. Class rep, are you McDonald's or something?" The girls collectively rolled their eyes. Lu Xiaofang glanced at her own feet awkwardly, her face frozen in a strange expression. Nearby, the two zombies being held off by puppets were finished off as well. Li Ruiyao stomped them to death with just 2 kicks. The girl who had been bitten was quickly healed by Luo Xiaoxua, leaving no trace of a scratch. "All right, let's gather some gas and supplies from the convenience store," I said, taking charge of the situation. "Whoever collects stuff gets to keep it, but all the gas, hand it over to me. I'll divide it later." The moment the danger passed, the girls dispersed, starting to scavenge. I headed for the convenience store to take a look around. "Ping Sheng, check this out." Li Ruiyao handed me a bus token. I was stunned. "Where did you get this?" It dropped off a zombified dog. I think defeating monsters has a chance to drop these tokens. This could be a stable source. Well done. I took it without hesitation. I'll give you some extra water and supplies later. No need. Li Ruiyao waved her hand dismissively. Just use my stuff. No need to keep tabs between us. I didn't push it. I knew she was looking out for me. I glanced at the time. Less than 4 minutes had passed since we cleared this wave of zombies. That left just over 6 minutes. I wasn't checking the time out of habit. That bus we passed earlier would be back soon. When it arrives, they'll definitely want a piece of our gas and supplies. Which means, after searching for about 6 more minutes, Li Ruiyao and I will have to block them. I'm selfish. I won't allow other groups to steal resources. In this world of survival, selfishness is a necessity. Resources are life, and gas is even more critical. As the class rep and the driver, I'm responsible for keeping all 42 of my classmates alive. If any other group had taken over the gas station first, there's no way they'd share their gas with us. "Royale." I called Li Ruiyao over and explained the stakes clearly. She nodded gravely. "Don't worry, Ping Sheng. If they want it, they'll have to ask my fists first." She confidently raised her small fists and shook them slightly. I nodded, feeling reassured. She has S-rank physical ability, a 10-fold boost. She's tough beyond belief. Honestly, I doubt even my air/skill could hurt her. Right now, she's the strongest fighter in our class by far. The convenience store wasn't big. It had even less than that corner shop we hit before. Most of it was food and drinks, with some daily necessities mixed in. I grabbed water first, then moved on to daily supplies. I carried off 100 packs of tissues, over 20 towels, about 10 umbrellas, and quite a bit of toiletry. I wasn't sure how useful they'd be, but with enough slots in my inventory, I wasn't leaving anything behind. Next, I snagged all the cigarettes and alcohol, stuffing them into my backpack. Li Ruiyao frowned. "Ping Sheng, you smoke?" I shook my head. "I don't, but others do. In the apocalypse, this stuff's as good as currency." Li Ruiyao mulled it over for a moment before reluctantly conceding. "Fine, but no smoking for you, and no drinking either. You're the driver. Take care of yourself." I know. Why are you nagging me like a mom? Have you ever seen me smoke?" I playfully tapped her head, smirking like a jerk. She gave me that seriously look. "Guoping Sheng, you're unbelievable." Heh. I couldn't resist giving her cheek a gentle pinch. Her skin was so soft, it made me want to keep pinching. Suddenly, I spotted something in the corner, a fire axe. Li Ruiyao was still fuming, glaring at me with puffed cheeks. My earlier, like a mom, comment had clearly hit a nerve. "Wait a second, there's a weapon over there." I strode toward it and grabbed the axe. A notification popped up in front of me. "Fire axe, normal quality, mid-tier, sharper than average. With enough strength, it can slice through zombies like butter." I handed the axe to Li Ruiyao without hesitation. "Here, Ruiyao. This is yours." She hesitated, stunned. "You're just giving it to me? What about you? You have the highest physical stats. You're the best fit." "I've got my skills." Her lips compressed into a tight line as she reluctantly accepted the axe. Internally, she was thinking that now she had an even better chance to protect me. Not far away, Lu Xiaofang was stuffing 2 packs of sanitary pads into her bag. As she scavenged, She eavesdropped a little on our banter. When she heard me call Riao like a mom, she inexplicably shivered, but then her lips curved into a mischievous smirk, as if she'd heard something juicy. Everyone's backpacks were already bursting, so they had to use the convenience store's plastic bags to carry even more. They returned hauling armloads of stuff, big and small. A lot of them chose sanitary pads, oddly enough. I had filled up nearly 30 inventory slots myself, leaving space only for things of real value from here on. Then, there was the matter of the oil. In the convenience store, there were several gas cans stacked around. The storage room in the back held another 15 cases. Adding that all together, there are 30 boxes in total, each containing 50 liters. These aren't Blue Planet's fuel, but something specifically for this world. Bus-only fuel tank, standard grade. Capacity, 50 liters. Approach a bus to use, automatically refills the tank. The more I looked, the more I felt that gas station equipment was just for show. The only thing truly useful was the fuel tank. Lu Xiaofeng suddenly made a suggestion. Why don't we try moving the bus closer to the pump? I nodded, signaling Lu Xiaoying to drive the bus over. The next second, a pop-up appeared. The bus is near a standard-grade gas pump. Refuel? Free. My fuel tank was about half full at that point. If it's free, why not? I immediately hit confirm, and the tank filled instantly. But doubts crept into my mind. At this rate, when the bus upgrades to level 5 or higher, it'll probably need higher-grade fuel. By then, will the gas pump still be free? Chances are it'll cost bus tokens. Resources were almost all gathered. I was just about to divide the fuel among the girls who had contributed, then assign people to gather the remaining materials from the station. Suddenly, the bus we had passed earlier pulled into the gas station and stopped. Out walked a group of guys, all wearing high school uniforms. The moment they saw the group of youthful, attractive college girls around me, their eyes practically popped out of their heads. I squinted and muttered under my breath, "They're here." Luo Xiaoxue, trembling nervously, whispered, "Class rep, I'll go wake up Zhang Kiki." Several other girls got off the bus. Zhang Kiki was still asleep but got dragged awake. Hearing there might be conflict, she immediately rallied and stood behind me, bringing others along with her. Lin Xunan also followed and leaned in to whisper. Two of them have abilities. The creepy yellow-haired guy up front has B-tier hardened skin. He's tough. The driver next to him has B-tier spiked skin. He grows spikes when fighting up close. With you and the class secretary here, we should be able to handle it. I nodded. Got it. Lin Xunan added cautiously. Don't hold back. This isn't Blue Planet. There's no law, no morality. They're not just after the resources, they're eyeing the girls in our class too. I replied coldly, I understand. I raised my head and looked at the other group. First come, first served. This gas station is ours. The guys froze momentarily, then burst into laughter. First come, first served? You think you can drive us away? A guy with a bunch of girls talking tough like that? Zihua, why don't we just cripple that pretty boy and take a few of the girls for ourselves? Man, having all these women under us, wouldn't that be amazing? Zhang Zihua cracked a sinister grin, his gaze shamelessly scanning Lu Xiaofeng, Li Ruyao, and the others. He locked eyes with me, smirking coldly. Pretty boy, do you even know who you're talking to? These girls were simply stunning, way better than the dull ones back in their class. The only one passable in their group paled in comparison to this whole busload of college girls. Only a few here were less attractive. Most of them made Zhang Zihua's blood boil with envy and excitement. The tension skyrocketed. Zhang Qining adjusted his glasses, a look of utter thrill in his eyes. Zihua, what's the plan? Zhang Zihua sneered maliciously. Show them who's boss. Take the good-looking ones for the boys. Kill the guys. Let's throw a party right here in the station. The other boys cheered and rushed at us without hesitation. Inside the bus, a few girls squeezed their eyes shut, shaking as they mumbled, "It's over. Those older girls are doomed." But before their sentence even finished, Zhang Zihua, who led the charge, had his head cleanly sliced off midair by a crescent-shaped blade. His severed head rolled to my feet and stopped. A headless corpse hit the ground, blood pooling instantly. I had struck an airborne slash. Zhang Qining's pupils shrank to pinpoints as he screamed, "Zihua!" Spikes erupted from his palms as he lunged at me. But in the next moment, Li Ruyao swung a fire axe straight into his head. The strike cracked open his skull, sending red and yellow matter splattering everywhere. even onto the people behind him. His upper body split and folded under the force of the axe, leaving him dead in a far more gruesome state. It was our first time killing someone. Both Li Ruiyao and I had pale faces, our hands trembling. We killed someone. A girl screamed as she stumbled backward. Run! Stop running. Get revenge for Zihua. Revenge, my ass. You go fight. Lin Xunan shouted urgently. Don't hesitate. Don't let a single one of those guys who got off the bus escape, or we're all done for. I clenched my teeth. Everyone attack. Zhang Kiki activated her ability and grew to over 3 meters tall. She grabbed one of the boys like he was a chick, slammed him to the ground, and stomped on him. He screamed twice before going limp, convulsing slightly before going completely still. I chased after the fleeing boys and swung my fists, taking advantage of my doubled physical stats. Crushing normal people was no harder than squashing ants. A few punches were all it took to end someone with average-level stats. Li Ruiyao, on the other hand, was even more ruthless. Almost every strike was a kill. Within moments, the guys who had come to rob us were all lying on the ground, dealt with thoroughly by our group. The female students standing next to the bus were too frightened even to speak, many of them shaking with their eyes shut. Some stared at the blood-soaked scene, trembling violently, while others threw up on the spot. I turned to look at the remaining students inside the other bus, debating whether we should keep going. At this moment, a pale, skinny young man shivered as he stepped off the bus, his face unexpectedly filled with gratitude. He immediately knelt before me, kowtowing. Thank you for helping me take vengeance on my enemy. I frowned. The young man quickly explained. The ones who just tried to hurt all of you were our class monitor Zhang Qining and his brother Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao and his gang of thugs assaulted my girlfriend. We've been bullied by them nonstop. I gazed at the 20 or so people still inside the bus and asked, are there any of Zhang Zihao's men left? The young man eagerly nodded. There's one more. I'll point him out to you. He called his classmates to step off the bus. Terrified, none of them dared to look up. He pointed to a tall, scrawny boy and shouted, it's him, Huang Tian, Zhang Zihao's lackey, one of the troublemakers in our class. Huang Tian turned pale and started cursing. You backstabbing son of a... The young man furiously yelled, backstab? You were just saying on the bus how you'd capture the girls here as hostages. Now you're trying to play innocent? Dream on. I turned to Lin Xunan and asked, can you confirm the connection between these people and Zhang Zihao? Lin Xunan closed his eyes for a moment before replying. Huang Tian works with Zhang Zihao. The others are just ordinary classmates, with many being victims themselves. I gave a small nod, raised my hand, and, with a clean stroke, ended Huang Tian's life. I said coldly, anyone who dares to target the girls in my class will meet the same fate. As soon as I finished speaking, several girls behind me looked in my direction. A sense of security washed over them. Kinda cool, Lin Xunan said with a small smile as she looked at my profile. Big brother, can we leave now? One boy's voice trembled in fear, obviously shaken by what they'd just witnessed. Go, I replied indifferently. Remember this, you made the first move. If your people died, it was their own doing. We understand. Zhang Zihao's gang deserved it. If you hadn't dealt with them, they would have just kept hurting others in our class, the boy replied through gritted teeth. I owe you one. I'll find a way to repay this debt in the future. With that said, he led the remaining people back into the bus. After a brief farewell, the bus quickly drove out of the gas station. Li Ruiyao couldn't hold it in anymore. Her face turned pale as she crouched down and began vomiting. She couldn't stop herself from retching as she glanced at the strangers she had just beaten to death with her own hands. I didn't feel much better. The adrenaline and rage that fueled me earlier had completely worn off, leaving only discomfort and a heavy emptiness. Zhang Kiki looked equally dazed. Class monitor, class rep, P captain, thank you all for protecting us, Lin Xunan said, suppressing her emotions. I know this was hard for you, but if it weren't for the three of you, we'd already have been taken by those scumbags and turned into their slaves. Luo Xiaoxue ran over to comfort Li Ruiyao, gently patting her head. Thanks for everything, class rep, you've worked hard. Lu Xiaofang approached me and said, class monitor, thank you for protecting me and my little sister. I forced a faint smile. It's what I'm supposed to do. One by one, more girls got off the bus to thank us. They all understood that without the three of us fighting for them, their fate would have been much, much worse. Not to mention, they had brought along a lot of supplies from the convenience store. Women and supplies. Anyone would have coveted that combination. Even Li Jian, who usually maintained a cold expression, murmured a quiet, "Thank you." But of course, that's when Huang Ting decided to break the moment with a mocking laugh. At the end of the day, aren't you all just murderers? Why not just chase them away? Why go so far as to kill them? Are you out of your mind, Huang Ting? Yang Jiasen immediately shot back, pointing at her angrily. Did you not see what those people wanted to do to us? Do you even hear yourself right now? And so what? Murderers are still murderers, Huang Ting retorted sharply, her voice shrill. Did I ask them to protect us? Do any of you really want to associate with killers every day? Dark thoughts festered in her mind. If they ever got back to civilization, she'd be the first to report these committee members for murder, especially Li Ruiyao. That girl swung her axe like she was chopping watermelons. Absolutely ruthless. Even Huang Ting's usual supporters were starting to distance themselves. Many girls outright avoided her, not wanting to be associated with someone so toxic. Hey, what's the deal with all of you? Huang Ting shouted, her eyes red with anger. Did I say something wrong? Why are you all isolating me? Huang Ting, your words are heartless. You don't deserve to be our classmate. Our class monitor and the others risked their lives for us. And you still dare to turn on them? Kick her out of the bus. Don't let her stay with us. The girl's accusations became more and more ruthless. I, too, pardon my expression. I had long felt that keeping Huang Ting on the bus was nothing but trouble. Huang Ting completely lost it. Screaming, she pointed fingers at everyone. You sluts just have a crush on Gu Pingxing, don't you? Hey, look here, Yang Shengnan. But Yang Shengnan turned her head away, pretending not to see. Even the friends she used to practice boxing with were ignoring her. Crush? And what about it? At least we're loyal to normal people. Huang Ting, why don't you just drop dead right now? Yeah, Huang Ting, your mom's dead. The overwhelming insults broke her. Fine, I'll go. Just don't come crying back and begging me later. Get lost already. Beg you? Not in a million years. I didn't hesitate any longer. Huang Ting, those were your own words. As driver of bus number 15200, I hereby expel you from this vehicle. An alert tone immediately rang out. Huang Ting, permanently banned from bus 15200. Huang Ting was no longer allowed to board it. Huang Ting froze on the spot, and so did the other girls, stunned. No one had expected my words alone to activate the system. I spoke coldly. This is driver authority. I didn't want to use it on anyone, but you brought this on yourself. I then ordered the others to continue searching the station, clearing out usable supplies from the convenience store. We collected 30 barrels of oil and prepared to distribute them. First, I allocated 1 barrel each to the 8 new classmates, Xiaofeng, Xiaoying, Li Jian, and others, who were about to face immediate danger. The oil was theirs to keep, and any future requests would follow a resource exchange system. Next, Lin Xunan received her share, 4 barrels, for reporting the dangers of the station and identifying talented players among the group of students. Li Ruiyao was also handed 4 barrels. She had taken down a zombie dog, 2 zombies bound by puppets, and resolved conflicts involving Zhang Qining and a hostile group. As for myself, after defeating a zombie dog, Zhang Ziheo, and other adversaries, I walked away with 3 barrels. Adding in earlier reserves, we now had a total of 20 barrels. Luo Xiaoxue was rewarded for her role in saving lives. Zhang Kiki, who stepped up at a critical moment, and Shun Tonger, who volunteered to scout by engaging 2 zombies, both earned 2 barrels each. That brought our total to 26 barrels. Class rep, what should we do with the last 4 barrels? Luo Xiaoxue asked. Keep them with me for community use. We can reward classmates who contribute in future bus or station explorations, I decided. Lin Xunan nodded in agreement. You can hold on to my 4 barrels too. I don't have space in my backpack anyway. Kiki said you have plenty of room. Luo Xiaoxue chimed in. I'll leave mine with you too, class rep. Soon after, most of the girls entrusted me with their oil supply, with only a few like Li Zhen and Lu Xiaoying keeping any due to having remaining room in their backpacks. After the station search was complete, we began boarding the bus. When I climbed back inside, Lu Xiaoying had resumed driving. Meanwhile, every girl who boarded couldn't help shooting glances at the dazed Huang Ting standing outside the vehicle. She really got kicked out. The system confirmed it. She's done for. That's what she gets for always picking fights with the class rep. This authority is terrifying. One command and she's gone. Let's just not piss off the class rep and follow the rules. Their whispers reached my ears, and the weight of cautious stares grew heavier. I wasn't fond of this newfound intimidation, but it was necessary. At least no one would dare act out now. When the 41st girl boarded the bus, Ting finally snapped out of her stupor and charged forward, attempting to squeeze her way in. The next second, she slammed into an invisible force, a transparent barrier barring her entry. Panicked, she pounded on the air, her face pale. I stood in silence on the bus, staring at her from behind the glass, unyielding. Lu Xiaoying turned and gave me a hesitant look. "Close the doors, Lu Xiaoying," I commanded coldly. She clenched her jaw before pressing the button. With a hiss, the doors began their slow descent. "Don't leave me. Please, I'll do anything. Don't abandon me." Ting's hoarse cries filled the space. At that moment, Lin Xunan leaned towards Li Ruoyao, whispering something in her ear. After a brief hesitation, Li Ruoyao nodded resolutely. "Drive, Lu Xiaoying," I urged again. "Wait." Lin Xunan's voice interrupted, calm yet firm. I froze. Was she softening? No, that wasn't her style. "I want to have a word with Ting." 2 minutes, Lin Xunan stated. After a moment's pause, I nodded. The bus doors reopened. Initially, Ting's face lit up, but her expression quickly turned venomous. She shouted at us, "What now? Realized you made a mistake? Begging me to come back." Her heart seethed with hatred. "Give me a chance, and I'll make sure to take down both Gu Pingxing and Li Ruiyao." But she wasn't prepared for what came next. Exiting the bus wasn't me, it was Lin Xunan. Not to plead or reconsider, but simply to walk up to her. "Ting, come with me. I have something to say," Lin Xunan said flatly before heading towards the convenience store. Scoffing, Ting followed behind, spitting insults the entire way. "Oh, so now you've changed your tune? Let's hear it. What kind of act are you putting on this time?" Once inside, Ting crossed her arms and demanded, "Well, say something. What's your play?" Lin Xunan pulled out the fire axe Li Ruiyao had given her from her backpack. Ting's mocking words froze in her throat. Her pupils shrank to tiny dots. 3 minutes later, Lin Xunan emerged alone, her face serene. She calmly boarded the bus, returning the fire axe to Li Ruiyao. Without a word, she reached under her seat, pulled out a stash of bread, and rearranged her pack to fill the emptied space. Li Ruiyao glanced at her and hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. With that, the bus started and pulled away from the station. Luo Xiaoxua swung her legs childishly, unable to contain her curiosity. "Chunanjia, what did you talk about with Ting? Why all the mystery?" "Nothing important," Lin Xunan replied gently, smiling. "It's better if you didn't know. Stop treating me like a kid. I'm an adult now," protested Luo Xiaoxua, visibly offended. Seizing the moment, Suiwer grabbed hold of her and teased. Okay, our little Xiaoxua is all grown up now." "Get lost, you troll," Luo Xiaoxua shrieked as they bantered. I watched Lin Xunan's softly smiling face and sensed the something darker beneath. I had a pretty good idea why Ting never came back. Someone muttered under their breath. "Class rep, is our team leader going to?" What did the class monitor say to Ting? Why hasn't she come back? Lu Xiaofeng, sitting next to me, couldn't help but ask. "Do you think she's trying to convince Ting to return?" I answered lightly. She did, but Ting refused. Lu Xiaofeng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The class monitor was always the kindest and most helpful, but Ting had made it clear earlier she wouldn't come back to the bus, even if someone begged her. She was determined to stay at the gas station and stew in her frustration. Lu Xiaofeng gave an irritated snort. Such a waste of the class monitor's goodwill. She'll regret it sooner or later. I stayed quiet. I knew deep down that Ting probably already regretted it. But it was too late for her now. Many in the class had already pieced together what Lin Xunan might have done. Yet, they all chose to stay silent, acting as if nothing had happened. Only Lu Xiaofeng remained as oblivious and innocent as ever. Feeling mischievous, I leaned closer to her ear and lowered my voice. "Xiaofeng, when you confessed to me before, saying you liked me, was that for real?" Her face turned beet red in an instant. She stammered for a good moment before burying her face in the table, refusing to look at me. I scratched my head, thinking to myself, this girl, so easy to tease. At 9 p.m., it was Lin Xionan's turn to drive. I switched seats over to her side, while Lu Xiaoying returned to her original spot. Lu Xiaoying stared at her older sister, who now looked like a frightened deer, utterly puzzled about what had just transpired. By midday, the bus parked by the roadside without shutting off the engine. After finishing their lunch, many people got off to stretch their legs and soak up some sun. Quite a few had gotten chilled in the morning, and now the warmth helped chase away the cold. More students began whispering to each other, wondering aloud what Lin Xunan might have said to Huang Ting. I wandered off to a spot slightly away from the bus. Not long after, Lin Xunan followed me. Her voice came out muffled. "Class president, you're not mad at me, are you?" I looked at her. "Why would I be mad at you?" She bit her lip. "You must have guessed it by now. I was the one who personally." I cut her off. "Xunan, if anything, you helped us tie up loose ends." My tone turned icier. If someone like Huang Ting had survived, she would have eventually retaliated. When that day came, the entire class might have paid the price. I didn't make a move in front of everyone because I'm the class president. That's the only reason. Lin Xunan was silent for a few seconds, then exhaled as if releasing a heavy burden. "I'm just glad you understand." "Thank you, Pingsheng." I tugged one corner of my mouth into a slight grin. I doubted Lin Xunan felt any guilt or mental strain. Of everyone here, the coldest and most clear-headed person was undoubtedly her. Rumor had it she scored 680 on her college entrance exams, but chose to study early childhood education at a lesser-ranked university. A true genius, yet an enigma. "What are you two talking about?" Li Riao suddenly appeared, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Xunan quickly interrupted with a smile. "Nothing much. I was just chatting with the class president. Don't worry, I'll stop being a third wheel." She turned on her heel and left without hesitation, almost forcefully leaving us alone. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Li Riao glared at me, her cheeks pink, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Catching my gaze only made her more flustered. In a much softer voice, she murmured, "Want to have lunch together, Pingxing?" She glanced around at the girls scattered nearby. They were still at a distance, but in group settings, rumors spread like wildfire. Finding a chance to talk to me alone was rare. After lunch, as I stood to leave, Li Riao grabbed my hand. "What's up? I like you." Her words came out in a rush, taking advantage of a quieter moment around us. I blinked, momentarily stunned before quickly nodding. "I know. I can feel it. And what about you?" She stared at me, her whole expression tense. "I also like myself," I replied. Li Ruiao froze, her pained expression almost laughable. But before she could erupt, I chuckled and said, "Relax. I'm kidding." I took her hand in mine. Yet, she wasn't going to let me off so easily. Placing her hands on her hips, she demanded, "Gu Pingsheng, do you actually have feelings for me or not?" Her sudden boldness surprised me. With the other girls all watching from afar, she knew hesitation might cost her this moment entirely. "Of course," I replied. "How so?" I kept a straight face. "You're pretty. Your legs are long. And pale." Her mouth twitched at my ridiculousness, but then she faintly muttered, "If you like, I'll let you touch them." I paused, then immediately followed up, "I heard that, class secretary." When I reached out to take her up on the offer, she smacked my hand away. "Hold up. There's one condition," she warned. "What condition?" "You have to let me be your girlfriend. If not, I'll settle for being the main one." She lowered her voice as she added, "There aren't any laws here to stop us, and there are way too many people who like you. Don't expect me to just stand aside without a fight." Her words left me speechless. "You're making me sound like a heartless playboy." But just as I said that, visions of Xiaofang, Xiaoying, and the twins flashed through my mind. Then there was Luo Xiaoxue, Chen Tong'er, Zhang Kiki, and even Lin Xunan. The more I thought, the more I fell silent. Even I couldn't fully convince myself that I was entirely innocent. Noticing my hesitation, Li Ruoyao instantly exploded. "I knew it. You like Xiaofang and the others too. You're such a player." Without giving me the chance to refute, she lunged forward and kissed me fiercely. Lip to lip, our breaths tangled and ran wild. I didn't pull away. Instead, I let my arms tighten around her waist, drawing her closer. Li Ruoyao shuddered, but she didn't resist. After a moment, She stepped back, her face flushed, lips trembling slightly. Gu Pingxing, you kiss way too hard. In the distance, Xiaofang stood frozen, her heart shattering into tiny pieces. She noticed me and Lin Xiaonan acting all sneaky a while ago, but just thought she was overthinking it. Then Li Ruiyao barged in and made sure she saw everything. Lu Xiaoying nervously pushed her on the side. Come on, sis. You've got to be braver. Look, even the class rep made the first move. If you don't act now, how are you going to win him over? Xiaofang's voice trembled. But they're already like that. Lu Xiaoying lowered her voice. Maybe it's just a kiss or something. Plus, we're not back home. Even if something's happening, you can just barge in and join them. Don't talk nonsense, Xiaofang argued, her eyes red. The bus stalled for another half hour. I urged to get moving again. There were monsters chasing us, and we couldn't afford any delays. What happened earlier between Li Ruiyao and me? Just hugging and a brief kiss, nothing more. This creepy place didn't allow for anything else. But honestly, it still left me feeling restless. Li Ruiyao suddenly looked at me seriously. Pingsheng, I'll protect you. I'll do the same for you. Warmth flooded my heart, but my hand couldn't help wandering to her leg. She didn't resist, almost as if she approved. She even seemed surprised to find she didn't mind me doing that. It was my turn to drive, with Li Ruiyao taking the next shift and Lu Xiaofang after her. I didn't want to keep Lu Xiaofang and Zhang Kiki up late every night, so I rearranged the shifts for everyone. We drove straight until evening. Not wanting to risk searching for food in the dark, we stopped around 4 or 5 in the afternoon and had a meal. We didn't pass any bus stops the whole afternoon. We did, however, run into a few people at a trade market who had energy cores. I gritted my teeth and traded 2 gallons of gas, 10 bottles of soda, and 3 packs of cigarettes for 1 energy core. Stones could be picked up from the roadside. After gathering all the materials, I laid everything out. Player Gu Pingxing, you have collected enough materials to craft the large water condenser blueprint. Would you like to proceed? Yes. The materials lit up and floated together above the blueprint, assembling themselves into a rectangular container under the surprised stares of the girls. The container was about the size of a water cooler and had transparent tubes connected to it, capable of condensing and collecting water vapor. It could produce 20 liters of water per day. There was even a little spigot on one side, where water could be released if the container was full. Wow, that's amazing, Luo Xiaoxua said, blinking her wide eyes. So this is the large water condenser. It just looks a little crude, Zhang Kiki commented softly. I glanced at everyone and spoke slowly. It can produce 20 liters a day, and there's no way I'll drink that much on my own. So the condenser will be treated as a shared resource. If you run out of your own water, you can borrow from it temporarily. Woohoo! Class rep, you're the best. Luo Xiaoxua cheered. Several of the girls visibly relaxed. Their water supplies were nearly empty, so this was like a lifeline for them. I raised my hand to cut them off. But it's not free. The rule in this bus is fairness and equivalent exchange. Any water you take, you'll need to pay back later. Well, not so cool after all, Luo Xiaoxua teased, sticking out her tongue. As night fell, just as I feared, the zombies started to respawn. The highway was swarmed with shadows, even more than the night before. A glance showed countless twisted, shuffling bodies. The moment the bus headlights flicked on, the horde whipped their heads around in unison, their empty or blood-red eyes fixated on us. In the next instant, they charged toward us from all directions as if they smelled blood, their movements clumsy but frantic. They crashed against the bus, the thudding sounds relentless. The tires rolled over them with sickening crunches, bones and flesh shattering beneath us. The viscous black-red goo smeared across the windshield, and the constant impacts made the bus tremble with every hit. At this rate, by the time we made it through the night, the bus's durability would undoubtedly take another significant hit by morning. But zombies didn't have brains. They didn't know fear. They just came, wave after wave, like moths to a flame, hellbent on reaching that tiny sliver of light, no matter what. The mood in the bus grew heavier by the minute. The chatter among the girls died down. Their eyes were full of unease. This is so terrifying. What if they break in? I miss my parents. I wonder how they're doing. No, don't be afraid. The class rep and the others will protect us. We'll survive this. Late into the night, it was Lu Xiaofang's turn to drive. I tried convincing her to rest and let someone else take over, but she insisted she could handle it. I was about to head over to her side of the bus to catch some sleep when Li Riao suddenly grabbed my arm. Ping Sheng, sit in the back. There's plenty of room back there. She tugged me toward the back of the bus. Outside, the thuds of zombies crashing against the bus continued, one after another. Most of the girls were too exhausted to stay awake, slumped over asleep, while a few watched us quietly, whispering to each other. The class rep and the monitor are so close. What are they going to the back for? Sure, not so loud. Li Ruiao's face reddened, but she quickly straightened her back, determined. She was my girlfriend now. Let them say what they wanted. The updated bus had 2 extra rows of seats. The back was empty. No one dared occupy it, nor put their supplies there out of fear that someone might steal them. I asked in a low voice, "Why'd you bring me back here?" Li Riao sat in the last row, all the way on the right, and patted her lap. "Lie down here. It'll be more comfortable for you to sleep." I blinked in disbelief. "You're serious?" "Of course. Otherwise, the chair would feel uncomfortable." "What? I offer my thigh as a pillow, and you don't even want it." I chuckled. "Then tomorrow, I'll let you use me as a pillow." Li Ruoyao nodded, unmistakable pride hidden in her gaze. Sitting at the front, Lu Xiaofang was eavesdropping intently, but the distance was too much for her to catch anything. I laid down, closing my eyes to rest, but her sweet fragrance kept me alert, heat creeping up uncontrollably. Li Ruoyao quickly noticed, bit her lip, hesitated, and eventually excused herself to the tiny restroom. The setup wasn't much, just a flushable bowl with no sink. At exactly 6 a.m. the next day, a notification chimed. Day 3 check-in. Reward 1, random weapons times 20. Reward 2, 200 chicken nuggets. Reward 3, blueprints for 2 water condensers. The noise woke me up, and I groaned. I'd have to get up at 6 every day at this rate. I started to sit up, but my chest felt heavy. When I opened my eyes, Li Ruiao was sprawled across me, hugging me tightly in her sleep. Looking at the girl in my arms, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. I poked her soft cheek with my finger, then pinched it lightly. My hand began to wander before Li Riao jolted awake, immediately pulling away with embarrassed, timid movements. I nearly burst out laughing. Last night, she was bold beyond words. Yet now, in broad daylight, in front of everyone around, she acted all shy. Good thing I played it cool and didn't wake anyone else up with her antics. Without further procrastination, I started deciding on my rewards. Reward number 2 was an immediate no-go. 200 nuggets didn't seem worth it. I wasn't planning on risking my life just for snacks. After much deliberation, I picked reward number 1. 20 weapons would be enough to arm at least half the girls in the group. As for the water condenser blueprints, no matter how rare they were, with large-scale condensers already in operation, the smaller ones weren't nearly as useful. Once my choice was finalized, another notification popped up. You received 5 fire axes, 3 long blades, 4 batons, 5 daggers, 2 machetes, 1 infinite power chainsaw. Among the 20 items, there were 2 premium-grade weapons and 1 rare-grade weapon. I lit up with excitement. All the weapons were placed in my inventory, and I immediately took out the infinite power chainsaw. Li Ruoyao's eyes widened as I pulled out a chainsaw almost half as tall as me. This thing packed a punch, came with an auto-recharge feature, 2 hours of use, 5 hours to recharge, and didn't require much physical strength to wield. Its power came from its motor speed and chain quality, unlike axes or blades, which relied on brute force. Li Ruoyao couldn't help but exclaim, "That chainsaw is awesome. Is that part of your rewards for today?" I nodded. "Not just this. There are 19 other weapons too. Wake everyone up. We need to distribute them." The 2 of us quickly got the girls out of bed. Lu Xiaofang, who'd been drooling in her sleep, quickly wiped her face in embarrassment. Her sister, Lu Xiaoying, tried and failed to hold back her laughter. Once everyone gathered, I addressed the group. My reward today is weapons. 20 in total, knives, daggers, batons, axes, you name it. Excitement bubbled over among the girls. They all understood, without weapons in this apocalyptic world, you were as good as dead. Weapons meant survival, even for ordinary group members, who might now have a shot at fighting off zombies. I'm dividing up the weapons now. Ruoyao, hand me the fire axe from before. Li Ruoyao did as I asked. First, the premium weapons, the machetes. There are 2 of them. Royale, you take one since you lean heavily toward combat. Zhang Kiki, the other one's for you. I handed over the blades. Half a meter long and gleaming dangerously, they were formidable weapons. Zhang Kiki accepted hers with a grin. Thanks, boss. I'll protect everyone with it, I promise. Next are the 5 mid-tier fire axes, I continued. Lin Xiaonan, Chen Tonger, Luo Xiaoxue, Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying. These are for you. Handing out the axes one by one, I noticed Lu Xiaofeng paused, looking almost stunned as she held hers. Someone couldn't resist asking, Boss, I get why Xiaoxue and Xunan got axes, but Lu Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaoying aren't even part of the council. Why them? Calmly, I replied. They drive for me every day. When zombies appeared, they didn't hesitate to confront them directly. They've earned it. A wave of understanding swept through the group. She even got out of the car twice before, risking her life. That time she almost had to act as a human shield against the zombies. If it weren't for Xiaoxue's healing skills, things could have gone horribly wrong. I'm fine with her getting one. Well, boss risked his own life for those weapons. It's his call. I trust Xiaofeng. She's been tough and reliable this whole time. I glanced at the final fire axe and then at Li Jun. Li Jun had a history of bullying classmates. She was strong and capable, and while she was decent yesterday, now wasn't the time to trust her with good equipment. I kept the last axe for myself. If the chainsaw ran out of power or my combat skills were exhausted, I'd still have a reliable backup. Next up, long blades, batons, and daggers. These will mostly go to the girls who joined in yesterday's exploration efforts. Everyone shared their preferences, and since Lu Xiaoying had already received an axe, we now had 7 new explorers to arm. Li Jun chose a long blade. As for the others, each picked up weapons they felt comfortable with, and soon, all the long blades were accounted for, along with the other distributed weapons, rounding out the group. They carried long knives, and yesterday they had also stopped at the gas station. I suddenly recalled the day Yang Jiasen had just time-traveled. Her clothes were an absolute mess. Now, we only had 2 sticks and 3 daggers left. There are 5 weapons remaining. Whoever is willing to get off the bus first to scout the next spot can choose first. My declaration was met with silence from most of the girls. I'll go. Suiwer stood up resolutely. She was Luo Xiaoxue's best friend and also the second shortest girl in the class. Because of their petite stature, Suiwer and Luo Xiaoxue were often referred to as the little duo. Suiwer hesitated twice before, but this time, she didn't plan to back down. Yuer, you're so short. Do you really want to go down? Luo Xiaoxue asked, a bit worried. Get lost. You're shorter than me, but I have a healing ability. Does having an ability make you special? I can still protect you if I go down. Besides, I don't have any water to drink. I can't keep relying on you. At this point, many of the girls in class were out of water. They could only barter their food with the class council for some water. Yet, every time they traded, their supply of food dwindled. The pressure kept mounting. Fine. What weapon do you want? We've only got sticks and daggers left. Give me a stick, class president. The stick was the longest weapon available, longer than both Su Yuer and Luo Xiaoxue by a large margin. Su Yuer wasn't the only one who made her choice, for other girls picked their weapons too, preparing to search at the next stop. The atmosphere in the class became energized in an instant. Some started to regret not speaking up earlier to request a weapon. Around 6:40 a.m., the number of zombies outside the bus finally began to decrease. Lin Xiaonan's expression was grim. Class president, have you noticed? By this time yesterday, there weren't any zombies left. But now, there still are. The sun had already risen, and yet, a few zombies still lingered, stumbling around. That was not a good sign. If zombies couldn't be cleared out even during the daylight, our chances of survival would only get slimmer. I glanced at our equipment durability. It was down to just 13 points, so I immediately used 7 iron ingots to repair it. At 6:50, the area around the bus finally quieted completely. I let out a sigh of relief. Let's get off. The second engine shutdown is about to start. The bus pulled over to the side of the road, and the girls all got off the bus together. I opened a bottle of Coke and tore into a piece of bread to tide me over for the time being. Nobody knew how long this shutdown would last. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any zombies nearby for now. However, a gust of cold wind swept by, and I shivered. Why does it feel even colder today than yesterday? I murmured. Luo Xiaoxue also broke out in goosebumps, huddling behind me, and Li Ruiyao for warmth. Class president, discipline committee member, you're both tall. Block the wind for me. Ugh, it's freezing. The wind's even blowing sand into my mouth and eyes. I'm cold too. Ming Ming, lend me your jacket. Lin Xiaonan squinted and spoke in an even graver tone. It's only 11 degrees today. At this time yesterday, it was still 15 degrees. That's a drop of 4 degrees. It might just be a fluctuation, but we can't overlook this. The atmosphere became tense. Zhang Kiki forced an awkward laugh to break the silence. Don't scare me. This can't mean some kind of cold front is coming, right? Lowering my voice, I said, this isn't Blue Star's China. A drop in temperature like this can't be explained by a regular winter cold snap. From now on, in addition to finding food and water, we need to prioritize finding clothing to stay warm. If the temperature were to drop by 4 degrees every day, I didn't dare even think about what was ahead. While someone like me, along with Li Ruiyao and Zhang Kiki, could hold out for now due to our physical constitution, most of the other girls would likely struggle to endure for much longer. Ding. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has completely shut down. Please ensure no one remains on the bus within the next 2 minutes. Shutdown duration, 7 minutes. The second shutdown was here. Thankfully, it was only set to last for 7 minutes. By then, I had just finished my breakfast, a small portion, but enough to wrap up quickly. At that moment, Li Zhen walked up to me. I frowned and asked what she wanted. Li Ruiyao immediately stepped in front of me, blocking my view of Li Zhen with an icy glare. By now, stories of Li Zhen bullying her classmates had spread throughout the class, and many people had started avoiding her. In a low voice, Li Zhen said she was out of water and wanted to borrow a bottle from me. I stayed silent. Instinctively, I didn't want to give water to someone who had bullied Lu Xiaofeng, especially since Lu Xiaofeng had become somewhat attached to me. I couldn't suppress the surge of irritation that welled up inside. Seeing that I wasn't responding, Li Zhen's expression darkened. She turned to leave, but before she could, I called her back. I said I'd lend her the water, but she would have to repay it. Li Zhen immediately agreed, nodding vigorously and promising to repay me. I gazed at her before adding one more condition. When we got off to scavenge for resources, she needed to look out for Lu Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaoying. I told her this was her chance to make amends. Li Zhen nodded repeatedly, saying she realized her mistake and shouldn't have bullied them. She bowed her head deeply before rushing off. Li Ruiyao opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but stopped herself after glancing between Li Zhen and me. After the shutdown ended, everyone quickly got back on the bus. Though the temperature inside wasn't very high, the tight, enclosed space filled with people soon warmed up quickly. It was Zhang Ki's turn to drive. She hadn't stayed up the night before. Earlier, Lu Xiaofeng had taken a shift at the wheel, later replaced by Lin Xiaonan. But soon, more and more girls came to me, asking for water. The number of people running out of water was increasing. I had managed to gather a stash of 100 bottles of water on the first day and had also looted a beverage cabinet, giving me an ample supply of drinks. Thanks to the large-scale water condenser we had, it could produce 20 liters daily. From last night to this moment, I'd already collected nearly 10 liters. Yao pressed down her frustration and said, "We can't go on like this. A lot of the girls already have no water to drink." I gave a short response, my gaze darkening. I remembered this was only the third day. The beginner's protection period had just one more day left. What happens after the protection period ends? Just then, a notification sound rang in my ears again. Driver Gu Pingsheng, you are approaching Huanggang Station. Huanggang Village is nearby. I turned to Lin Xiaonan. She closed her eyes, activating her divine prompt ability. Huanggang Station, medium-low difficulty. The platform contains a black treasure chest, mid-grade iron, with a higher chance to yield good resources than a typical chest. But the platform also houses 3 rotten corpses, whose goal is to hitch a ride to Huanggang Village on your bus. If you transport them to Huanggang Village, you will earn an additional 6 bus coins. Alternatively, you can choose to eliminate them, but that may not yield any bus coins. Rotten corpse stats: 1 high-grade normal, 2 mid-grade normal. Lin Xiaonan opened her eyes, her expression darkening. Rotten corpses, just the sound of it immediately felt ominous. What's the situation? Luo Xiaoxue pressed for details. Lin Xiaonan spelled it out directly. The platform has a treasure chest, but also 3 rotten corpses. One stronger, the other 2 weaker. Rotten corpses? Aren't they basically zombies? What's next? Are vampires going to pop out of nowhere? Don't worry, the class monitor and the class rep are both great fighters, and we've got weapons too. Lin Xunan shook her head. No, the class monitor and class rep should not kill them. She relayed the message in full. When the group heard that transporting the corpses could earn them 6 bus coins, an uneasy silence fell over everyone. Chen Tonger frowned. Didn't the rules explicitly state not to let dangerous passengers on the bus? Li Ruiyao followed up. Do these 3 count as dangerous passengers? Lin Xunan enunciated carefully. The prompt suggests we take them. Since we get 6 bus coins, I judge that they don't count as dangerous passengers. I made the decision final. Followed Xionan's call. We'll take the treasure chest and let the corpses on the bus to Huanggang village. Luo Xiaoxua went pale. Those were rotten corpses. I scanned the group. If things go south, Lin Xunan and I will handle it. Lin Xunan nodded firmly. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility. 10 minutes later, the bus pulled up to Huanggang Station. This time it wasn't a convenience store or a gas station, but a lone, desolate bus stop. Perched atop the platform were 3 rotten corpses. Their clothes were in tatters, their decaying flesh practically falling off. Yet unlike zombies, their eyes didn't glow red, and their movements weren't erratic. They just stood stiffly, staring coldly as the bus approached. At the heart of the platform sat a black treasure chest, and next to it, a signpost read, 10 kilometers ahead to Huanggang Village. 3 characters were etched onto the station sign, Huanggang Station. With clammy hands, Zhang Kiki opened the bus doors. To our surprise, the 3 rotten corpses arranged themselves in an orderly line, wobbling forward step by step, one boarding after another like they were following some kind of protocol. The stench of decay was dizzying. Several girls covered their noses and quickly cracked open the windows. I gripped my chainsaw tightly, my eyes locked on the corpses' every move. I was ready to pounce at the first sign of trouble. Li Ruiyao clutched her machete similarly, her entire body tense. But the 3 rotten corpses ignored our nervous tension. They queued themselves to the back of the bus, seated side by side in empty spots, as if adhering to bus etiquette. In that moment, it clicked for me. The extra seating added after the bus's upgrade must have been reserved for passengers like them. I went off the bus to retrieve the chest, holding it in my arms. Treasure chest, mid-grade iron. Contains normal iron bronze tier resources, with a higher probability of iron tier drops. I opened it immediately. A flash of light burst forth, revealing a book, 2 cards, 3 crystals, and a blueprint. You've obtained Skill Book, Enhanced Strike, Attribute Point Cards ×2, Energy Cores ×3, Condensed Water Device, Blueprint ×1. Enhanced Strike. Causes massive damage with the next attack. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Stamina Point Card, +1 stamina. Agility Point Card, low-grade iron, +10 agility. Condensed Water Device Blueprint. Requires stones ×20, iron ingots ×2, energy core ×1. Yields 5 liters of water daily. So many resources, no wonder it's a mid-grade iron chest. Luo Xiaoxua exclaimed. But Lin Xunan shook her head. Class Monitor's luck is pretty average. These are just standard items. A mid-grade iron chest didn't even drop anything of the same tier, just a low-grade iron agility card. That's true, Luo Xiaoxua nodded. So, how are we splitting the rewards? Zhang Kiki asked casually while starting up the bus again. The girls all turned to me expectantly. I understood that splitting the loot poorly could stir up resentment. All of it goes to Ruiyao. I made the call straight away. Li Ruiyao looked stunned. Pingsheng, isn't that unfair to you? She hadn't expected me to give away the loot entirely, and the gesture hit her both emotionally and warmly. In her heart, she made a mental note to repay me when the chance arose. I agree, Lin Xunan said, analyzing logically. Right now, the class rep has the highest combat ability. The stronger she is, the safer the rest of us are. If she combines the enhanced strike skill with her natural physical advantages, her damage output will be staggering. I'd wager she could probably harm even iron tier monsters. That's exactly my intention, I nodded. But once we find Lutsuru, the loot crate will be shared with everyone. No one will be left out. Zhang Kiki chimed in. All right, this is the safest way. Quickly, Li Ruiyao used 2 attribute cards. Her original stats were Physique 90, Agility 11, Stamina 10, and Spirit 100. After using the cards, her agility increased to 21 and her stamina to 11. Next, she learned a skill. As the skill book activated, she felt her mind clear instantly. The bus sped up to its maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour, and they could reach Huanggang Village in 15 minutes. This meant Li Ruiyao could thoroughly grasp her new skill before they arrived at the village. In the back of the bus, 3 decayed corpses sat lifelessly, staring straight ahead. The stench was unbearable, pushing many girls to squeeze into the front for refuge. Lin Xunan used her Divine Insight ability on one of the corpses. Decayed corpse, common upper rank. HP, 100%. Physique, 43. Agility, 7. Stamina, 75. Spirit, 0. Generally non-aggressive. Destination, Huanggang Village. Failure to deliver may cause aggression. Deliver within 25 minutes for rewards, 2 bus tokens. She whispered this information to me and Li Ruiyao. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxue's eyes gleamed with an idea. Holding back her excitement, she let out a sly chuckle. I have a plan. Everyone looked at her. Fixing her gaze on Li Ruiyao, she said, Class rep, didn't you once mention earning bus tokens by killing those zombie dogs? That means killing monsters can net us tokens. Yes, I told you all about it yesterday, Li Ruiyao replied. If that's the case, why don't we deliver these 3 decayed corpses to the Huanggang Village entrance for their tokens, then kill them afterward? Luo Xiaoxue said with a mischievous grin. Silence enveloped the group immediately. That's ruthless. Using them and then killing them? I glanced at Luo Xiaoxue, my jaw slightly tightening. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue tilted her chin up proudly, anticipating us to praise her brilliance. However, Lin Xunan's eyes lit up. This could work. It's essentially free double rewards. First, we earn 6 bus tokens for delivering them, and then we'll get the kill rewards for taking them down. Zhang Kiki frowned. Why not just kill them outright? Wouldn't we still get the 6 tokens and the kill rewards? Lin Xunan shook her head. Divine Insight made it clear. Failing to complete the delivery to the village might result in no bus tokens being rewarded. I'm guessing the system follows strict rules for issuing tokens. I made the final call in a low voice. All right, it's settled. Deliver to the village entrance first, then deal with them. A pang of guilt hit me internally. Sorry about this, decayed bros. 15 minutes later, we reached a fork in the road. A worn sign at the leftmost path read, Huanggang Village, approximate 200 meters. The other 2 routes lacked any signage. Taking the initiative, Lin Xunan used her Divine Insight ability. Route 1, extremely dangerous. Huanggang Village ahead, home to decayed corpses. Do not enter under any circumstances, or you will perish inside. Seeing the words, extremely dangerous, Lin Xunan's face turned grim as she read on. Route 2, low danger. Approximate, 300 kilometers ahead is a station. Route 3, moderate danger. At night, a zombie horde will emerge. Failure to manage them may lead to the destruction of level 1 buses. Your level 2 bus will hold up better. After Lin Xunan relayed her findings, the bus's atmosphere immediately grew tense. Squinting, I muttered, Huanggang Village. Extremely dangerous. Raising a hand to warn the group, I stressed. Remember, we only deliver to the village entrance. No one goes inside. Zhang Kiki tightened her grip on the steering wheel and guided the bus toward Route 1. Before long, the desolate outline of the village entrance became clearer. An old signboard hung crookedly on a decaying post. The faded characters Huanggang Village were just about legible, though the calligraphy appeared strangely distorted. Thick mist churned behind the signboard, swallowing up the roofs and leaving only blurry silhouettes of the buildings within. The stillness was unnerving. Even the wind seemed smothered by the fog. A suffocating eeriness filled the air. Player Gu Pingsheng observed the eerie scenery. Spirit -20. Player Li Ruiyao, Spirit -40. Player Lin Xunan, Spirit -30. Nearby students peering out the windows also experienced varying levels of spirit loss. What is this cursed place? I muttered, unnerved by the hefty spirit drop from just a glance. Grinding her teeth, Li Ruiyao urged. I lost 40 spirit points. Let's drop off these corpses and get out of here. No lingering. Lin Xunan attempted to extract further details from the village, but felt her body weakening from fatigue. Player, Lin Xunan. Sector, 6, Bus Route, number 15200. Talent, Divine Insight S-Class. HP, 100%. Stamina, 3 out of 9. Spirit, 70 out of 100. Status, fatigue. Breathing heavily, she said. My talent drains stamina rapidly. I can't gauge what's inside anymore. All I know is that it's incredibly dangerous. Zhang Kiki swiftly unlocked the second bus door. The 3 decayed corpses rose simultaneously, stumbling off the bus and shuffling toward the village. The second they left the bus, a notification chimed in my ear. Driver Gu Pingxing successfully delivered 3 decayed corpses to Huanggang Village. Earned 6 bus tokens. Broadcast to all sectors. Gu Pingxing is the first driver in Sector 6 to complete a passenger delivery. Awarded. Title: Commuter Benchmark, plus 20 attribute points to distribute. Commuter Benchmark. Passengers naturally have a favorable impression of you, reducing the chances of disturbances on the bus. Before I even had time to distribute the attribute points, Li Ruyao and I got off the bus. Perhaps it was due to the title's effects, but one of the decayed corpses actually turned and nodded at me, as if greeting me. Without hesitation, I pulled out the infinite chainsaw and hit the switch. The shrill roar of the engine cracked through the air as I swung it towards the corpse's waist. The corpse froze mid-motion, its torso severed cleanly in half, convulsing as it hit the ground. Its upper body continued to crawl forward, clearly not fully deceased. I followed up with another slice, severing its head completely. From the remains, a bus token dropped onto the ground. Li Ruoyao joined in, her figure flashing forward as her machete drew a silver arc, decapitating a mid-grade regular corpse in one strike. Unfortunately, no bus token this time. Only one corpse remained. It let out a guttural roar and lunged forward. Li Ruoyao smirked coolly and activated her enhanced strike. Strength surged through her body instantaneously. With both hands gripping the machete, she struck downward from above her head. The impact felt as clean as slicing through a ripe watermelon. The decayed corpse split neatly in two, its insides and blood scattering across the ground with a stench that made my nose wrinkle. A second later, a bus token clattered to the ground. Adding the 2 tokens from this encounter, that brought my total to 9. We climbed back aboard the bus as Luo Xiaoxue ran over eagerly. So, did you get any bus tokens? Yup, I nodded. 2 tokens from the 2 top-grade regular corpses. She grinned triumphantly. Told you my idea was solid. You thought it was sketchy before. How about now? Totally worth it, I said, ruffling her hair. Luo Xiaoxue didn't dodge. Her eyes narrowed in comfort like a cat being petted. Li Ruyao suddenly reached into my shirt and pinched me on the waist. Her eyes betrayed a hint of jealousy. I swallowed nervously and leaned toward her, whispering, "Jealous? How about tonight? I'll make it up to you, all right." Thinking of last night, she glared at me, her face visibly warming. Noticing something was off, Luo Xiaoxue stuck out her tongue, muttering "pervert," then ran off with flushed cheeks. Further away, Lu Xiaofeng watched with envy. She probably wanted to be patted on the head too. The bus then headed away from Huanggang Village and back to the main road. I decided to head to Road Junction 2. Road Junction 3 would face a zombie horde at night. While surviving was possible, it would waste too much iron ingots, which were crucial for early-stage vehicle repairs. Stock was already tight, so I decided to conserve. Back on the bus, I considered distributing my attribute points. I had 20 points, but knew not to stack them solely into physique. Anything that relied on my talents or various skills drained stamina too, and stamina could only be recovered by sitting to rest or sleeping. Standing idle didn't help. Thus, stamina was just as critical. Agility was equally life or death. If I couldn't move fast enough in dangerous situations, I'd be a goner for sure. Spirit and health points couldn't directly be increased with ordinary attribute points. Spirit was likely a fixed or special attribute that required specific upgrades, while health percentage was tied to physique. Raising physique indirectly boosted the health cap. After some thinking, I decided to split the points. +10 to physique, +5 to agility, and +5 to stamina. Due to my passive trait that doubles physique gains, my physique immediately increased by 20. I opened my stats panel for a quick check. Stats panel. Player, Gu Pingsheng bus driver. Sector 6. Bus ID, 15,200. Talent, S-Class talent, daily check-in. Health, 100%. Physique, 54. Base, 27, plus 100% additional. Agility, 18. Stamina, 10 out of 16. Spirit, 80 out of 100. Skill, aerial slash. Title, commuter benchmark. Status, excellent. Noticing commuter benchmark, I rubbed my nose, feeling a bit awkward. With 54 in physique, I was already more than 5 times stronger than an average person, closing in on Li Ruiyao's level. Still, I knew her physique boosted far faster than mine. With her tenfold modifier, just 1 plus 10 physique card would skyrocket her to 190. I opened the chat channel, where discussions about passengers were raging. What's this passenger thing? Are we really supposed to pick people up? Can a bus even carry anyone in this freaking zombie zone? It actually might. I mean, buses are meant to carry passengers after all, right? No, I'm saying, this cursed zone is crawling with zombies. Are we supposed to pick up zombies or what? Guys, it hit me. Did you pass any bus stations? There are creepy standing humanoid things, not quite zombies, but different. They just stand there quietly and don't attack as long as there's no bus in sight. I think those might be the passengers. You know, now that you mention it, I ran into something like that yesterday too. But who would have thought it was actually a passenger? Yeah, what if it gets on the bus and attacks someone? That Gu Pingxing guy is impressive. Already announced server-wide twice now. I seriously respect Gu Pingxing. He's practically gambling with everyone's lives on that bus. Gambling. The corners of my mouth quirked up. If it weren't for Lin Xunan giving us the heads up, I might have been just like the other drivers, closing the doors and pulling away. The entire station's clues were thanks to her intel, and I've kept that firmly in mind. Lin Xunan, is there something you want? I spoke plainly. Huanggang Station was your doing, and I've earned a bunch of rewards because of it. If you need anything, I'll let you spend all 9 of my bus tokens. Lin Xunan eagerly leaned over to browse the shop and let out a light hiss, saying it was just what she should have done anyway. Then, giving me a look, followed by a sly glance at Li Ruiyao, she suddenly smiled meaningfully. If we can save up 20 bus tokens, I'd like to get a private bedroom, she said. I paused, taken aback. A bedroom. Lin Xunan clarified. Yeah, one of those bunk rooms for 6 people. Sleeping on a chair these past few nights has been rough. Nodding, I agreed. Yeah, a proper bedroom would definitely be better for resting. But trust Lin Xunan to throw in a cheeky comment. And it'd also give the class president and class leader some private space, huh? Li Ruoyao instantly turned red, stammering that Lin should stop spouting nonsense. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Xunan smirked. Oh, I thought you two had a thing. Since you don't, mind if I go for the class president myself? Li Ruoyao exploded, blurting, no way. With a smug chuckle, Lin said, that's not for the class leader to decide. It's up to the class president, isn't it? Then, as if to seal her point, she playfully batted her eyes at me. I was rendered silent. Sure, Li Ruiyao and Lu Xiaofeng having a crush on me was believable. But Lin Xunan was way too sharp and pragmatic for me to think she was genuinely interested. Lin Xunan suddenly let it go with a laugh. Just kidding, class leader. No need to get so worked up. It's settled then. If we get 20 bus tokens, we'll convert them into a bedroom. I agreed, remarking how rough it was lately without an actual bed. Having no better option, Li Ruiyao muttered her acceptance. Yet the moment private space crossed her mind, her cheeks quietly flushed again. By midday, the bus pulled over to the roadside. Everyone climbed out to stretch and soak in a bit of sunshine. After lunch, I went back to the trading market to scavenge for more resources. Li Ruiyao and I still had enough provisions for now, but the other students were running low. We'd have to ration even more carefully. Our energy cores were sufficient for now, but upgrading the bus to level 3 required 2 of them, and crafting a new water condenser needed 1, leaving me with exactly 3, all accounted for. So, you're really planning to trade a bunch of food for iron ingots and leather? Li Ruiyao asked me as she walked alongside me. Yeah, I nodded. I feel like upgrading the bus is our #1 priority. Newbie protection ends tomorrow, and who knows what'll happen after that. Looking up at the sky, I could feel a foreboding chill despite the midday sun. The temperatures were already dropping, hinting at the encroaching cold front. Chat channels were buzzing with confirmations of the drop. By the end of lunch, I'd managed to scrape together enough materials. While we hadn't been fortunate enough to encounter stations producing iron ingots, wood, or leather ourselves, other bus teams had. I traded food, cigarettes, and alcohol, the latter two being ridiculously high-value commodities. Believe it or not, a single pack of cigarettes was worth more than a bottle of water. Before upgrading, I had everyone store one portion of supplies next to the dashboard and keep an extra ration on hand, just in case something went wrong and we were stranded without food. With the preparations in place, I threw the iron ingots, leather, and other materials into the upgrade interface and hit the upgrade button without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the bus came alive with a blinding glow and a violent shudder. The vehicle bulked up noticeably, its length now pushing close to 20 meters and its width expanding to 5, practically the size of a single city lane. The girls gasped in awe once more, still caught in the dreamlike wonder of it all. The strangest part? The bloodstains and zombie debris once caked on the bus were gone, replaced by a pristine, polished metal exterior. System notice. Congratulations to player Gu Pingxing for upgrading their bus to level 3. Rewards, Blueprint, Furnace Blueprint. New function unlocked. Acceleration, ***. I examined the new rewards. Furnace Blueprint, high quality, iron grade. Requirements, stone times 100, iron ingot times 100, fire energy stone times 1, energy core times 1. Functions, cooks food and smelts metal. Effectively ventless, making it safe for enclosed spaces. Requires wood as a fuel source. Acceleration function, in moments of danger, press the acceleration button to double the speed for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours, ***. The furnace blueprint seemed incredibly useful, and the acceleration ability would be crucial in a pinch, but with a cooldown that long, only as a last resort. I opened the bus management panel. Bus interface, ***. Name, ***, peaceful journey. Number, *15200. Level, *3. Quality, common/medium. Passengers, 41. Speed, 60 km per hour. Durability, 30/30. Upgrade requirements, iron ingots times 100. Steel times 10. Energy cores times 3. Bus tokens times 10. Upgrade rewards, Speed increases to 80 km per hour. Durability increases to 40. Defense slightly improved. Random blueprint times 1. One additional function unlocked. Current functions, disassemble. Module shop. Acceleration. Disassemble * break down larger materials into basic resources. For instance, a regular table breaks down into wooden parts. Module shop * allows for the purchase of optional bus modules. Team, designed for vehicle modification. Acceleration, double speed for a brief 5-minute period with a 24-hour cooldown. I got back into the bus and glanced at the rear seats. Somehow, there were now 2 additional rows of seats. The capacity increased from 50 to 58 passengers. There was also more empty space, and in the future, those areas could fit a bedroom or even a bathroom. I felt pretty satisfied about this upgrade, but advancing to level 4 was going to be tough. The energy cores alone required 3 of them, plus 10 bus tokens. Steel was manageable since it was available for trade on the market, but the energy cores and bus tokens were the real bottleneck. Just then, a girl with short, dyed blonde hair walked up to me. "Hey, class rep." She lightly patted me on the shoulder, her smile casual and carefree. Her name was Zhao Yuding. She wasn't bad-looking, had a figure that turned heads, and dressed boldly. Some people in class used to spread dirty rumors about her, but she never explained herself. Instead, she became even more unapologetically confident. I always thought of her as a bit of a wild card, but oddly enough, her grades were actually pretty solid. "Zhao Yuding? What's up?" I was a little surprised since we hardly interacted. "I heard you've got cigarettes and a lighter. I'm craving a smoke. Can you lend me a pack and a lighter?" She said it so casually, like she was asking for a bottle of water. "What are you offering in return?" I shot back, blocking her with one sentence. Zhao Yuding immediately stepped closer, her chest nearly brushing against my arm. Her perfume was overwhelming, making me almost dizzy. "Class rep, don't be so cold. I'll Compensate you. What do you want in return? She squinted slightly, her motives all too clear. If she could get close to me, become my girlfriend in this survival world scenario, her life would obviously get easier. She had already figured it out. Power on this bus was in the hands of the class council, and they all revolved around me. Over time, she had observed it. Most of the girls in the class secretly admired me and had crushes on me. I was the center of authority for the entire class, holding the power, even the ability to kick someone off this bus. If our class was a small kingdom, I was the ruler whose word was law. Sorry. Without giving away any emotions, I pulled my hand back. That won't work. For a moment, Zhao Yuding was speechless. Pretending to be hurt, she tried to pout. Class rep, you think I'm dirty? For the record, I've never been with anyone before. Cut it out, Sister Ting. I chuckled and still tossed her a pack of cigarettes. You can owe me, but when we have more supplies later, you'll need to pay me back. Same value. Got it. Zhao Yuding's eyes lit up instantly as she quickly took the pack. Thanks, class rep. I promise I'll get off at future stops to scavenge for resources. Oh, and I've got that weapon you gave me. I'll definitely find a way to repay you. At this moment, Li Ruiyao noticed something was off and walked over. Zhao Yuding immediately made herself scarce, but not before calling out. Class rep, if you ever want, I can, you know. I'm serious. I've never done it before. What were you two talking about, Gu Pingxing? Li Ruiyao's voice was calm, but her eyes were laser-focused on the words, never done it before. What's wrong, my Ruiyao, feeling jealous again? I pulled her into my arms, my hands casually roaming. Humph. Li Ruiyao glared at me. You're out here making trouble, and I'm not allowed to get jealous? I explained quietly. She just wanted to borrow some smokes. Relax, there's nothing between us. Fine then. Li Ruiyao eased up a little. We stayed close together, hugging like a pair of teenagers hopelessly in love. Her warmth and fragrance stirred something in me, and I couldn't help but think I needed to gather enough bus tokens to get myself a private, lockable room. Not far away, a few other girls saw us. Lin Xionan's eyes twinkled as she teased. Check it out. The class rep and the student committee head. A group of girls immediately gathered around, keeping their distance while sneaking peeks. Oh my god, this is so sweet. I'm gonna die shipping them. I knew something was going on between them. Guess I was right. Is the class rep's hand a little too daring? Even I feel hot just watching. Jessen, you thirsty little thing. Shut up. I'm not thirsty. The sun bore down on us after lunchtime, and the girls' teasing grew rowdier and louder. Someone even muttered, are we kind of intruding on them? Li Ruiyao froze for a second after hearing this, caught between embarrassment and awkwardness. She tried to pull away, but I grabbed her tighter. Ignore them. We'll hug if we want to hug. They're just jealous of you. After thinking for a moment, Li Ruiyao decided I had a point. It was all just other girls, right? Nothing to be concerned about. She didn't just stay put. Instead, she held her head high and puffed out her chest a little, more carefree than ever. The afternoon passed much the same as before. After a 30-minute break, the bus continued its journey. Later, I received a new station alert. Intersection 2. Driver Gu Pingxing. The next stop will be Yin Village Station. Everyone had somewhat recovered after their midday rest, and Lin Xiaonan quickly shut her eyes to use her special divine prompt ability. Station name, Yin Village. Difficulty, extremely high. There is a mid-tier bronze-level ghost lying in wait above the station platform. It doesn't actually want to board the bus. It's trying to trick the bus into stopping and opening the door so it can board and devour people. As long as you don't stop the bus or open the doors, you should be fine. However, if you manage to kill it, you'll earn 50 bus tokens. Pay the tokens. I lowered my voice and asked, are there passengers at the station? There are, but it's not a passenger, Lin Xiaonan said, her face tense. It's here to trick us into opening the door. The girls went blank after hearing this. So sinister, pretending to be a passenger to make us stop. Middle bronze level. That sounds way tougher than high black iron. Can we even fight it? Li Ruiyao was driving at the moment. I kept my eyes on the road ahead and said, don't stop later. Stick to the left side and drive past. Don't give it a chance. A heaviness settled in my heart. Stops like this where there are passengers are the easiest to lower your guard, only to step straight into a trap. 10 minutes later, we arrived at Yin Village Station. On the platform steps stood a giant, humanoid-like black creature. It exuded a bone-chilling coldness, its blood-red eyes locked intensely onto the bus. Player Gu Pingxing spotted a vengeful spirit. Mental strength -3. My heart tensed up. Just looking at it drained mental strength. This thing wasn't just for show. What made it even creepier was that the vengeful spirit lifted its arm and waved at us like any regular passenger signaling the bus. The other girls on the bus turned pale as well, their mental strength visibly affected. Zhang Keek's voice trembled. It can wave. It looks so human-like, but just one glance at it makes me feel awful. Lin Xunan said grimly. The high difficulty level is clear. Even with all of us combined, we're not necessarily a match for a middle bronze creature. At best, we can handle a high black iron creature, and that's only because of Ruiyao. The difference between normal and bronze is 2 whole tiers, I said. If we later get the chance to boost Ruiyao's physique, we might have a shot at bronze-level creatures. And one more thing, Pingsheng, Lin Xunan lowered her voice. I used insight earlier. That vengeful spirit has a physique of 320 points. My eyelid twitched. I only had 54 points. No wonder we'd struggle even with everyone on the bus combined. I couldn't help but think of Huanggang Village. What kind of monsters with what absurd stats were there that made it a guaranteed death trap? An hour later, another bus passed Een Village Station. Manager, that creature on the platform looks like the passenger people were talking about in the chat. Should we? The assistant reminded softly. This bus belonged to a sales department from Deep City, the driver being manager Chen Jianxing. Chen Jianxing had a silent, teary-eyed woman in his arms, stark naked and clearly the most attractive employee on the bus. After being transported to this bus survival world, Chen Jianxing had completely dropped his facade. He'd taken over several female employees, humiliating them in front of others, and even forcing people to share. Anyone who resisted was thrown off the bus. What do you think we should do? Chen Jianxing squinted at the assistant. There are reports of buses picking up creatures. Rumor has it Gu Pingxing discovered that dropping them off at the designated location earns rewards, the assistant said. The vengeful spirit on the platform gestured at them with its hand. Chen Jianxing hesitated but decided to take the gamble. Just one creature. There were over 40 people on the bus. If something went wrong, they could subdue it. The previous creatures they encountered weren't strong. 20 or so men with weapons were more than enough to deal with them. Let it board, Chen Jianxing ordered coldly. Kill it if things get weird. The assistant approached and opened the door. The vengeful spirit stepped onto the bus, its mouth curving into a sinister smile. In the next moment, it swung its claws, tearing apart the woman on Chen Jianxing's lap. Hot blood splattered across his face. Global announcement. Player Chen Jianxing is the first bus driver in Area 6 to lead a complete party wipeout. Warning, taking on passengers is risky. Ensure they are harmless or that you can overpower them. The first completely wiped out bus. I froze. The girls, who had been whispering quietly, fell silent instantly, their faces pale. This wasn't 1 or 2 deaths, it was everyone on the bus. The atmosphere in the bus became stifling as if the air had been compressed. My chest tightened, but I forced myself to stay calm. Everyone, I suspect their bus let on a dangerous passenger. Like the creature at Een Village Station earlier, the global announcement is cautioning us about the risks of taking on passengers. I think so too. Fortunately, Xionan's talent can help us with this. We won't have to worry about passenger issues for now. Li Ruiyao sighed in relief. So horrible. A whole bus of dozens of people wiped out. It's terrifying. One of the girls broke down, crying softly. The emotions spread like a contagion, and one by one, the girls started sobbing. Will the same thing happen to us someday? I'm so scared. This world is too terrifying. I want to go back to our old school life. Lu Xiaofang raised her voice. Everyone, don't panic. We have our class monitor and committee members. We're definitely going to make it through safely. Zhao Yuding joined in. Exactly. Stay positive. As long as we listen to the class monitor's plans, we'll survive. His talents are so strong. She met my eyes and even threw me a flirtatious glance. I just hope my parents are okay. I wonder if they have good talents over there. Someone suddenly choked up. The atmosphere grew heavy again. I just want my parents to stay safe. I'm worried about them too. My sister and brother, I muttered. And our counselor, Ms. Jiang. Wonder which group she's in, someone asked. Probably with the staff group, another speculated. Their counselor, Jiang Mingyue, was both beautiful and cold. She wasn't much of a talker, but was genuinely caring toward her students. As the class president, I often ran errands for her and, in private, casually called her Sister Jiang. Not sure if we'll bump into her in Zone 6, I sighed. Lin Xiaonan suppressed his emotions. There's no use overthinking. They're probably more worried about us. For now, we just have to survive ourselves. Nightfall came quickly. When the sun disappeared, the familiar danger returned. Zombies began spawning around the bus, pressing in like a tightening vice. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, circling the road to avoid heavily clustered areas and conserve durability. The reminder about the afternoon's team wipe was still fresh, stabbed deep into all of our minds. The bus was silent as fear permeated the air. The newbie protection period only lasted 3 days. No one dared think about what came after. Not even half an hour passed when, out of nowhere, a giant zombie over 2 meters tall loomed into view, standing defiantly in the middle of the road. The oversized zombie turned its head at the sound of the bus, its scarlet eyes locking on the vehicle like magnets to steel. It stood like an immovable wall. Its massive, deformed right arm was as thick as a torso while its left arm hung limply, resembling a shriveled tree branch. A mutated zombie. Alarm bells rang in my head. It raised its head, letting out a thunderous roar before charging toward the bus with its oversized arms swinging violently. Each step caused tremors, and the sheer force sent vibrations through the ground. There was no time to evade. The bus was an obvious target, and the zombie made its purpose clear. It was planning to ram us head-on. We hadn't encountered anything on this level the past few days. Was the newbie period really ending? And was the difficulty ramping up? Gu Pingsheng, watch out. Lin Xiaonan's voice shot out. That's a charger zombie. It'll deliberately crash into vehicles or people. Black iron grade, body stat of 63. 63. My gaze steadied. Weaker than Royale. Let's see which one of us is sturdier. I jammed on the accelerator. The engine roared as the speedometer jumped from 60 to 120. The bus hurtled forward like a steel monster, aiming for a direct collision. The bus cabin turned utterly silent. Not a single girl dared to breathe. Clenching the steering wheel with white-knuckled determination, I locked my eyes on the zombie's dark figure as it grew closer. Asterisk bang. Boom. Asterisk. The crash erupted like an explosion. The entire vehicle quaked violently, and the windshield cracked into a spiderweb pattern. The charger was sent flying, tumbling backward while howling in agony. Its enormous body rolled under the bus as we drove over it, eliciting screams from the passengers. A few seconds later, the bus fell silent again. I eased off the accelerator, letting out a shaky breath. The windshield stayed cracked, but didn't shatter. It could hold up for now. Peering into the rearview mirror, I saw the zombie convulsing in the distance, 2 bus tokens, and a black chest lying nearby. My heart itched greedily, but stepping out there with other zombies nearby was a death wish. The durability gauge dropped from 30 to 27. 3 points in a single impact. It was significant. If 10 more of those guys came tonight, and we didn't make repairs, we'd be screwed. Pulling out some iron ingots, I quickly patched the bus's durability back up. Usually, regular zombies only drained 1 point of durability after running over dozens or even hundreds of them. This thing was on a whole other level. Luckily, no others like it showed up for the rest of the route. Phew. I almost died of fright. Luo Xiaoxiu sighed dramatically, clutching her chest. Her face was pale as a sheet. Good thing the class president upgraded the bus these past couple days. If it was still level 1, who knows if it would have held up, Su Yuer added, equally pale, but with fewer words. By midnight, the bus turned quiet again. Many of the girls had drifted into uneasy slumber, faint snores floating softly through the cabin. We temporarily parked by the roadside, rotating shifts. This time, Lu Xiaofeng took over driving. The rest adjusted their seats for some shut-eye. I found my place near the back and leaned into it for some rest. Li Ruiyao joined me, taking the seat beside me. I wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. She rested her head on my shoulder. Ruiyao, as per our agreement, I'll be your pillow tonight. Go on and sleep, I said softly. Thank you, Pingsheng, she murmured, a smile tugging at her lips. But no sooner had she shut her eyes than she frowned. Something was bothering her. After a brief pause, she sat upright. Like this, I really can't fall asleep, she mumbled, glancing at me from the corner of her eye. My grin was incorrigible. Blame yourself for being too attractive. This is pure biology. Who's calling you their sweetheart here, huh? Shameless, she retorted, but her flushed ears betrayed her words. As our playful banter carried on, tension melted into a softer, fleeting warmth, until a cold, mechanical voice abruptly cut through the air. Good evening, everyone. This is your friendly host, Heavenly Dao. Welcome once more to the bus world. I released Li Ruiyao immediately. The previously sleeping passengers bolted upright, fear gripping the cabin as chaos ensued. Good news. The newbie protection period is officially over. Aren't you excited? Excited your mother. You shameless Heavenly Dao. Luo Xiaoxue exploded, hands on her hips. Suiwer tugged nervously at her. Xiaoxue stopped shouting. What if it hears you and strikes you dead? Xiaoxue hesitated, her bravado faltering. Though she kept grumbling under her breath, her courage had clearly taken a nosedive. I understand many of you hate me, I get it. With the protection period gone, things will only get harsher. But I genuinely hope you all survive. Now, for an update on the past 3 days casualty report. Out of 100 billion players, 5 billion have perished, along with the complete destruction of 90,000 buses. Most of these 5 billion deaths include the elderly, infants, patients with critical illnesses, and individuals with disabilities. There were also those who succumbed to killed at home. Your death rate should have been below 1%, but your weakness and despicable nature have driven it higher. Hearing this, I let out a heavy sigh. The celestial voice may be harsh, but it's not wrong. Many people weren't killed by monsters, but died from infighting. Thinking of Zhang Ziheo's group and what happened with Huang Ting, my gaze turned colder. On the chat channels, everyone was talking about how many bus drivers had started acting like tyrants. Some were treating the pretty women on their buses like mere playthings. To establish their dominance, some drivers reportedly threw disobedient troublemakers off the bus right then and there. The heavenly voice continued, now announcing the comprehensive rankings of regional buses. Evaluation criteria, average player strength on the bus, ranking of top players, average living standard, bus level, monster kill count, passenger count, etc. Rewards will be handed out based on rankings. Rewards are divided into 5 tiers. Rank 1, Rank 2 to 100, Rank 101, 1000, and all other ranks. I wonder what rank our bus holds in Region 6, I muttered, throat tight. But with 3 S-tier talents on our bus, I wasn't completely uneasy. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus ranks first in Region 6. Keep up the good work. Rewards for all passengers, 15 points in any attribute per person, plus 10 additional backpack slots. Additional rewards for driver Gu Pingsheng, energy core times 5, skill books times 3, compressed biscuits times 100, 500 milliliters bottled water times 100. I nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. These rewards were absolutely insane. Every passenger gets attribute points and extended backpack slots, directly increasing overall combat ability and resource gathering capacity. At stops with abundant resources, it would mean double the gains. The real treasures, however, were the energy cores and the skill books. I immediately opened my backpack and pulled out the skill books. Skill book, Mysterious Chi Shield. Quality, High Iron. Learning time, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Effect, generates a shield for yourself and all nearby allies, capable of blocking damage below high iron quality for 5 seconds. My eyes lit up. This wasn't just a single-person skill. It could shield the entire group. In critical moments, it could save everyone's lives. No wonder it was classified under high iron quality. The other 2 skill books were Willow Bind and Farmer's Triple Punch. Willow Bind allowed you to restrain enemies with willow branches, locking them in place. Farmer's Triple Punch delivered a burst of damage with the next 3 punches, though its maximum potential likely couldn't compare to a singular high-tier skill. Before I could assign the attributes or distribute the skills, the celestial voice continued. Rewards distributed. The protection period has ended. Survival difficulty will now escalate. Here are the updated rules. 1. You've already experienced your bus stalling. From now on, stalls will no longer occur at a fixed time, 7 a.m., but could happen at any moment. The rule remains. Leave the bus within 2 minutes, and nothing will happen. 2. Zombies have been keeping you running at night, haven't they? From now on, zombies will spawn during the day as well. While their numbers will be lower than at night, they'll still be deadly. Additionally, monsters tailing each bus will now move at speeds of 20 kilometers per hour, and they won't rest. Unleveled buses, good luck. 3. Starting tomorrow, the final night of every week will be a blood moon. During the blood moon, the moon will turn crimson, and zombie/monster numbers will skyrocket, with their difficulty doubling as well. Enjoy the chaos. 7 days from now, a wave of deaths is inevitable. 4. There are too few stops, so a major update is rolling out. Stops will now have categories, and additional special stops will be introduced, such as forced special stops. Ordinary resource stops contain supplies with relatively low danger. Passenger stops, people will be waiting. You can choose to pick them up or not. Forced stops, passing by requires the bus to shut off, forcing players to disembark for an exploratory duration. Other categories, you'll encounter them soon enough. 5. The map will also be updated. Service areas, more villages, and towns will be added. Expect extreme weather patterns, including cold snaps and heat waves. In line with these harsher rules, resource spawns will increase significantly. Treasure chests could even appear anywhere along the highway. Feeling moved? Hurry up and get stronger, players. Update complete. By the next major update, I hope you're all still alive. The moment the announcement stopped, the bus fell silent. This wasn't good news. This was a taste of sugar, followed by a swing of a massive bat. So buses can now stall at random times? What do we do if we're surrounded by a zombie horde and the bus suddenly stalls? Zhang Keek's voice trembled. Then we'll have no choice but to fight our way out, Li Ruiyao replied, suppressing her panic. We'll kill whatever's in our way, hold out until the stall ends, and scramble back onto the bus to escape. Zombies during the day now? That means even daytime excursions won't be safe, Luo Xiaoxue sighed. If we're like this, others will fare even worse, Su Yuera whispered, a shudder in her tone. And then there's the blood moon. I stared at the last update message, forcibly swallowing my fear. With more resources and treasure spawns, survival will now be tied to risk-taking. To stay alive, we'll need to explore stops more frequently and grow stronger. After speaking, I set the 3 skill books on the table. The moment I took out the skill books, the girls nearby couldn't help but lock their eyes on them. I raised my hand and announced, these 3 skill books will now be distributed. Amidst their anticipation, I first handed the Farmer's Triple Punch to Zhang Kiki. Kiki, this will work better with your gigantification ability. You'll hit even harder. Thank you, class rep. Zhang Kiki accepted it with a smile. Li Ruiyao remained calm. She had already secured the more powerful, mighty strike, so she was confident. Next, I looked at Luo Xiaoxue and Lin Xiaonan. One was responsible for healing, the other for intelligence. Both were key roles. Mystic Chi Shield goes to Xiaonan, I said firmly. Your talent, divine insight, lets you see the overall situation. You'll know best when the shield should go up. Thank you, class rep. Lin Xiaonan accepted the book, his expression turning serious. That left only Willowbind. When Luo Xiaoxue met my gaze, her eyes immediately lit up, as if she'd been waiting for this moment. Xiaoxue, this skill consumes stamina rather than physique. The sustained bind will continuously drain stamina. I'm giving this to you, but you'll need to allocate more points to stamina. Your healing also demands stamina. Got it, boss class rep. I promise I won't hold the team back. Most of the class committee already had their skills distributed, except for Qintong. She'd have to wait until we came across a skill that better suited her abilities. Just as the notification sound faded, hordes of zombies began gathering outside in the night, relentlessly crashing into the bus. This wasn't just a might-die scenario. It was a constant fight for survival. Lin Xiaonan lowered his voice and said, "We can't sleep too deeply. No one knows when the bus might stall. We need people on watch, and we can't have too few staying up," I responded. If it's just the driver and a couple of others awake, and the bus stalls for 2 minutes without being addressed, someone could easily get left on board. After I said this, the bus fell eerily silent. Someone quickly suggested, let's split into 8 groups, 5 people per group, and take turns on watch. If the bus stalls, the watchers wake up the other 4 people in their group immediately to ensure we act fast. Li Ruiyao added, our class has about 40 people. 8 groups of 5 work perfectly, with one group of 6 left over. Having at least 1/5 of the class awake at any time minimizes risks. With no hesitation, everyone quickly organized into groups. Though the bus stalling was unlikely, even one such incident could cost lives. I ended up in a group with Li Ruyao, Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, Lin Xunan, and Zhang Kiki. We could take turns driving. Luo Xiaoxue, Sui Wei'er, Chen Tonger, Yang Jiesin, and Wang Jiechi formed another group, 5 petite girls, all about 4 feet 11 inches, who frequently hung out together. Attribute points were allocated next. Li Ruiyao poured all 15 points into physique. Her physique scaling was absurdly high. Those 15 points ballooned into 150. Her original physique was 90. Now, it shot up to 240. Even a black iron tier zombie might not survive a single hit from her. Bronze tier ones would struggle too. I chose a more balanced approach. 9 points to physique, 3 to agility, 3 to stamina. Physique now sat at 72, agility at 21, and stamina at 19. The other girls were busy debating how to allocate their points. Most chose to prioritize physique, afraid that a single zombie hit could be fatal. Luo Xiaoxue went against the grain, dumping all 15 points into stamina. The more stamina she had, the more her healing could endure. Of course, she'd need others to protect her. She wasn't built to fight on the front lines. Suddenly, a charger zombie appeared in front of the bus. Lu Xiaofeng's hands were visibly sweating. "Relax. Just ram it. It's no big deal," I said to steady her. Lu Xiaofeng stepped on the gas, and the bus slammed into the charger zombie. But this time, without accelerating first, the impact wasn't as severe as before. These charging zombies showed up repeatedly throughout the night, hardly giving us a break. Each kill dropped a few bus tokens, but with so many zombies swarming below, we didn't dare step outside to collect them. Neither Li Ruyao nor I had the bandwidth to think about anything else. Eventually, Li Ruyao fell asleep, resting her head on my lap. Pulling her close, I drifted off with her as well. At 6 a.m., the daily sign-in notification chimed right on time. Day 4 signed it. Reward 1, Random Black Iron Skill X1. Reward 2, 500 milliliters bottles of Nongfu Spring Mineral Water X 300. Reward 3, Bus Tokens X 50. Reward 4, Bus Module, Magnetic Coin Collector. Magnetic Coin Collector, Quality, Gold Tier. When the bus passes by, it has a 20% chance to automatically pull in bus tokens within a 50-meter radius. Evaluation. With this, no more risking your life stepping outside at night to collect coins. The moment I registered the rewards, I was wide awake. Especially the Black Iron Skill and Gold Tier module, they were lifesavers. I immediately opened the module shop. It contained all sorts of items like barrier spikes and bulletproof bus armor, but the prices were outrageous. Most of the time, I just browsed, knowing I couldn't afford them. The prices were terrifying. The magnetic coin collector alone cost 1,000 bus tokens. Then again, it made sense. Gold tier modules were insanely powerful. Installing this one felt like securing a reliable revenue stream. The method is simple. The bus coins will practically jump into your pocket themselves. The quality of bus modules isn't finely divided. They're categorized into broad levels like common, black iron, and bronze. What's trickier is that you can't just buy golden level modules whenever you want. It depends on your bus's current quality. A common quality bus can only buy common and black iron modules. If your bus hasn't reached silver tier, you can forget about getting close to the door of a golden tier magnetic coin collector. To upgrade your bus's quality, you have only 2 options: level up the bus itself or keep buying and installing modules to power it up. I didn't hesitate. I immediately chose Reward 4. It's 1,000 bus coins. Missing out on this would be downright foolish. Last night, it wasn't just the charger zombies that dropped coins. Higher quality zombies also had a chance to drop bus coins. Doing the math, I nearly felt a pang of regret. Over 10 hours, I must have missed picking up at least dozens. If I had the magnetic coin collector, I could have reliably snagged over 10 coins in just one night. And on a blood moon day, the yield would be even crazier. Once I selected Reward 4, a U-shaped magnet-like device appeared out of nowhere at the back of the bus. Inside the bus, a new box emerged. The coins drawn in by the magnet would automatically be deposited into the box. I opened the box and saw that it could be upgraded. Magnetic coin collector. Quality, golden. Upgrade requirement, 5,000 bus coins. Upgrade effect, success rate increases from 20% to 50%, quality upgrades to platinum tier. Note, all modules on the bus can consume bus coins for upgrades to. I muttered to myself, so modules can upgrade themselves. Does this mean the ones from the mall can be upgraded too? Before long, the girls started waking up one after another. They rubbed their tired eyes, yawning and wearing the exhaustion of an all-nighter on their faces. At this moment, Jean Kiki was driving. The bus rolled steadily along the road. There were only a few zombies here and there, wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Driver Gu Pingsheng. The upcoming station is a commandeer stop named Original Iron Factory. Original Iron Factory? My eyes lit up. Just from the name, it sounded like a spot rich in iron resources, likely the kind of supplies we badly needed. Lin Xiaonan immediately used her divine prompt talent to scout ahead. She said in a low voice, "The station has a low to medium difficulty. There are iron golems guarding it, at least 15 of them. The strongest one is likely black iron tier, but Ruo Yao should be able to handle it. There's plenty of iron inside, some made of raw iron and some high-density iron ingots. We can bring them back to the bus, disassemble them, and collect raw materials from the raw iron and ingots." Li Ruoyao curiously asked, "Raw iron? You mean the kind that needs to go into a furnace for smelting?" Lin Xiaonan nodded. "Probably, but we'll need to see it up close for clear confirmation." I nodded too, my mind already planning ahead. "All right, it's decided. Let's raid this station and grab as much iron as we can. Anyone ready to fight, stand up." As soon as I finished speaking, a wave of people stood up, way more women than before this time. Those who had weapons jumped to their feet. Even those without weapons gritted their teeth and followed along. I counted quickly, 28 people in total. This was more than I'd expected, which boosted my confidence in the plan significantly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Kiki pulled the bus up beside the station. The station was massive. Above it was a factory-shaped structure, and 2 iron golems stood guard at the entrance, both of common tier quality. There was no sign yet of the black iron tier golem, but I was sure it must be lurking inside. I assessed the situation. Black iron tier was something I could probably handle. Zhang Kiki could barely manage. Li Ruoyao? She didn't even have to sweat it. Her physical stats and single strike power were off the charts. Black iron enemies might as well be practice dummies to her. The notification said the station's difficulty was medium to low, further indicating just how absurdly strong she was. The area around the station was eerily free of zombies, like some unseen rules were keeping them at bay. The bus and the girls inside it were safe for now. Our level 3 bus with its locked doors could withstand regular zombies for a good bit of time. The group began disembarking from the bus, 28 people and a single iron golem. Chen Tonger stayed on the bus, commanding her own golem to provide backup. The factory's iron golems noticed us immediately, shifting into combat stances. Li Ruoyao, wielding her giant cleaver, charged straight ahead and swung down in one brutal strike. One of the common tier golems was instantly cleaved into 2. The other one swung a punch toward her. Without missing a beat, she reversed her grip and swung again, slicing clean through its midsection like it was tofu. Damn, the class rep is badass. Luo Xiaoxue's eyes glimmered with admiration. The next second, Li Ruoyao kicked the factory's iron gates. Bang! The gate was sent flying open. Watching this, my eyelid twitched involuntarily. If that kick had landed on me, I'd either have fractures or a bruise the size of Texas. The noise startled something inside the factory. A large horde of iron golems came storming out. Leading them was a massive golem, standing a full 3 meters tall, dragging an enormous broad blade that sent tremors through the ground with each step. Stay sharp. That huge one is a black iron tier. It has 195 points of constitution. Lin Xiaonan shouted. Only 195. Li Ruoyao smirked coldly. The way it showed off, I thought it'd be at least 1,000. Everyone move. Let's help the class rep. I hollered, grabbing my infinite chainsaw and charging forward. I pressed it against a golem and started sawing like my life depended on it. The other women rushed forward with their weapons, and all hell broke loose. Zhang Kiki instantly transformed into her giant form from yesterday. She'd poured all her stat points into constitution and stamina. When in giant form, her constitution tripled, skyrocketing it to over 60 points. She grabbed 2 iron puppets like they were little chicks, one in each hand, swinging them high before smashing them into the ground with full force. Standing a bit behind, Lin Xiaonan kept his eyes on the situation, ready to cast a chi shield for backup at any moment. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue was watching over the injured. Whenever someone got hurt, she'd shout for reinforcements and rush over to treat them herself. In less than 10 minutes, the pile of iron puppets was cleared out. Aside from Li Ruoyao, Zhang Kiki and I managed the most kills. Li Zhan was especially fierce too, taking down at least 2 standard-grade iron puppets on her own. It's clear she put most of her stat points into Constitution. Lu Xiaofeng, however, got hit pretty hard by one of the iron puppets, enough to draw blood at the corners of her mouth. Fortunately, Luo Xiaoxue noticed quickly and pulled her aside for treatment before it turned serious. Right at that moment, Li Ruoyao was locked in fierce combat with a top-tier black iron puppet. Wielding a massive broadsword, she swung heavy blow after heavy blow, forcing her opponent to retreat defensively, barely managing to block with its clunky blade. However, her own sword was subpar, and after repeated strikes, its edge was starting to chip and warp. It was on the verge of breaking down completely. "Huh," she shouted, deciding not to drag it out any longer. Activating a skill for a power boost, she leapt into the air, bringing her blade down furiously on the puppet's head. With a deafening bang, its head exploded, and the puppet crashed to the ground, lifeless. From its remains dropped a skill book, 5 bus coins, and its clunky broadsword. Li Ruoyao quickly scooped everything up. Skill book, Ironclad Summon. Quality, top-tier black iron. Learnable in 20 minutes. 30-minute cooldown after use. Summons 1 top-tier black iron puppet to fight alongside you for 10 minutes. Asterisk asterisk. Exquisite broadsword. Quality, mid-tier black iron. High damage but unwieldy, with average attack speed. Asterisk asterisk. Li Ruoyao's victory was thanks to her quick exploitation of the puppet's sluggish weapon speed, which left it unable to effectively block her attack. She muttered lowly that the skill book should go to Tong. At the same time, I took down a low-tier black iron puppet with my aerial slash. Li Ruoyao handed me the 5 bus coins. Adding them to my inventory, I now had 14 coins in total. Glancing at her broken broadsword, she made a request. "Ping Shum, could I use this broadsword instead? Mine's completely trashed." I agreed right away. "Of course, it's all yours." This mid-tier black iron broadsword, combined with Li Ruoyao's nearly superhuman constitution and her empowered attack skills, meant her damage output would only become even scarier. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "The class rep is insane." That massive puppet went down in one blow, just like that. So this is what an S-rank talent looks like. The girls chirped excitedly in awe. Zhao Yuding's eyes darted mischievously. But the class president's no slouch either. He took down all those bulky iron puppets. Yeah, the class rep and class president are totally our saviors. If only I could be the class president's girlfriend. Don't say stuff like that. The president belongs to the rep. Amid the chatter and noise, I had already stepped into the factory. Inside, piles of iron chunks were stacked high alongside iron weapons and tools. Axes, swords, shovels, pots, and pans, crammed tightly together. "Stop staring and start collecting," I barked, quieting the noise. "Take everything made of iron. Fill up our inventories first, then bring the remaining group from the bus to help haul the rest." Luo Xiaoxue grabbed an iron sword, grinning. "With this many weapons, I think we're finally set." Suiwer couldn't resist being cheeky. "Xiaoxue, that sword's taller than you. Maybe it's time you grew up a little." "Get lost." Luo Xiaoxue shot back, immediately flustered. I prioritized grabbing tools and weapons we could actually use. Iron swords, pickaxes, shovels, and kettles. Their quality was mostly low tier, but the sheer quantity was incredible. Over 100 iron swords alone, with the rest quickly snatched up by the other girls for self-defense. Anything left over, the nameless iron lumps, was hauled back to the bus for dismantling. Each iron chunk could be broken down for 100 to 300 units of raw iron ore. The quality wasn't great. It was mostly crude iron with a lot of impurities. In contrast, dismantling broken iron tools, scrap doors, or puppet limbs yielded iron ingots, some regular, some black iron grade, clearly refined materials. The dropped skill book went straight to Qintong. Since she already had the ability to control iron puppets, this new skill would let her summon even stronger ones, bumping up her combat power by a significant notch. 10 minutes later, the factory had been completely cleaned out. In total, we dismantled iron scraps for over 3,000 raw iron ores, taking up more than 30 inventory spaces. My bag was stuffed to the brim, so the rest of the group helped carry what they could. The remaining iron tools were further broken down, producing over 500 iron ingots, 50 of which were black iron grade. 10 raw iron ores refined into 1 iron ingot. Lin Xunan helpfully reminded us. Li Ruoyao's eyes lit up. So with everything we've gathered here, that's over 800 iron ingots worth, 50 of them black iron. That's not all. Zhang Kiki chimed in excitedly. No one in our class is short on weapons anymore. Some people are carrying 2 or 3 each. Adding tools into the mix, we've probably racked up close to 2,000 ingots worth of gear. The bus station loot really did boost our supplies big time, I said with a slight smile, feeling finally a little relieved after last night's worries. Once the bus started back up, we hadn't traveled far before zombies started showing up again. Initially, I assumed it was just coincidence. But after passing through 2 more stations by late morning, I came to a realization: bus station areas were practically zombie-free. Only after heading some distance away did they start appearing. In that case, getting off the bus to loot at stations isn't really about fearing road zombies. What's truly deadly is the unknown danger lurking inside the station itself. Both of these were just ordinary stations. At the first, I picked up 200 pieces of leather, all standard quality. At the second, I found 7 bus coins. One morning of searching netted me more than the previous 3 days combined. Over lunch, I opened the chat channel, curious to see if other buses were experiencing the same changes. Chat channel, have you guys noticed? Stations are popping up more often, and the loot is way better. Yeah, I came across 2 convenience stores this morning. Food and bottled water were literally piled up. Since my rank broke into the top 1,000 yesterday, I got an extra backpack slot as a reward. So today, I went all out looting. Same here. For stations, and even stumbled across a treasure chest while on the road. Living the dream. We found a treasure chest too. It was black, iron tier quality. But there was a woman in a white dress kneeling right next to it. Our driver got out to grab the chest, only to realize she was a zombie. She ripped him apart in an instant, turned him into red mist. And he's someone who's killed top-quality zombies before. I've seen that white dress zombie too. She was on the roadside. Looked like she was crying, her skin pale as death. She's not like the other zombies that just bash into cars. Much creepier. Higher danger, better rewards. Seems about right. Better upgrade your bus, because the Blood Moon 6 days from now won't be a walk in the park. Anyone seen that freakishly huge zombie with one massive right arm and a tiny left arm? Scared the hell out of me. I saw it demolish a level. One bus with a single hit tore everyone inside to shreds. As expected, most buses were hitting station stops packed with supplies, though that white dress zombie definitely stood out. I mentally filed it away. Looks scary, but probably still no match for Royale. From what I've seen on the chat channel, no other players come close to her strength. She's already over 20 times stronger than an average grown man. Turns out scrolling through the chat does help. You can pick up useful intel. Closing the chat interface, I glanced down at my bus coins, 25 in total. The extra 4 came from the magnetized fare collector absorbing coins as we mowed down mid-tier and premium zombies along the way. As per the deal with Lin Xunan, I plan to spend my first 20 coins on a bedroom. Would you like to spend 20 bus coins to purchase a standard bedroom? Yes. I was curious to see how a bedroom would even fit inside this bus. The moment I confirmed, my perspective shifted. Suddenly, I had an overhead view of the entire bus interior. Everything was laid out at a glance. The front 2 rows were the driver's seat and co-pilot seat. Rows 2 through 12 were the seating area, each row with 4 seats. The last 2 rows were empty. Beyond that was about 7 or 8 meters of open space leading to the restroom. There was still a large and used area between the restroom and the bus's rear. Perfect for installing a bedroom. I chose the left side and installed it directly. A rectangular room materialized seamlessly into the back end of the bus. When my view returned to normal, the girls in the bus were all stunned, turning to stare at the door that had suddenly appeared. "That's the bedroom I just built," I said. Opening the door, I stepped inside. The room was narrow, just as wide as the bus itself. To make it larger, I need to upgrade the vehicle in the future. In the middle of the small space was a large bed, roughly 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long. The room was upgradable too. Bedroom. Quality. Standard. Effect. Resting in the bedroom boosts stamina and mental recovery by 50%. Upgrade requirements. 50 bus coins. Upgrade effect. Further boosts recovery when lying on the bed, plus 50%. Upgraded to Iron Tier. It wasn't just for show. Stamina impacts physical actions and skill usage. Mental strength, though less obvious, drops drastically when you look at certain terrifying entities. Once it hits 0, you lose your mind entirely. In short, stamina, mental strength, and health. Lose any one of these, and you're done for. Spending 20 bus coins to get a room that restores both health and energy? Totally worth it. Hee hee, now that we've got a bedroom, you and the class monitor finally have a private space. Luo Xiaoxua teased with a mischievous smile. Don't talk nonsense. Li Ruiyao shot her a fierce look. I'm not making it up. You two have been making eyes at each other every day. You think we can't tell? Zhao Yuding chimed in, piling on. Class monitor, if you're really not into him, I'm going to make my move. Luo Xiaoxua laughed even louder. After all, the class rep's the only high-quality guy in our class. Who wouldn't be interested? Li Ruiyao, apparently out of comebacks, just shut her mouth tight. I let out a small laugh, reached over, and put my arm around her waist. Stop teasing her. She's shy, I said lightly. Oh, quit pretending. You're already cuddling up, so why keep up the act? It's so sweet it's nauseating. The playful atmosphere was cut short when two dark figures suddenly charged at us from both sides. Bang, bang. The bus shook violently. Everyone inside froze in place. Driver Lin Xiaonan frowned, gripping the steering wheel tightly, trying to stabilize the bus, but it felt like something had punched it hard. An instant later, the bus screeched to an emergency stop, jolting us all. With a low groan, the engine stalled completely. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has stalled. Please ensure no one remains inside within the next 2 minutes. Stall duration, 12 minutes. Everyone was momentarily stunned. I immediately felt my blood run cold. Get out of the bus. It's stalled, someone roared. No one dared to hesitate any longer. Everyone scrambled to rush out, crowding in panic. Don't push me. I'm gonna fall. Push if you have to, just not there. In less than a minute, everyone staggered off the bus. The doors automatically closed behind them. Inside the bus, shadowy movements began to writhe, but the commotion was loud enough to stir things outside as well. 2 chargers came crashing through with a horde of zombies, their red eyes gleaming as they growled. Zombies! Watch out! I shouted. The girls immediately raised their weapons, getting into formation. I pulled out my infinite chainsaw and charged at the closest charger. With a screeching sound, the chainsaw carved into its body but got stuck halfway. I frowned and pressed down harder, forcefully sawing the charger in half. 2 bus tokens clattered to the ground. One near the bus flew up, drawn by magnetism, and disappeared as it stuck to the magnet. The other remained on the floor. I'd have to grab it manually. The zombie horde began surging toward us. Thankfully, it was daytime, so the numbers weren't overwhelming. Li Ruiyao wielded her finely crafted broadsword and took the lead. With each swing, 1 or 2 zombies fell before her, cutting through the horde like she was some kind of battle goddess. Luo Xiaoxua steadied herself and used her willow vine skill to ensnare a charger. As soon as it was locked down, Li Ruiyao leaped and struck down with ferocity. The heavy blade sliced cleanly through, felling the charger instantly. Watching made my skin crawl. I knew she was strong, but seeing it with my own eyes was still unnerving. The other girls weren't as composed. For many, it was their first time fighting zombies up close, and their movements were frantic. Sui Wei was nearly bitten when Lin Xiaonan timed her move perfectly, casting a mystical energy shield. The white shield enveloped everyone, and any zombie that bit into it was immediately repelled. The shield lasts only 5 seconds. Attack now. Don't hesitate, Lin Xiaonan yelled. Everyone sprang into action, landing blows as fast as they could. Zombies went down in waves. By the time the shield dissipated, most of the immediate threat was neutralized. We panted heavily, taking stock of what we'd gained. 3 bus tokens and 2 vials of medicine. I picked up 1 vial and inspected it. Zombie virus serum, common grade superior. Can remove zombie virus from the body. Li Ruoyao explained that it was dropped by high-tier zombies. Lin Xunan assessed that the serum was meant for teams without healing capabilities. It was a lifeline for survivors who got scratched. I, however, couldn't help but grin. We won't need it ourselves. Protect Xiaoxua well and save the serum. It's bound to sell for a high price later. For now, stay alert and keep your eyes peeled. The bus would be stalled for 12 minutes total. After clearing this wave, we were briefly safe, though more zombies could smell us and attack at any time. Later, only 2 or 3 zombies appeared sporadically, all of which were quickly dealt with. The density during daytime was noticeably lower than at night. No one was hurt this time, and we ended up with 3 bus tokens and 2 more serum vials. When the 12 minutes were up, the bus doors slowly opened. Back on the bus. It shouldn't stall again anytime soon. I think, I murmured, though I wasn't entirely confident. Once back on the bus, a thought struck me. Since Lin Xunan had the divine foresight ability, I asked, can you predict when the next stall might happen? If you can. Lin Xunan hesitated for a moment before closing her eyes to concentrate. Everyone watched her intently. Probability of stalling again today, 5%. Probability of stalling tomorrow, 22%. A few minutes later, she shook her head. This is as accurate as I can get. I can't give you a specific time. Luo Xiaoxua scoffed. So, basically, that tells us nothing? I replied seriously. S-rank abilities have limitations too. Stalling is a probability event. If the bus is hit, the chance of stalling spikes. Even divine foresight can't predict whether or when we'll get hit. Everyone remembered that the last stall happened after the bus's durability took a hit on both sides. The thought sent a chill through us. After repairing the bus, I immediately turned my attention to the trade market to gather resources. I had 6 energy cores. Upgrading the bus would take 3, and the 2 blueprints I had my eye on required 2 more, leaving me with just enough. The blueprints I targeted were for a standard water condenser and a furnace. Once I had the furnace, the 3,000 plus raw iron ore in our reserves could be smelted into iron ingots. With only 7 days until Blood Moon Day, iron ingots were key to survival. Not only could they be used for repairing the bus, but they could also sustain us through the nightmarish event. I posted items for trade, fire energy stones and standard steel, and messaged every driver privately to negotiate deals. Eventually, with a trade of 10 packs of compressed biscuits and 30 standard iron ingots, I managed to get 10 standard steel pieces and 1 fire energy stone. Back on the bus, I set up the condenser and furnace immediately. Now, with 1 large and 1 standard water condenser, we could generate 25 liters of water daily, barely enough for everyone on board to scrape by. The furnace was simple to operate. Load raw iron ore on top, add wood or fuel underneath, and hit the switch to smelt. Wood was cheap on the market. 10 pieces could net you 1 iron ingot. A single piece of wood could fuel the furnace for an entire day, making it incredibly efficient. I called out, "Who wants to manage the furnace? Your job will be to load the ore and keep it running. You'll receive 2 bottles of water as your reward." Yang Jessen's hand shot up immediately. "I'll do it." I recognized her. She was the girl who stripped right after we first transmigrated. She'd been surprisingly proactive these days. I briefly explained how to operate the furnace and I taught her. Yang Jessen nodded, her face carrying a hint of excitement, like she was finally about to prove useful. Just as I was about to upgrade the bus, "There's a treasure chest ahead," Lin Xunan suddenly shouted. Everyone crowded around the front window. Sitting in the middle of the road was a plain wooden chest, with a few zombies wandering nearby. Lin Xunan glanced at it and immediately called it out. A low-quality basic treasure chest. There are 5 bottles of water inside. I'll grab it. Li Ruoyao got off the bus without hesitation. She efficiently took out the zombies near the bus and brought the chest back. 2 of the zombies also dropped some bus tokens, which she picked up as well without missing a beat. Li Ruoyao looked at the water bottles with some frustration. "How do we divide these 5 bottles?" I said firmly, "They'll be confiscated for now. Right now, resources are coming in too unpredictably, which makes dividing them a recipe for arguments. You could find stuff at bus stops, open boxes along the road, kill zombies to make drops, earn tokens from transporting passengers, plus system rewards and talent-based materials. The distribution gets messy fast. To deal with it, I set up a class fund. Anything tricky to divide would be pooled and held by me. Anyone with an urgent need could tap into it, but the number of requests and amounts taken had strict limits to prevent abuse. The girls in the group all agreed to this plan. It wasn't perfectly fair, but it was better than letting someone hoard everything. I threw energy crystals, bus tokens, scrap metal, iron ingots, leather, and whatever else I had straight into the upgrade panel. The bus tokens we had were initially short, but thanks to killing those zombies and the 5 extra leftover from buying the bedroom, we managed to scrape together exactly 10. Before upgrading, I stuck to the routine of asking each of the girls to contribute something, roughly equal in value to 10 ordinary iron ingots. Since we had recently scavenged a good amount of iron tools, the items they handed in were mostly things like pickaxes and axes. I hit the upgrade button. In the next second, the bus roared to life, and its body expanded once again. What was once 20 meters by 5 meters now transformed into 30 meters by 7.5. 30 meters long and 7.5 meters wide. It now spanned an entire two-lane road that was barely over 10 meters across. A level 4 bus was practically taking up the whole road. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. This is starting to feel like a freight truck. The rear of the bus now had 2 additional rows of seats. The seating layout shifted to 2 plus 40 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8, a total of 66 seats. The first 2 rows were standard for a level 1 bus, while the additional rows came from upgrading 3 levels in a row. Removing Huang Ting's seat, we had a net gain of 25 seats in total. The bus's max speed was bumped up to 80 kilometers per hour, and durability increased to 40 points. The new blueprint turned out to be a large water condenser. I frowned and gave it some thought. It seemed that the blueprints rewarded upon upgrades were completely random. I double-checked in the chat channel, and sure enough, the blueprints other bus drivers were getting weren't necessarily condensers or furnaces either. However, the functional unlocks were consistent. Every upgrade revealed a new functionality that all buses shared. This time, reaching level 4 unlocked the defense boost button. It was similar to the speed boost button. Hitting it would instantly double the bus's defense, a lifesaver in critical moments. The cooldown was still the same, 24 hours. I then checked the requirements for level 5. What I saw made my heart sink. Bus, Serenity, 15200. Level, 4, Quality, Black Iron High Grade. Passengers, 41, Speed, 80 kilometers per hour, Durability, 40/40ths. Upgrade requirements, Ordinary Iron Ingots x 500, Ordinary Steel x 100, Black Iron Ingots x 10, Energy Cores x 4, Bus Tokens x 100, Heart of the Bus x 1. Upgrade rewards, Speed increases to 100 kilometers per hour, Durability to 50, Slight Defense Boost, Random Blueprint x1, unlocks a new functionality. Functions, Decomposition, Module Store, Speed Boost, Defense Boost. Modules, Magnetic Token Collector, Level 1, Bedroom, Level 1. The quality had actually upgraded to Black Iron High Grade. I wouldn't have noticed this if I hadn't looked at the panel. Seeing it written there almost gave me a fright. It made sense though. The Magnetic Token Collector must have directly improved the overall quality. It was, after all, a gold level item. At this rate, the next upgrade might just push the bus to the bronze tier. But the real headache was the required materials for upgrading. The first few items weren't too bad. They were common resources that could be gathered with some effort. But that last item, the heart of the bus, I had no idea what it even was. Even Lin Xiaonan couldn't provide any hints. She'd never seen it herself. Still, I had this ominous feeling in my gut that told me it wasn't going to be easy to obtain. Looks like we're stuck at level 4 for a while. Dusk arrived quickly, and the setting sun blanketed the earth in a piercing red hue. We had just finished dinner on the bus. The air was thick with the mixed scents of snacks and instant noodles. If it weren't for the fact that we were in a survival game, I might have thought we were on a group field trip. After upgrading the bus, we spent the rest of the morning and the entire afternoon farming bus tokens. Thanks to the Magnetic Token Collector, we had raked in a decent amount while driving along the road. Still, when we encountered areas dense with zombies or times when collision kills scattered a lot of tokens, Li Riao, Zhang Kiki, and I would occasionally risk getting off the bus to finish the zombies off and collect the tokens. Why? Because the Magnetic Token Collector only had a 20% success rate. Missing too much felt like a waste of resources. That said, we couldn't afford to get off the bus too often. First, a long grind drains physical stamina. When we're worn out, we have to drive away to gain some distance, park, rest, and then continue. Second, the chasing monsters are now reaching speeds of 20 kilometers per hour. If the bus keeps stopping and going, they'll catch up, and if we can't create enough distance, we're as good as finished. At night, the zombies are more concentrated. There's no chance to stop. We have to rely on the coin collector to slowly gather tokens. This afternoon, we passed by a passenger stop, dropped off 4 rotting corpses at the village entrance, and picked up 10 bus tokens. It wasn't just 8 tokens like last time because, just like in our previous encounter, those 4 were already dealt with by us en route to the drop-off. We delivered them, but not entirely intact. As soon as I saved up 60 bus tokens, I immediately purchased a new module. Basic wear-resistant car coating, black iron grade, 50 bus tokens. Purchase. As soon as the car coating was installed, I briefly entered an overhead bird's-eye view to take a look at the full bus. The bus now sported a dark gray matte finish coating with light gray reflective stripes. The texture had a grainy, rugged look that hugged the vehicle's frame tightly, with metal clamps securing the edges. It looked tough, sleek, and reliable. Exiting this view, I immediately checked the upgrade requirements. The car coating added an extra 50% to the bus's defense while also reducing wear and tear on its durability. Upgrading it to the next level would require 200 bus tokens and would double the boost to 100% extra defense. I scoffed at the price, ridiculous. With the new coating equipped, I glanced at the upgrade panel. The bus had now reached the pinnacle of black iron grade. However, just as I wrapped up the upgrade, 3 crashers appeared ahead of us. This time, I let Li Ruyao take the wheel. Knowing the bus just got tougher, she stepped on the gas and rammed straight into them. One of them, of mid-tier black iron grade, was smashed into pulp under the weight of the massive vehicle. It dropped 4 bus tokens onto the ground. Not bad luck. I was about to say when the notification sound interrupted me. Ding! Driver Gu Pingsheng, your next destination is the Lindong service area. First-time service area entry, please review the rules. 1. Except on Blood Moon nights, service areas are absolute safe zones. No zombies, no monsters. Physical violence, harassment, insult, and theft are strictly prohibited within the premises. Breaking these rules will result in deductions of bus tokens or resources, or, in severe cases, outright eradication. 2. Entering a service area costs bus tokens, calculated based on the number of passengers in the vehicle. The first entry per vehicle is free. If all service bays or slots are occupied, entry will be denied. 3. While inside a service area, fuel refills, food, water, and lodging at the motel are all free, subject to availability. Each stay is limited to 12 hours. After that, fees kick in and double with each overtime period. For example, a bus with 50 passengers would incur 50 tokens for the first 12-hour period, escalate to 100 for the next block, and so on. Taking food, water, or other resources outside the service area is strictly prohibited and will lead to immediate eradication. For service areas closed during Blood Moon days and nights, reopening only after the Blood Moon event concludes. It's a service area? My eyes narrowed. What's a service area? Can we refuel and buy stuff there? Does this mean we can rest? The female students crowded around, bombarding me with questions. I quickly explained the rules. The group erupted into chatter. Free fuel, free food and water, and it's safe. This is literally a lifesaver. I'm absolutely spent. I just want to lie down and sleep for once. Class rep, can we stop there? I haven't eaten a proper meal all day. Why not? Let's stay the night. We haven't had a decent rest in ages. Exactly, class rep. Look, the bus is fast now. The monsters won't catch up until at least the following morning, if not later. The worst-case scenario, we get chased for another 2 days tops. Right, the monsters were only moving 10 kilometers per hour 2 days ago. Today, at 20 kilometers per hour, they still couldn't catch us, even after a full day of pursuit. We've already outrun them by at least 100 kilometers. I glanced at the tired faces of the girls, my mood heavy. Most of them weren't sleeping well. Dark circles ringed their eyes. Even trying to rest cramped into bus seats, nobody was getting proper shut-eye. But Lin Xunan spoke up. The service area sounds nice, but I don't think spending the night there is a good idea. Aren't you dying to get a good night's rest, Vice Class Rep? Our so-called sleeping arrangements now are just bus seats. There's not even a real bed to go around. The girls looked puzzled. Of course, I want to sleep well, Lin Shunan replied slowly. But I'm worried. If some people get a taste of comfort in the service area, soft beds, hot water, plenty of food, they won't be able to mentally handle returning to life on the bus again. And let's not forget about the energy-absorbing coin collector. It's prime time to gather bus tokens overnight. Skipping a single night might set us back further than we think. Zhang Kiki immediately countered. Anyone too weak-willed to endure the road after a bit of comfort? They should have been wiped out long ago anyway. Bus tokens can be farmed every single night. No big deal if we skip one. She's right. Let's take one night to actually relax and get our bodies back on track. But the Vice Rep makes sense too. The Blood Moon event is coming. Should we really waste a night there? It's only 6 p.m. now. What if we sleep until around 4 or 5 a.m.? We'd still have time to earn some coins before heading out. Ugh, this seating arrangement is murder. My neck's been stiff for days, and my arms go numb when I sleep hunched over. I need a real bed. Same here. I haven't had a private space to do. You know my thing. I've missed digging for resources in peace. Jessen, shut up. Also, boys, what are you afraid of? The class monitor isn't an outsider. The argument grew fiercer, splitting into two camps. I stayed silent, my eyes sweeping over the more vulnerable ones like Luo Xiaoxue and Su Yuer. Inside, I was even more conflicted. But thinking about missing a free bus token made me feel the pain. And this one was free anyway. I also wanted a breather. I sighed. The minority follows the majority. If you just want to rest for a bit at the service area and leave, raise your hand. Lin Xiaonan was the first to raise her hand. Then a scattered few followed, including Li Zhan. I counted, about 15 people. I continued. Those who want to stay overnight at the service area and leave at 4 or 5 a.m., raise your hand. Most of the girls raised their hands. Luo Xiaoxue, Su Yuer are among them, with anticipation in their eyes. To my surprise, even Li Ruiyao raised her hand. I glanced over at her, and she quickly averted her gaze, lost in unknown thoughts. All right, majority rules. The girls want to rest, so we'll stay at the service area overnight. Gather by 5 a.m. tomorrow to leave. We've spent all our tokens on upgrades. Nobody knows what might happen if we exceed 12 hours. I made the decision. As soon as I finished speaking, the girls erupted in cheers. Class monitor is the best. Luo Xiaoxue rushed over, grabbing my hand, practically vibrating with excitement. Captain Gu is so awesome, Su Yuer added, waving her little fists playfully. The others got caught up in the atmosphere, crowding around, whooping and cheering louder and louder. The group pressed in closer, and I was overwhelmed with the mix of scents from the girls, like a subtle floral fragrance blended with sweat. It hit me, especially after 4 days of no one showering. Even Lin Xiaonan had to reluctantly join in with a shout. My cheeks felt a bit warm, and my head was slightly buzzing. It's hard for anyone to stay composed when surrounded by a bunch of cheerful, pretty girls. But I knew they were truly exhausted. Soon, the bus reached the service area entrance and turned onto the right side ramp. To my surprise, there was a barrier pole like you'd see at a toll station at the end of the ramp, wider than our bus. Inside the booth sat a man dressed in white uniform. The moment he saw our bus, he immediately got up and walked over. My gaze sharpened. Someone managing the service area? Was he a player, or just an NPC in this world? I'm one of the administrators of the Lindu service area, the man in the white uniform said. I gestured for Lin Xunan to roll down the window and asked directly, "Is it okay for us to rest here?" The administrator nodded, pulling out a device to scan the bus. First entry is free, with a max stay of 12 hours. Going over 12 hours will result in a second reclaiming process. You should understand the rules. We understand. I nodded, then pulled out a pack of Chinese cigarettes from my pocket and handed it over. The administrator frowned slightly. He didn't take them immediately, but the glint in his eye showed his interest. "Driver, what do you mean by this? You left this pack here before. I'm just returning it to you." After hesitating for a few seconds, he eventually took the pack of cigarettes. "Come see me later." He returned to the booth, lifted the pole, and let us through. Lin Xunan drove the bus into the service area. "Class monitor, why'd you give that guy the cigarettes?" Luo Xiaoxue asked curiously. Lin Xunan chimed in. It's simple. He probably knows things about the bus world. The class monitor was using the cigarettes to trade for information. I nodded. Exactly. Later, I'll need you to come with me. Your skills insights can help verify if he's telling the truth. Should work, Lin Xunan replied. As we entered the service area, a large parking lot came into view. 6 buses were already parked, leaving 4 empty spots. This meant the area could hold a maximum of 10 buses, about 400 people total. Lin Xunan parked the bus in one of the empty spaces. With a serious face, I spoke up. All right, everyone off the bus. By 4:55 a.m. tomorrow, you must be back at the parking lot. Anyone late by more than 5 minutes will get left behind. Don't even think about staying here indefinitely. We're low on bus tokens, and no one knows what happens if we can't pay the fees. Luo Xiaoxua shouted, Got it. Whoever is late, just leave them behind. I added, Let's create a WeChat group to keep communication easy. Everyone exchanged contacts, and I made the group, naming it the Safe Voyage Crew. As soon as we stepped off the bus, a cold wind swept through, making us all shiver. Suiware sneezed and hugged her arms tightly. It's only evening, but it's already colder than it was in the early mornings before. Someone complained. It's like a cold snap, freezing us to death. Another person suggested, Class monitor, maybe we should check the trading market for overcoats or jackets? Someone else immediately shut it down. Everyone needs warm clothes. Who'd willingly sell theirs? I calmed the arguments. I'll monitor that situation. For now, let's disband. If you need the restroom, use it. If you're hungry, grab some food. Looks like there's a hotel nearby. Lodging should be free. One of the others added that they'd seen unfamiliar players frequenting a certain building recently, called the Lindu restaurant. Probably just for food. I could really use some fresh steamed rice. I've been living on cold instant noodles. My mouth's gone numb from it. I'm out of patience. I didn't drink water all day to save it. I'm about to die of thirst. The girls moved in groups toward the canteen, becoming the most noticeable presence in the service area. Quite a few players turned their heads to look at them, some out of curiosity, others with ill intentions. After all, it was as if these girls had all just gotten off the same bus. Nearly the entire group consisted of females. Some tried to strike up conversations with them, but they were all turned down. Ever since the incident with Zhang Ziheo, the girls only trusted me. The service area felt temporarily safe, so I wasn't worried about any immediate conflicts erupting. I was preparing to go talk to the manager with Lin Xunan. I'm coming too, Li Ruyao chimed in, casually linking arms with me as if it were second nature. With me there, the manager wouldn't dare to act out. Lin Xunan shot her a glance, clearly seeing through her pretense. We walked back to the toll booth. The manager, wearing a white uniform, was slouched in his chair, puffing on a Zhonghua cigarette, eyes half closed, clearly savoring the moment. The smoke lazily curled upwards, as if it was his way of finding a semblance of vitality in his otherwise numbing days. Even in the service zone, smoking wasn't free. He had to use bus coins to afford those cigarettes. You're here. The manager's eyes flitted over the 3 of us. Just ask. I'll answer what I can. I cut straight to the chase. Are you from Blue Star? He looked Asian, too similar to what we'd consider one of us. No. The manager shook his head. Just call me Wang Kai. My background. Well, it's complicated to explain. But let's just say I used to be a bus driver myself. As he said this, something dark flickered through his eyes. The 3 of us exchanged uneasy glances. The realization was chilling. This world had already consumed people from other worlds. I can't tell you much, Wang Kai said apologetically. If I say too much, I'll be punished. Li Royale pressed further. What about your passengers back then? Those players. Wang Kai exhaled slowly. They're all dead. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Li Ruyao's face paled, and she stammered out a strained, My condolences. It was a long time ago. Talking about it does no good now. Wang Kai sighed and took a long drag from his cigarette. I stared at him. So what's the goal of this heavenly Tao? Why throw everyone in the world into this bus system? Lin Xunan's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Wang Kai. Wang Kai's expression darkened. I don't really know. I don't have all the answers. All I can say is this. Just keep driving forward on the highway. And remember 2 rules. First, never let the monsters chasing you catch up. Second, don't fight the monsters that are after you. Even if you kill one, a stronger, faster one will show up the next day. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Just learning this was worth the pack of cigarettes. Even if you could kill them, it would only result in an even deadlier one coming after you. It was a never-ending cycle. If we wanted to survive, we could only drive forward relentlessly, keeping our speed faster than the monsters that followed. That's terrifying, Lin Chunan muttered under his breath. The three of us continued to pepper Wang Kai with questions. Was there an end to the road? What exactly was the heavenly Tao? But any time the questions edged into specifics, he either claimed ignorance or outright clammed up, clearly wary of saying too much. Trying to divert the conversation, Wang Kai suddenly asked, "You've noticed the temperature dropping, right?" I nodded. We figured it was some sort of cold front. The temperature's been getting lower each day. It's weird though. Dawn is usually the coldest time of day, but when we got off the bus, it was even colder than the morning before. Wang Kai's expression grew more grim. It's worse than just a cold front. A blizzard might hit soon, maybe in a few days, or maybe after your first blood moon day. Either way, make sure you've got enough clothes. A real blizzard can freeze people to death. My pupils tightened in alarm. This world seemed hell-bent on killing us. The special bus stops, the blood moon days, the looming blizzard, the monsters chasing us. Everything was designed to push us to the brink. The only slim silver lining was that resources were marginally more abundant than before. But that likely meant the elimination process would only get fiercer, more brutal. Survival would depend on having enough skilled players in the bus or reaching high enough levels. Just then, a small notification popped up from the Safe Haven group chat. Luo Xiaoxue. At class rep at study rep, someone's been harassing Lu Xiaofeng, trying to add her as a friend. When she refused, they started cursing and even threatened her. Sui Wearer. These creepy guys are disgusting. If the class rep were here, they wouldn't dare. My expression darkened instantly. Someone dared mess with the girls in my class. Lin Xiaonan and Li Ruiyao also saw the messages and turned to look at me. Let's go check it out. No one gets to mess with my classmates. My voice was cold. Wang Kai was about to say something but hesitated and gave a final piece of advice. Remember, no physical fighting. You can yell or scare them, but don't throw a punch. Relax, Wang Kai. We get it. As I turned to leave, Wang Kai seemed conflicted for a moment before deciding to follow us discreetly. Leaving his post would technically violate the rules, but after I'd slipped him that pack of cigarettes, he just couldn't rest easy. He didn't recognize the brand, but the smoothness suggested it was high-end. At the Lindong canteen, about 30 bikers, looking every bit the sleazy gang type, were clustered at the entrance. Their eyes kept wandering over Lu Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoying, and Su Yuer. The girls visibly avoided their gaze, clearly uncomfortable. As soon as they saw Lu Xiaofeng getting harassed, her classmates immediately gathered around, glaring angrily at the group of guys. The leader of the group, Lu Tian, had a sleazy grin that made him look like he was picking out merchandise. Geez, you all are overreacting. I just wanted to add her as a friend. Is that such a big deal? I'm not adding you, Lu Xiaofeng said through gritted teeth, her voice trembling but firm. My sister already said no. Move aside. We're just trying to get dinner. Lu Xiaoying stepped forward protectively, but Lu Tian and his gang deliberately blocked their way, making it clear they were planning to force their hand. Nearby, a long-haired guy with a knife scar sneered, "If she won't give her contact info now, she'll be more cooperative once we leave the rest area. All girls, and you dare challenge us? Joining Brother Tian's crew is a chance for you." The group started shouting crude comments, their laughter grating on everyone's nerves. Lu Xiaofeng's face turned bright red. Though furious and terrified, the other girls dared not step forward to confront them. That's when a cold voice cut through the noise. "What do you think you're doing to the girls in my class?" My voice carried from the main entrance. Upon hearing me speak, the panic on the girls' faces instantly dissolved, as if they had found their backbone. I walked over with Li Ruoyao and Lin Xunan to stand right in front of them. Lu Tian froze for a moment, surprised to see there were any guys in the group. Then he smiled disdainfully, quickly sizing me up as someone who'd be easy to bully. "And who's this wannabe hero?" Lu Tian sneered. "Listen, bring all the girls from your bus over here, especially those two next to you, or don't blame us for what happens when we leave the rest area." One of his lackeys ogled Lin Xunan and made an even filthier comment. "Let's see how tough you act once we're out of here. If anything happens outside this rest area, the ones who'll be in trouble are you scumbags." Li Riao shot back. looking at them with utter disgust. Ooh, feisty, aren't you? Let's see if you're still so mouthy later. Just then, Wang Kai, the rest area's manager, showed up. He walked in and scanned the scene, his voice sharp and firm. What's going on here? Planning to start a fight. The room fell silent. Even the surrounding onlookers seemed frozen. Lu Tian's face twitched as he glared at Wang Kai. Begrudgingly, he suppressed his anger. We're leaving. I smirked. Don't chicken out tomorrow. Let's see if you manage to run then. Lu Tian's expression darkened, and for a moment, it looked like he might snap then and there. But his lackeys quickly held him back. Brother Tian, the manager is watching. Don't cause trouble now. Once they had left, Lu Xiaofeng finally exhaled shakily, still feeling tense inside. The class monitor had stepped in for her again. The more she thought about it, the more conflicted she felt. How could she ever repay him for all he'd done? After clarifying what had happened, it was clear that these guys were specifically targeting our bus because it was full of young college girls. And it wasn't just the bikers. Even the other travelers eating in the cafeteria kept casting glances at the girls around me, making them both angry and uneasy. So disgusting. If we weren't stuck in this rest area, I'd really want to beat the crap out of them, one of the girls grumbled. Exactly. They're absolute trash. They got scared the second the class monitor showed up. He's so reliable. Didn't the manager already deal with it? Pretty sure the class monitor called him over in the first place. I interrupted their chatter. All right, enough. They'll probably try to mess with us again tomorrow morning. We need to get some rest tonight and be ready to deal with them when the time comes. Luo Xiaoxue thumped her chest confidently. Don't worry, class monitor. Those lecherous creeps won't get away. Li Zhan, a normally quiet girl, lowered her voice, her eyes steely. They'll definitely try harassing us again. When they do, we'll make them regret it. Someone looked at her skeptically. Weren't you the one who used to bully Xiaofeng? Why are you suddenly acting all protective now? Li Zhan clenched her jaw. Yeah, I was wrong to pick on her before. That was my bad. But this time, it's not just about Xiaofeng. It's about all of us. These lowlives mess with one of our classmates. They mess with all of us. If anyone dares to lay a hand on us, we'll make them pay. Lu Xiaofeng glanced at her, her emotions complex. Chen Tonger, another classmate, chimed in, her expression icy. She's right. If they come back, we're not holding back. I wanted to express my gratitude to Wang Kai, but when I looked up, I realized he'd already left. Li Ruoyao tugged on my sleeve. Pishing, let's get some food. It's free on the first floor. After everyone dispersed, I went with Li Ruoyao to the cafeteria. The cafeteria had 5 levels. Only the first floor was free. Anything above that cost bus tokens. The 4th and 5th floors were so expensive that we couldn't even dream of going there. The first floor had simple meals, chicken leg rice, fried rice, noodle soup, and boiled eggs, washed down with basic bottled water. You could take as much as you wanted, but nothing could be taken out of the rest area. On the 2nd floor, they had roasted duck, pork knuckle rice, fried chicken, and milk tea, priced between a few and several tokens. It was practically deserted. Nobody wanted to spend their tokens frivolously. The 3rd floor was ridiculous. Steak, lamb chops, black truffle foie gras, and Peking duck with wine pairings, all starting at triple-digit token prices. It honestly felt like a trap. We each grabbed a chicken leg rice meal on the 1st floor and sat down to eat. Li Ruoyao's eyes lit up. It's been ages since I've had freshly cooked rice. I'm digging in. She took a huge bite out of her chicken leg. I gave her a side glance. Didn't you just eat some instant rice earlier? Her response was muffled by food. That's different. Instant rice tastes weird. Just then, not far from us, another girl in our class was being approached by someone. I remembered who she was, vaguely. Knowing a name and a face, but not being close. That's just how it was with classmates in college. Mostly, you'd stick with the people you're tight with. Zhou Qingqing. It really is you. A guy in a jacket called out to her, excitement all over his face. Zhou Qingqing froze for a moment, and then her smile dropped. Zhang Fan, what are you doing here? Zhang Fan had been a finance major back when they were in Shin City. Before her current reality, the two had dated, but everything went south when Zhang Fan couldn't keep himself out of trouble, specifically, getting caught at an illicit spa by the police. Zhou Qingqing had dumped him immediately on the spot. Thankfully, nothing serious had ever happened between them, and she didn't need to worry about, well, catching anything. Zhang Fan gave a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of his head. Qingqing, Let's just put the past behind us, okay? I was a jerk back then. I screwed up, I know. But hey, what are the odds? I saw you from far away and I wasn't even sure, but now, yeah, it's really you. See, fate. Zhou Qingqing took a bite of her chicken skewer and said as casually as if she hadn't heard him, "Oh." And Zhang Fan's face faltered, and he dropped his voice, looking anxious. "Those guys back there, the gang? I know them. They're from a biker gang. Their leader, Lu Tian, is a nasty piece of work. Connections, violence, you name it. If you stay in your bus with that group of yours, you humans might as well be walking targets. It's all girls in that group, isn't it? There's that one scrawny guy, but no way he can fight them off." Zhou Qingqing stared at him with a straight face. So what? Seeing her unbothered, Zhang Fan got bolder and spilled his angle. "Qingqing, look, the truth is, I still like you. If you get back together with me, I can talk to my class rep. They'll let you onto our bus, guaranteed safety." Zhou Qingqing nearly gagged. Her voice went even icier. "That's it? That's all you've got to say? Not interested?" She knew the deal like the back of her hand. Sure, her bus group wasn't perfect. It was mostly girls, and there were always cliques. But in this survival game, her bus had 3 players with S-level talents. Compared to most other buses, they were far stronger as a group. Plenty of buses didn't even have a single talented player on board. And so far, aside from kicking out that troublemaker Huang Ting, who was likely in a bad spot now, nobody on her bus had died. Even more importantly, Zhou Qingqing held the bus's power of expulsion, but she'd never misused that authority to target the innocent. Other buses? A mess. People catching bites from zombies during scavenging runs and getting dumped by drivers. Drivers blackmailing players because they controlled the expulsion system. Their bodies were piling up. Comparatively speaking, they were doing far better. And as for Zhang Fan, she had long since snipped any ties. Even if they hadn't broken up before, she wouldn't follow him anywhere. The choice wasn't hard. Stick with an efficient class rep and a team that could hold their own? Or gamble on a clingy ex who couldn't protect himself? Easy call. Zhang Fan's face hardened. "What are you going on about, Qingqing? What? You think your noodle-armed class rep and a couple of girls are going to protect you?" Zhang Fan was completely taken aback. He had thought that maybe he could guilt her or push her into coming back to him. But there wasn't a shred of hesitation in Zhou Qingqing's response. It was a flat-out rejection. "The class rep and the committee are capable of protecting all of us. My choices, not your business," Zhou Qingqing said without an ounce of concern in her tone. Zhang Fan's face turned a shade of green, and his eyes flickered with something dark. "All right, sure. Have it your way. But you'll regret this." Zhou Qingqing arched an eyebrow, then scoffed with venom. "Regret? You? You're not even worth worrying about. Get out of my face. I wouldn't go back to you if you were the last man on Earth, trash." Her words shattered whatever tension was left. Everyone nearby froze and just stared, stunned at what they'd overheard. Zhang Fan shook with fury, but there was nothing he could do. He stomped away, humiliated. Li Ruiyao, who had been watching the whole thing, spoke up almost absent-mindedly. "Ping Sheng, it's wild to run into someone from our school here. Do you think most of the people in Zone 6 are from Shin City? Or maybe even all of them?" I considered her thought for a moment, then decided to open the chat channel and ask, "Did any of you live in Shin City before this?" Like before the game. The channel blew up with responses immediately. Some were teachers, some office workers, some students, all from Shin City. A few chimed in saying they thought they'd recognized a bus driver in a different vehicle. Someone else brought up how people had speculated about Zone 6 being an all-Shin City area before, and it had caused quite the stir. I turned the chat logs toward Li Ruiyao, who frowned. If that theory was right, it wasn't out of the question that she could run into her aunt here. But at the same time, her aunt might not even be in Zone 6. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she looked. Eating another bite of rice, she said seriously, "Ping Sheng, we need to lay some rules down in the Peace Bus group. Nobody leaks any information to acquaintances." Zhou Qingqing just ran into her ex. It's entirely possible other girls might bump into people too. And if they get careless and spill secrets, that'll be trouble. I nodded and immediately updated the group rules in the class chat. The chat blew up with agreement right away. Everyone understood it wasn't a trivial matter. We finished eating and left the service area restaurant. I wrapped an arm around Li Ruiyao's waist as we walked, and she leaned into me. It was one of those rare moments of peace we got these days. Maybe tonight. Her shy, almost nervous glance flitted up to meet mine, and I had to hold back a laugh. Looked like we were both thinking the same thing. The two of us wandered through the service area for a while, which had three main buildings. One was a restaurant, another was an inn where players could stay free of charge, and the third appeared to be a market, a player-run trade hub that looked a lot like a flea market. Players could trade online too, but that feature was only unlocked for drivers. Regular players had no way to initiate trades on their own and relied entirely on their drivers' decisions. That huge power imbalance made these face-to-face markets feel like lifelines for folks just trying to survive. The market was monitored by a female staff member dressed in a crisp white uniform who was there to keep the peace. Just past the market area stretched rows of buses, all parked neatly together. The parking lot was packed with buses, crammed in tightly with new players pouring in wave after wave. The parking spaces were ridiculously wide, wider than the one needed for my level 4 bus. Until these buses cleared out, no new players would be allowed into the rest area. We made our way into the flea market. It was packed with temporary travelers resting up, spreading out their supplies on the ground, their calls for trade ringing through the air. We hadn't gone far when we spotted Luo Xiaoxue in the middle of a deal with another girl. "Sis, how much for the lime-flavored and cucumber-flavored chips?" Luo Xiaoxue's eyes lit up at the sight of the big bag of chips. Clearly, she was restocking after devouring most of her inventory on the way here. The girl selling the chips looked astonished. She'd been sitting there for half an hour without a single inquiry. Chips weren't exactly a high priority. They couldn't fill you up, and their only real value was calories. Most people would rather save the space for more essential items. She was about to pack up her stall when an unexpected customer, looking like a middle schooler, walked up. "Kiddo, are you here alone? Where are the other kids from your class?" Luo Xiaoxue froze, nearly blurting out that she was a college student. But remembering how I'd warned her against giving away unnecessary info, she swallowed her words, staying silent. In the end, she parted with some water to get a whole pile of chips in return. Li Ruoyao and I were watching from the side, both with headaches. The chips weren't a total loss, but water was clearly the higher priority item. It was a risky trade. It wasn't just Luo Xiaoxue. Several others from our group were also bartering food for supplies in the market. As we continued wandering around, a man in black, wearing a mask, caught our attention. In front of him, laid out on a towel, was a treasure chest emanating a faint purple glow. Groups of players approached him to negotiate, only to leave moments later, shaking their heads in frustration. The masked man wasn't saying much, but his presence alone kept everyone subdued. "What's the deal with that chest?" I asked. In his gravelly voice, the masked man replied, "See for yourself. Special chest, quality, unique. Contains anything imaginable. It could be a divine artifact or a golden tier ghost of the highest danger. It might grant abilities or deadly perilled." He explained, "We found this by the roadside. The risk was too high. We'd rather trade it for resources." Outwardly, I kept my expression calm, but my mind was racing. This needed Lin Xionan's insight. But she wasn't here, so I immediately gave Li Ruoyao a discreet signal. Li Ruoyao excused herself, pretending to need the restroom, and sent Lin Xionan a message, asking her to come to the rest area's trading zone. Back with the seller, I played it cool. "So, what's your asking price?" 100 bus coins, the man offered directly. I didn't even hesitate to counter. "No way. Who's going to pay 100 coins for something that could be a straight-up death sentence?" "But what if it's a divine artifact?" he shot back. I remained unshaken. "I'll only trade practical supplies. Take it or leave it." Not long after, Lin Xunan arrived. Glancing at the chest for only a few seconds, she muttered under her breath, "It's got a bronze-tier spear in it. We need to grab it." The intel was quickly relayed back to me. The masked man, sensing the interest, upped his price. At least 300 bottles of water and 300 portions of food. I smirked coldly. Even if we pooled our stuff, we don't have that much. Be realistic. After a long round of bargaining, we finally agreed on the deal. 20 bottles of water, 100 iron ingots, 10 packs of instant noodles, 10 packs of cigarettes, and 10 bottles of alcohol secured the chest. Lin Xionan continued scouring the market for items that her divine guidance hint system might help snatch at a bargain. Meanwhile, I picked up some basic essentials like toilet paper. It's the kind of thing more valuable than weapons when you really need it. I also spotted some female players dressed provocatively, sitting on the ground, soliciting clients. Quite a few male players stopped to chat, and then left with them one-on-one. I glanced at the scene, but chose not to interfere. Finding an empty spot, I set up a stall and laid out cigarettes, alcohol, and other supplies, prominently displaying the smokes and booze. As I had predicted, those items immediately caught the attention of passing players. Old-time smokers could go a few days without food, but would lose it if they couldn't have a smoke. "Hey kid, how much for these cigarettes?" A bearded man strolled over, his eyes glued to the packs on the ground. "The high-quality stuff is 1 bus coin per pack. The regulars? 2 packs for a coin," I replied flatly. "Can I trade something else for them?" He practically begged. "Bus coins only, unless what you're offering is rare. Let me take a look first." Since bus coins mostly stayed with the drivers, regular players rarely had any unless they managed to scrounge some up on their own. Still, 3 drivers caved and exchanged coins for cigarettes. By 10 p.m., I'd earned 30 bus coins and snagged an infinite camping stove. It worked without gas canisters. Getting that stove was costly. I gave up most of my cigarettes, alcohol, and even a decent amount of water for it. Our furnace was only good for roasting food. With this stove and a metal pot, we could boil and cook, opening up so many more options for meals. Definitely worth it. Li Royale yawned next to me, and the fatigue hit me too. "Let's call it a night." "Ping Sheng," she murmured, her voice trailing off. "All right, we've all had a rough day. Let's rest," I agreed. Of course, both of us knew resting wouldn't be as simple as sleeping. Hand in hand, I led her to the hotel. It was a massive building, big enough to accommodate players from up to 10 buses. We grabbed a number from the automated kiosk and landed room 1712, 17th floor, 12th room. Worried some people might oversleep, I put a quick notification in the class group chat. It's best to bunk up with at least one other person, so you can wake each other up. No one could sleep during such a chaotic night. Luo Xiaoxua. "Hee, class rep, are you sure you're not rooming with the study rep?" Lin Xunan. "I just saw them downstairs holding hands, sticking together like glue." Zhang Kiki. "No way, seriously? That's so spicy. Go for it, class rep." Chen Tonger. "Wishing class rep and study rep all the best. Have fun tonight." Zhao Yuding. "At class rep if things don't work out with study rep. My room is 1518. You're welcome to join me." Yang Jiesin. "Zhao Yuding, you really are something, huh?" The group chat was getting way off track, so I quickly closed the app. I led Li Royale into room 1712. Inside, there was a 1.5 by 2 meter double bed with 2 pillows. To my surprise, it had a private bathroom and a shower, almost like a cheap motel. 2 large towels hung nearby. However, the items provided here could only be used, not taken. Anything portable had to be obtained through trading. Li Royale's eyes lit up when she noticed the shower. "We can actually shower here. It's been 4 days without one, and I must smell awful." "Nonsense, you don't smell bad at all," I said as I leaned closer to sniff her hair. "You smell great." She glared at me and snapped, "Pervert," but I could see the warmth in her eyes. I wanted to tease her more, and as I reached out my hand, her heartbeat quickened instantly. If I really made a move, would she just agree, or hesitate and act reserved? The thought sent her mind into a jumble. Without waiting for me to continue, she darted into the shower, letting the water wash away the sweat and grime from our tough days. Over in room 1220, Lu Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaoying were huddled in bed. The tension was suffocating. Every time Lu Xiaofeng thought about the possibility of the class rep and study rep sharing a room, doing who knows what, her heart tightened painfully. But she had no right to feel upset. It wasn't her place. The more she dwelled on it, the more she felt frustrated. She couldn't hold it in anymore and asked, "Xiaoying, do you think they'll actually, like everyone's been saying?" After a brief silence, Lu Xiaoying replied, "Most likely. Don't feel bad, sis. You're so pretty. You're way better than the study representative. Maybe you should just tell him how you really feel. If you don't act soon, you might not get another chance. Lots of girls have their eyes on the class rep, you know." Lu Xiaofeng stared at her. "What about you? Do you have feelings for the class rep too?" Lu Xiaoying immediately avoided her gaze and stayed quiet. Both sisters were plotting their own moves while suppressing their emotions. Competition among the girls in the class was fiercer than ever. Finally, Lu Xiaoying quietly said, "If I get the chance, I'll confess too." The class rep doesn't belong to just the study representative. Times have changed. Lu Xiaofeng felt a mix of anger and helplessness. But part of her couldn't deny something. Lu Xiaoying was right. The class rep shouldn't belong to just one person. Meanwhile, after showering, Li Ruiyao and I emerged feeling refreshed. Our clothes were still filthy, and we didn't have spare outfits to change into, so we had to make do. In this survival world, a proper shower was a luxury. Usually, water was so scarce that cleansing yourself was out of the question unless you could produce 200 liters of water a day, which was nearly impossible. Li Ruiyao sat on the bed wrapped in a white towel, waiting for me as I finished up. I came out with just a towel as well and climbed into bed. She gave me a sultry glance, snuggling into my arms while holding a small box in her hand. Her voice was soft but deliberate. "Be mine forever." My mind went blank as I felt my heart race. We held each other close, falling deeper into the moment. After half an hour, Li Ruiyao rested her head on my chest, her face radiating satisfaction. "I'm so lucky to have you." "Ping Sheng," she murmured. "I feel the same way, Ruiyao," I replied. Her smile faded slightly as she thought about something. Despite her enhanced physical abilities, 10 times stronger than the average person, she had still been overpowered tonight. The realization both embarrassed and humbled her. She looked at me with a determined expression. "Ping Sheng, I've told you before. Many of the girls in our class probably have feelings for you. In this environment, expecting you to love only me and stay loyal is unrealistic," she said. "So, I hope you'll prioritize me." I froze for a moment. "Go on," I said. She bit her lip, carefully laying out her conditions. "In this survival world, I want you to always put me first. Any valuable resources, share them with me first so I can grow stronger. If danger arises, protect me before anyone else. And if possible, give me the number 2 spot in our team's hierarchy. I'm not just a pretty face. I have an S-grade ability. I'll stay by your side, protecting you and the entire group." Her gaze was filled with desire and calculation. From the start, she understood the reality of our situation. Our class was now a survival team, and I was the leader. What she wanted wasn't just sweet words or fleeting affection. It was power and a secure position under my protection. I chuckled softly. "All right, Royale. I promise you." As soon as the words left my mouth, my hands began wandering again. I owed her and her family a great deal from our past, and that debt made me particularly biased toward her. Plus, her ability was exceptional. Of course, she deserved extra attention. She leaned into my touch, encouraging me to go further. Now that she had secured my promise, she seemed utterly at ease. Eventually, we both fell asleep holding each other. At 4:30 a.m., the alarm on the game interface went off, pulling me out of sleep. The beginner protection period was about to end. As soon as the newbie protection period ended, the panel added an alarm clock function. Otherwise, a lot of people would have overslept and basically been screwed. After quickly freshening up, I woke Li Ruiyao. After a brief moment of intimacy, the two of us managed to get to the bus station by 4:50 a.m. The classmates began arriving one after another. Some even went to the cafeteria earlier to grab a quick bite. Lin Xunan eyed the way Li Ruiyao was walking with a slight limp and smirked meaningfully. "Had a fulfilling night, huh, Ruiyao?" Li Ruiyao retorted immediately. "Tisich, you jealous?" Lin Xunan didn't hold back. "Of course I am. The class monitors that outstanding, and he's the only guy in the whole class. Share him a little, I like him too." "Awkward," I stepped in. "Student rep, let's not make jokes like that." Li Ruiyao cursed inwardly that she was acting shameless, but Lin Xunan seemed oblivious, completely unfazed by it. By 4:55, I took roll call. Not a single one of them was missing, no one dared to sleep in. I had everyone get on the bus and took the driver's seat, preparing to set off. Just as the bus pulled out of the rest area, another smaller bus began to follow from the parking lot. Lu Tian gripped the steering wheel of the smaller bus, glaring venomously at ours. "Heh, finally moving, huh? Those women, and that little pretty boy." The highway was soon swarming with zombies, and we could hear them colliding densely against the vehicle. The first night after the newbie protection ended, zombies were visibly more numerous. A few rushers even slammed directly into the bus. The crashing knocked some startled girls wide awake, shaking off their sleepiness. Nobody dared close their eyes again. The warmth of a bed was still fresh in their minds, but the cold, hard seats under them were a bracing reality, making everyone even more irritable. The worst part was the jolts. Every time one of those rushers slammed into the side of the bus, the whole thing would jolt violently. Someone who had just leaned their head against the glass had it viciously knocked back, wincing in pain. Fortunately, bus coins dropped more frequently at night, significantly more than in the daytime. Even with just a 20% collection rate, we still absorbed quite a number of coins. Listening to the clink-clink sounds of the coins dropping into the energy collection device was oddly addictive. Suddenly reminded of a special loot box, I kept one hand steady on the wheel and handed it to Li Riao with the other, asking her to open it. The moment she opened it, a faint green glowing spear materialized in her hands. Not only was it more lethal than black iron weapons, but it could even deal with ghostly entities. The phrase "can even pierce ghosts" sent chills down everyone's spine. So cool. Li Ruoyao's eyes lit up. I glanced at the description, but couldn't help the sinking feeling in my gut. If it can harm ghostly entities, that must mean ghosts really exist. Thinking back to that time we encountered evil spirits in Huanggang Village, those massive losses in mental strength must have been similar dangers. Although tempted, Li Ruiyao placed the spear beside the driver's seat instead of claiming it for herself. Her broadsword was still sufficient, but this bronze weapon, it felt more like an essential ace up our sleeves. At this moment, Lin Xiaonan turned to look back, her lips curling with a hint of frostiness. Someone asked her what was wrong. She replied in a low voice that people from the other bus were tailing us, but couldn't catch up due to their slower speed. When everyone found out that our pursuers were those troublemaking thugs, the bus erupted into curses. Even with the streets full of zombies, they still have the guts to pick a fight? Damn idiots. Lin Xiaonan scouted further. Their bus is level 3, with 3 gifted players, a grade A and 2 grade DS. Their abilities are Rock Golem, Enhanced Jumping, and Daily Food. Zhang Kiki sneered. No wonder they're so cocky. They have an A-grade talent among them. Some suggested stopping to teach them a lesson, but I suppressed the urge, saying, wait until daybreak. If we stop now, it's practically suicide. That didn't mean I planned to back down completely. Deliberately slowing the bus slightly, I said coldly, if they're tailing us, we can't let it slide. Letting a snake loiter too long will only end in someone getting bit. Luo Xiaoxue stood straight up, shouting, let's go. Take them down. Leave no one standing. Su Yuer raised her arm, rallying the group. Kill. 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 The atmosphere inside the bus turned scorching, fueled by rage and bloodlust. Suddenly, a crouching figure appeared on the roadside. It was a woman, sitting with her back to the bus, clutching her head and sobbing, wailing in a way that was both eerie and tragic. What the hell is that? Li Ruiyao was unnerved, and I tensed up immediately. I remembered people mentioning such things in chats before. The consensus? Avoid it at all costs. Never thought we'd encounter it ourselves. All eyes instinctively turned to Lin Xiaonan. She observed it for a while, her expression darkening. A mourner zombie. It won't attack on its own, but its cries will lure players toward it. If anyone approaches or initiates, it goes berserk and chases you down. I pressed her further. What's its rating? Its toughness. Her voice was low tier silver. Toughness 600. The bus fell silent. The class monitor only has 240, Luo Xiaoxue murmured, pale-faced. With 600 toughness, it could probably punch a hole straight through the bus. Stay away. Do not mess with it. Thankfully, we hugged the far right lane and didn't get too close, avoiding triggering it. Minutes later, the smaller bus caught up. Lu Tian's gaze landed on the young woman on the roadside. A biker sitting next to him grinned, saying, Boss, her figure's not bad. Want to grab her on board and have some fun. Lu Tian cursed at him. What are you, brain dead? Even the surrounding zombies won't go near her. And you want to grab her? Looking to die. The guy chuckled awkwardly. Exactly. They immediately swerved the vehicle to the other side, avoiding any contact. Someone inside the car cursed in frustration. Damn it. Those chicks' car is way too fast. We couldn't catch up no matter how hard we tried. Another mumbled. Their vehicle must be leveled up pretty high. No clue how they managed that. Lu Tian chuckled darkly, a sinister glint in his eyes. That just means they've scored a lot of resources along the way. Makes it even more worth hijacking. A group of college chicks and a car full of loot? Just the thought alone is exciting. A cold determination flashed in his eyes as he stomped on the gas pedal. The new Tier 3 bus feature kicked in. The speed surged, and the gap between the two vehicles shrank rapidly. By 6 a.m., the horizon was just starting to glow faintly, and a familiar notification chimed in right on schedule. Day 5 check-in complete. Reward 110 attribute points, any dot. Reward 250 bus coins. Reward 350 black iron ingots. Reward 4, 1 black iron weapon, any type, dot. I assessed my options. The bus coins were tempting, but with over 10 already accumulated and the magnetic coin collector slowly piling them up, I could afford to set that aside. The black iron weapon and ingots were also secondary concerns at the moment. What I really needed was a solid edge to withstand enemies now. Without hesitation, I dumped all 10 points into Constitution. My Constitution skyrocketed instantly to 92, surpassing even Li Ruiao's initial stats. On the road, zombies were becoming notably scarcer, but in the rearview mirror, the tailing bus clung closer than ever. Anywhere else, it's rare to find someone so eager to die. I hit the brakes and pulled to a stop. Everyone out. Get ready for a fight. The girls looked tense, but not a single one hesitated. After scavenging for iron swords and crude iron weapons from the factory, there was no room left to play weak anymore. Both vehicles stopped on the desolate roadside, with only scattered zombies nearby. A fight here wouldn't result in us getting swarmed. Lu Tian didn't ram into us. He wouldn't dare damage his own ride, and had clearly set his sights on my superior bus. To him, it was simple. Take me out, deal with a few others who annoyed him, then capture the rest of the girls. Alongside the spoils of war, of course, the bus would be his. Gripping my newly acquired spear, I was the first to step down. The girls followed close behind. At nearly the same moment, Lu Tian and his crew exited their vehicle, slowly encircling us with grins like predators cornering prey. On the barren highway, both groups squared off in a standoff thick with tension, the air practically crackling with hostility. Lu Tian propped a heavy machete over his shoulder, his yellow-stained teeth exposed in a cruel smirk. Well, gutsy move. Your ride's better than ours. But instead of flooring it, you decided to pull over and wait for us to take care of you? Bold strategy. His cronies laughed uproariously, their lecherous gazes darting hungrily over the girls. Lu Tian let the tip of his machete scrape against the ground, his tone turning colder. Here's the deal. You get on your knees right now, strip down, and... Before he could finish the sentence, I moved. No talking, no bluffing. I struck first, aiming to kill. With a leap and a swift slash, a white blade-shaped energy wave tore through the air, heading directly for Lu Tian's neck. The smirk froze on his face. His pupils contracted sharply in sheer terror. With death looming inches away, he frantically activated his innate ability. Grayish-brown stone patterns erupted beneath his skin, covering his critical areas, his neck and head, within an instant. Shoo! The razor-sharp energy slice crashed down with a skin-crawling screech, scattering stone debris. Yet, even with his stone armor activated, his defenses gave way. The blade embedded into his neck, splitting the hardened rock and cutting brutally deep, enough to expose bone. Ugh! Staggering backward with a guttural cry, Lu Tian dropped his machete to the ground. Clutching desperately at the gaping wound on his neck, blood spurted uncontrollably through his fingers. The ruptured stone armor did little to seal the lethal gash, the open wound revealing torn flesh and fractured bones. The damage was severe, his throat half-slit, his breaths reduced to pained, wheezing rasps. His health bar plummeted to about 30% and still continued to drain rapidly. If no action were taken, death was imminent. With a voice strained through his mangled throat, he managed to hiss. Kill them all. Leave and none alive. Boss, Lu Tian. The biker gang roared in anger, charging at us with weapons raised, assuming I was the only one capable of fighting while the girls were easy pickings. They couldn't have been more wrong. The girls didn't shrink back. Instead, they surged forward boldly, weapons flashing as they met their attackers head-on. Li Ruiao stepped up without hesitation, gripping an oversized black greatsword that was taller than Luo Xiaoxue. Her expression hardened, and with both arms straining from the sheer weight and power required, she swung it downward toward the closest thug. You think you can trade strength with me, girlie? The burly man sneered, raising his blade to block her. Asterisk clang. Crack. Asterisk. The clash lasted barely a second before the brute's machete snapped clean in two from the devastating force. The greatsword didn't stop there. It completed its arc in one swift motion, straight through the man's neck. The severed head tumbled to the ground, the lifeless body crumpling right after. Meanwhile, Zhang Keek's body suddenly swelled to 3 times its size, towering to over 3 meters, resembling a giant as her transformation took full effect. She clenched her enormous fists and hammered into the group with a relentless barrage. The first punch, the thug's arms audibly fractured under the pressure as he blocked. The second, she smashed him to the ground, defenseless. By the third, her fist slammed into the back of his skull with a gruesome crunch. The blow left his head caved in, sending gore flying everywhere. Monsters. What's up with these women? Run. We messed with the wrong ones. In mere moments, 2 bikers were killed outright. The rest of the thugs froze in terror as the realization dawned. They were unequivocally outmatched. Panic overtook them, and their supposedly fearless charge crumbled into a full-blown retreat. Don't let any of them escape. Take them all down, I shouted, charging after them with my spear raised. With one swift motion, the blue-glowing spear cut through the air. A fleeing man barely managed to glance back before the sharp point impaled him cleanly through his back, the tip brutally emerging from his chest. Out, straight to the ground. With a flick of my wrist, I shook off the lifeless body and took down the thugs who dared to get close in an instant. Suddenly, bits of gravel lifted off the ground, gathering above my head to form a storm of rocks. The stone man, Lu Tian, held his neck, his eyes blazing with the fury of someone who knew their time was short. With only 10% of his life left, he wasn't going to last much longer. He couldn't speak, but it was clear he wanted to drag someone to the grave with him. Go! The words screamed from his mind as countless sharp stones shot toward Li Ruyao, Zhang Kiki, and the others. Shield of Aura. Lin Xunan from the rear had been waiting for this moment. A pale white shield instantly enveloped each girl. The storm of stones rained down, causing the shields to ripple and tremble, but they held strong. Not a single rock broke through. One by one, the stones bounced harmlessly away, scattering across the ground. The moment the rock storm stopped, I was already upon Lu Tian. Using his last ounce of strength, he tried to encase his head in stone, but a sharp weapon was unrelenting. The spear pierced through. My azure spirit lance drove straight into his skull. Lu Tian dead. The girls continued to press forward, mopping up the remnants. The surviving thugs scrambled back toward the bus. They shoved one reluctant man into the driver's seat as he trembled, desperately trying to start the engine and flee. But Li Royale and I had already followed them onto the bus. Escape? Not a chance. One strike from my spear blew apart the new driver's head. Li Royale raised her blade and, one by one, cleaned the rest out like plucking chickens. By the time she finished, the bus interior was soaked in blood. Outside, Zhang Kiki and the others were fending off zombies, cutting down waves of them drawn in by the sound of battle. Don't kill me. We were wrong. We're really sorry. The last few thugs knelt on the ground, frantically bowing and begging for their lives, tears streaming. It's not that you realize you were wrong. You realize you're about to die. My voice was cold as I ended each one of them. Driver Guy Pingsheng, for leading your passengers to obliterate all enemies on a bus without major damages. You have earned 5 free attribute points. This bus has become an ownerless vehicle. It can be dismantled to yield 30 bus coins plus 1 heart of the bus. The notification left me stunned. I finally understood what the heart of the bus required for upgrading a level 5 bus truly meant. So dismantling an ownerless bus would yield 1 heart of the bus. Is this forcing buses to devour each other? Or is there another way to acquire them? My expression darkened immediately. Buses had to keep upgrading. If they didn't, they'd be too slow, too fragile. But the challenges would only grow harder the longer we waited. Li Royale and I quickly called our classmates to board the enemy's bus and scavenge for supplies. Once we looted everything, we immediately dismantled the bus. Meanwhile, Zhang Keek's team held off the surrounding zombies for us. Lu Tian's group had been hoarding significant resources: 18 cans of fuel, food supplies, rice noodles, soy sauce, sugar, salt, even cured meat. They'd also stashed nearly 200 liters of water. Weapons were abundant too, though most were unsuitable for our needs. I traded most of them on the marketplace for supplies, and the rest were reserved for dismantling. All in all, it took about half an hour to finish. I handed out water to Jean Kiki and her team. Despite holding the line so fiercely against the zombies, they'd managed to extract 3 vials of zombie serum. But there were injuries, and even one infection. Our healer, Luo Xiaoxua, stepped in, stabilizing each student. She treated wounds and suppressed the infection. Finally, I dismantled the level 3 bus. Dismantling successful. Acquired 30 bus coins, 1 heart of the bust. The bus coins were dark, chipped tokens. I could hold them or store them within the menu. I deposited the 30 coins into the system, then examined the heart-like crystal in my hand. It even had an engraving of a bus on it. The heart of the bus was mine. With resources gathered and signs of an upgrade on the horizon, my focus shifted. Iron ingots were no issue anymore. We still lacked steel, survival coins, and energy cores, and we needed 4 cores total. From here forward, it was all about grinding for those materials. Back on board, I finished my driving shift and handed control over to Lu Xiaofeng, who had volunteered. We encountered no stations along the way, but the scenery began to change. Small, scattered huts started appearing ahead. Occasionally, I'd have Lu stop so I could search buildings, but most were stripped barren. On lucky stops, I'd find a plank of wood or an iron ingot, but otherwise, it was endless yellow desert sand. "We can't waste too much time here," I muttered. "These huts are resource poor. Many don't have anything to offer." "The bus is losing too much time stopping," Lin Xunan noted. "Let's keep moving and conserve time. Only stop at a station or for treasure chests on the roadside." Everyone agreed. The further we traveled, the more distance we put between ourselves and the monsters tailing us. The low huts became denser along the sides of the road. Occasionally, moaning from zombies echoed from inside. Lin Xunan would use her divine sense to sweep for high-value resources. Suddenly, a 4-meter-tall bald monster lumbered into view, its massive frame even wider than a typical charger. The creature bent down, digging its enormous hand into the concrete ground as if ripping through paper. Its pillar-like arm swung a massive slab of cement toward the bus. Lu Xiaofeng let out a terrified scream. Lin Xunan shouted sharply, "Don't brake. Ram into it. Accelerate." With a heavy thud, the cement block bounced off the bus, and the reinforced front smashed into the creature, sending it staggering backward. The beast wobbled, then broke into a chase. But with the bus accelerating at full speed, we quickly left it in the dust. The head was dented from the impact, glass shattered everywhere, and the durability dropped by 6 points in just 2 collisions. Tank zombie. Lin Xunan quickly called out the stats. Physical strength, 350. Agility, 70. Bronze mid-tier. It mainly relies on ramming and digging up concrete to smash vehicles. This type of specialized zombie. This was the 3rd one they had encountered so far. Luo Xiaoxua gasped. "Another monster scarier than the class monitor?" Su Yuer immediately teased her. "Why don't you go take it on one-on-one? It's so huge, and you're so tiny. It'd definitely be a sight to see." Luo Xiaoxua snapped back. "Oh, shut it. Why don't you go?" The bus kept driving into the afternoon. After lunch, most of the girls went to take a nap, with Lin Xunan taking over the driving. I was so tired I couldn't stop yawning. Just as I was about to doze off, Li Ruiao suddenly winked at me. I got the hint and followed her into the bedroom. Holding her close, I chuckled softly. "In broad daylight?" Li Ruiao rolled her eyes at me. "And what about it? If you've got the guts, don't follow me in." I leaned closer. "Don't have the guts. You're too beautiful. I can't resist." She huffed lightly. "Well, I can't resist either." Just as things started to heat up, Li Ruiao suddenly thought of something. "What if we, you know?" And then the bus suddenly stalls. "Then I'll carry you off the bus." "Are you insane? That's just perverse." She scolded me harshly, but her mind couldn't help but imagine the scenario. If the whole class saw us, would she even survive the embarrassment? The 2 of us slipped into the bedroom one after the other. Yang Jiesin, ever sharp-eyed, immediately poked Wang Jiechi. "Hey, Jiechi, the class monitor and the class committee member just went into the bedroom. Why would they go in there?" Yang Jiesin covered her mouth, chuckling. "Treat the question as your answer." She hunched over and snuck to the door, pressing her ear against it. Zhang Kiki soon joined her. Before long, more and more girls gathered quietly around the door, all straining to eavesdrop on what might be happening inside. The bus didn't stall. When it was over, the two of us opened the door, only to hear a loud shuffle of footsteps as the crowd outside scattered back to their seats. Several girls didn't have enough time to leave, awkwardly squatting in place. That's when our eyes met. Yang Jesin was among them. She grinned at us awkwardly, trying to be polite. I recognized her. She was the one who, during the first encounter, nearly dropped her pants halfway. The air grew instantly still. I broke the silence. What were you all doing at the door? Wang Jiechi blinked. We had to pee and were waiting for the restroom. Yang Jesin immediately chimed in. Yeah, bathroom emergency. As soon as she said that, the sound of a flush came from the restroom. Lu Xiaofeng walked out, face flushed red, her gaze darting away. The restroom was right next to the bedroom, and the bus wasn't soundproof, so she'd heard everything loud and clear. Luo Xiaoxue, as always, couldn't resist throwing in a jab. Wait, then how's Xiaofeng already inside? Wang Jiechi stiffened and tried to explain. She probably went in there earlier. Yang Jesin played along, pretending to be in a hurry, and rushed straight into the restroom, slamming the door behind her. I saw through all of it, raising my hand to flick Luo Xiaoxue on the forehead. You're all so nosy. Luo Xiaoxue clutched her forehead, playing faux innocent. It wasn't just me. Why are you picking on me? Then, lowering her voice, she shifted her tone. Class committee, have you already done that with the class monitor? So how was it? Suyuer clung to Li Ruoyao, badgering her for details. Li Ruoyao glared at her. Get lost. What does that have to do with you? The rest of the classmates immediately erupted, egging her on. Oh, the class committee's embarrassed. Her face is all red. Several girls looked on, visibly jealous. Others quietly did some personal recalculating. In the face of the apocalypse, survival meant relying on someone. So why not her? I wasn't about to get involved in these sorts of games. Lu Xiaofeng quietly spoke up. Class monitor, I'm feeling really sleepy. Can I use the bedroom to nap? I hesitated for a moment. The bedroom was originally designated for the drivers to rotate rest shifts, and she had been driving constantly these past few days, clearly running on fumes. Go ahead, take a nap. You've earned it after all the hard work. Lu Xiaofeng gave a sweet smile. It's no trouble at all to help the class monitor. She went into the bedroom. Li Ruoyao stared at me, then glanced at the bedroom door as though she wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. 2 hours later, a sudden notification sounded. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your next destination is Hushi Village. Warning, this is a mandatory stop. The bus will be forcibly powered down upon arrival. You must explore for 2 hours before being able to continue traveling. My expression darkened. A mandatory stop meant the bus would halt, and everyone would be forced to disembark. Unless the area was fully explored, the bus wouldn't be able to move again. These stops often spelled doom for many groups, trapping them long enough to meet a grisly end. Lin Xiaonan quickly finished scouting the area, his voice tight with tension. Difficulty, moderate. The village is overrun with zombies, mostly ordinary types mixed with a few Black Iron Tier 1s. The real problem is the 10 or so bronze low-tier specialty zombies, fat zombies. These things vomit corrosive green goo when they get close. The liquid, whether it lands on someone or the ground, drives nearby zombies into a frenzy. They'll rush the affected area like maniacs. And when the fat zombies die, they self-detonate, spreading even more goo. The words "fat zombie" had barely left his mouth when many of the girls turned pale, shivering all over. The more timid ones were visibly on the verge of panicking. These zombies are disgusting. How is this only a moderate difficulty stop? It's terrifying. Probably because of how big the village is. Zombie horde dispersed? Or maybe the class monitor and the discipline officer are just too strong. But I really don't want to go down there. I'm scared of dying. Same here, but I'm almost out of supplies. There can't be much in the village. How about we stay on the bus for a couple of hours? I rubbed my forehead. Someone in the chat channel had already reminded everyone. If you refuse to get off the bus at a mandatory station, it doesn't count as exploration time, and the station won't let anyone off the hook. I explained the rules, and the girls immediately lost their nerve. Yang Shengnan completely broke down at the thought of the horrifying scene Lin Qianan described. Hugging her head, she cried, "No, I don't want to. I won't get off the bus." I knew her. She hung out with Huang Ting, who'd been expelled. And frankly, this small group of people hadn't contributed much. Except for helping out in a fight this morning, they barely lifted a finger. At every other bus stop, they just stayed on the bus. If they kept this up, it was only a matter of time before they dragged the entire group down. Let me be clear. I lowered my tone. Mandatory stations mean mandatory exploration. Everyone has to get off. If you refuse and try to hold us back out of fear, I'll expel you, just like Huang Ting. Yang Shengnan quieted down immediately and could only nod in agreement. Li Ruoyao chimed in. You guys can act all cowardly during downtime, but when it comes to mandatory stations and you put us in danger, I'm not tolerating it. Lin Qianan followed up coldly. The class monitor's word is the law. He's our driver, and you better understand that. Under pressure from the big three, Yang Shengnan and the others had no choice but to comply. Fine. I'll get out. Just don't expel me, she stammered, trembling. I turned and headed to the bedroom, waking up Lu Xiaofang and the others. Lu Xiaofang, Lu Xiaoying, and Zhang Kiki had been crammed together for an afternoon nap. Still groggy, they immediately snapped to attention when they heard the words, mandatory station. 10 minutes later, the bus stopped at the village's entrance. Out in front, a few distorted figures were shambling about. They weren't the sluggish rotters we usually faced. They were zombies, the kind that would lunge at you to bite and devour, possibly dragging you into permanent death. I had no idea what was hidden in Hugong village. It looked like a rotten corpse nest, but there was an underlying sense of dread creeping right into your bones. The first time I caught a distant glimpse of this place, my mental strength dropped by 20 points. At some point, this area had been counted as a destination, split into Hugong Station and Hugong Village. The moment we stepped off, a cold wind slapped against me. The temperature had dropped significantly. Honestly, the chill inside the bus had already felt eerie. Damn, must be a cold front coming. No way it'd get this cold otherwise, muttered Luo Xiaoxua through chattering teeth. Li Ruoyao, Lin Qianan, and I exchanged knowing glances. We all understood. This wasn't some harmless cold snap. It was a full-blown blizzard brewing, something far more dangerous. I didn't voice it out loud. I was worried it'd send the group into panic. I tried looking for clothing on the trading market, but options were incredibly scarce. Everyone's feeling the chill. If anyone had extra, they sure wouldn't sell. The best I could do was post a request, even offering precious zombie serum in exchange, just waiting for another driver's response. Just then, several zombies at the village entrance spotted us, hissing and charging forward. I snorted, flicking my Qingling spear. Within a few rounds, most of them were down. The others finished off the rest. On the ground, there were 2 vials of serum, which I quickly picked up and stored in my bag. Let's go, I whispered. Everyone held their breath, bracing against the bitter wind as we entered the village. Low, cramped houses stood close together, even more suffocating than the broken-down huts along the main road. It felt like something could pop out at any moment. Lin Qianan used her divine insight to scout the area. Hushy village, medium difficulty. Multiple zombies detected, including 1 fat zombie, bronze low grade. The village leader's home contains 3 MP5 submachine guns, bronze mid-grade, each with 50 rounds of 9mm ammunition, plus an additional 300 rounds stored in the ammo depot. Lin Qianan's heart skipped a beat, and she promptly asked for more clarity. Show me the safest and shortest path to the village leader's house. Once the route appeared, she relayed the information to the group. Everyone instantly perked up. A submachine gun? 3 of them. 50 rounds per gun, plus a 300-round depot. 450 bullets total. If each of us had one, that'd be incredible. Yeah, keep dreaming. What if the monitor's ability rewards us with, like, dozens of them? Puffed as if. But if it happens, we better each get one. Haha, if I get one, I'm aiming right at you first. Well, how generous of you. As usual, Yang Jiesin and Wang Jiechi were at it, bickering like always. Everyone had gotten used to their antics. They were so shameless in public that imagining what they said privately wasn't worth the mental effort. I suppressed my excitement to address the group. Stay close to Lin Qianan. We're not just surviving for 2 hours, we're getting those 3 guns. I'd only ever handled guns in video games, but I already had a plan. Keep one for myself, give one to Li Ruyao, and hand the final one to Lin Xunan. With the plan set, the team advanced. Lin Xunan led the way while Li Ruyao watched our rear. I stayed close beside her. Zhang Kiki, Li Jun, and other capable fighters held the flanks. Wave after wave of zombies charged in from all sides, only to be swiftly taken down. We managed to pick up a decent amount of serum along the way. Serum was even more vital than fuel, food, or water. You were bound to get scratched during fights. Without serum, it meant death. We hadn't made it far yet when, suddenly, the sound of someone vomiting came from up ahead. A round, bloated creature squeezed its way out of a low shack. It was a special kind of zombie, grotesquely fat, with skin stretched tight and glistening, its body covered in filth and oozing pus. Foul-smelling green liquid dripped from its mouth and nose, emitting a stench that attracted the other undead nearby like moths to a flame. Everyone's faces dropped, stepping back in unison. Many of the girls looked like they were ready to vomit on the spot. Lin Xunan shouted urgently, "Class rep, monitor, fall back. That's a fatty zombie. Don't attack it. It'll explode, and the pus will attract even more zombies." Hearing this, the group moved even faster to retreat. I shelved any thought of attacking for now, but the fatty zombie wasn't about to let its prey off so easily. It spewed a massive glob of green pus toward everyone with a wet splatter. Lin Xunan instinctively raised a protective energy shield, which deflected the pus onto the ground. The approaching zombies immediately swarmed it, feverishly licking at the toxic mess. The sight made everyone gag. Things got worse as the fatty zombie crept closer. It clearly wasn't content just to spill its filth on the ground. It wanted to coat us with it. It stood in place, stomach swelling ominously, clearly preparing for another bout of toxic spewing. "Let me handle it," Chen Tonger said, activating her skill with swift confidence. Iron armor summon. A black iron golem smashed to the ground next to the fatty zombie, immediately raising its massive, adorned blade and hacking at it. Under such relentless attacks, the fatty zombie had no choice but to focus on the golem. It abandoned all thought of spewing pus at the group. Luo Xiaoxue quickly followed up with her skill, Willowbind. Thick wooden roots erupted from the ground, coiling mercilessly to immobilize the fatty zombie. The golem kept bringing its blade down. Fatty zombies weren't built to be tough. Their real danger lay in their disgusting abilities. With its movements restricted, it soon fell under the assault. Everyone had long since retreated a safe distance. The very next moment, boom! The fatty zombie exploded on the spot, drenching the golem in a deluge of green pus, far more than in its previous attacks. The pus attracted even more zombies, which rushed toward it in droves, driven into a frenzy by the smell. Surrounding the pus-drenched golem, they diverted their attention away from us. "Let's move out," Lin Xunan said firmly. "Once the pus is gone, those zombies will come right back to track us down. There's too many of them here." Using her senses to guide her, she chose a relatively safer path, leading us through a narrow alley as we sprinted away from the chaos. Any zombies blocking our way were swiftly dealt with by me and Li Ruyao. As we ran, I made sure to pick up any dropped bus tokens or serum vials whenever I spotted one. After about 10 minutes of running, Lin Xunan guided us to an open area sparsely populated by zombies. "Let's pause here and rest," I said, glancing at the group. Many of the girls, with their weaker constitutions, were already gasping for breath. The worst off was Luo Xiaoxue, short and slight. She'd started with a baseline stamina stat of only 3. Combined with her love of late-night snacks and minimal exercise, it was already a miracle she'd lasted this long. Even Su Yuer looked pale and on the verge of exhaustion. "I'm so tired." "Ugh," Luo Xiaoxue whined, sticking out her tongue dramatically. "I'll carry you if I have to," Li Jun offered hesitantly. Luo Xiaoxue's expression turned sour in an instant. "No way. You used to bully Xiaofang. I don't like you." Li Jun was momentarily speechless. "I want the class rep to carry me," Luo Xiaoxue declared with a pout and a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Chen Tonger stepped in quickly, cutting off the request. "The class rep needs to stay ready to fight. My golem can carry you instead." Her iron golem stood dutifully alongside the group, awaiting orders. Luo Xiaoxue scowled but couldn't find a reason to object, begrudgingly agreeing to the arrangement. Chun Tonger's lips curled up in what could only be described as a victorious smirk, clearly pleased with herself. After a 5-minute rest, Lin Xiaonan led the group forward again. By now, most of our skills had off cooldown and were ready to use. The team quickly decided on a strategy specifically for handling fatty zombies. First, Luo Xiaoxue would immobilize them using Willow Bind. Next, Shintonger's Iron Golem would move in to tank and deal damage. I'd stay close to land a critical aerial slash if the opportunity arose, but I held back if it wasn't necessary. If the fatty zombie somehow slipped through and threatened the group, Lin Xiaonan would activate her energy shield as protection. With this plan, the team efficiently took down another fatty zombie without much trouble. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I called out to Lin Xiaonan. Wait, let's head back to where the first one died. If it dropped a bus token or something else, we need to pick it up, I explained. Lin Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Good idea. Plus, since we killed it, the noise probably attracted zombies over there. It might actually be safer for us to go back for now. Within minutes, we were back at the original site of the fatty zombie's death. The puddle of green pus was gone, leaving behind a single, glowing vial of thick green liquid. The iron golem from before was nowhere to be seen, likely eaten by zombies or dispersed after its summon timer expired. I picked up the vial and inspected it. Zombie pus serum, black iron, top tier. Use. Throw it to create an explosion of pus, irresistibly attracting nearby zombies. Zombies chasing you will abandon their pursuit to fight over it instead. Note, the stronger the zombie, the shorter the duration of attraction. A mix of worry and excitement welled up inside me. This thing wouldn't be very useful for now, but if the Blood Moon was truly overrun by the zombie horde, it would still be our last card for survival. Unfortunately, we didn't see any bus tokens here. I carefully stored the newly acquired vial and sent Lin Xiaonan to lead the team to the corpse of another fat zombie nearby. This time, we found another vial of zombie pus potion and also picked up 10 bus tokens from the loot. I smirked. Not a bad haul. Fat zombies might be disgusting, but their drops are definitely worth it. From here on, we decided to push forward with the same strategy, always moving toward the village chief's house on the west side of the river. Whenever we encountered fat zombies, we'd follow the same sequence. CC, crowd control, summon, attack, shield. We'd wipe them out as quickly as possible, collect the loot, and move on to the next one. The good thing is, after about 20 minutes, our skills would be off cooldown, and we'd repeat the process while also scavenging for supplies. The only downside is that stamina had to be carefully managed. Skills consume stamina, so do running, jumping, and fighting. At most, we could only take down 1 or 2 fat zombies at a time before Lin Xiaonan had to find a relatively safe corner to sit down and catch his breath. This actually turned out to be a good opportunity to train the others. Those of us who could fight, myself, the class leaders, and Li Jun, couldn't be at the front lines forever. So, during rests, if we encountered scattered, ordinary zombies, I would send the girls who hadn't faced any bloodshed up front to deal with them. Don't let the weapons in their hands fool you. Girls like Yang Shangnan, for instance, just drifted through school without ever actually making an effort. They'd barely lifted a finger in their lives. There were plenty of inexperienced girls, probably around 20 of them. We took turns in small groups, based on the same rotation system we used for night shifts. The entire class was split into 8 groups, each led by a group leader. Myself, Luo Xiaoxue, Li Jun, Lu Shuiwe, Zhou Qingqing, Zhao Yuding, Wu Dandan, and Yang Shangnan. My group had 6 members. We were in charge of operating the bus, taking turns driving and managing the bedroom area for rest. The other groups each had 5 members. Luo Xiaoxue's group was overall smaller and weaker, but she had a healing ability, which made her the core of the team. Although they didn't contribute much during scouting missions, they at least had the guts to leave the bus. Li Jun's group, on the other hand, was strong and aggressive. Everyone in her team had taken down zombies before and spilled blood in doing so. Lu Shiyue's and Zhou Qingqing's groups were average, with around half of their members having zombie fighting experience. Zhao Yuding's and Wu Dandan's groups were weaker. Most of them had never actually fought zombies. I did, however, recall Zhao Yuding scouting the bus station before and even facing off with zombies. Plus, She was responsible and always returned items after borrowing them. The weakest group, though, was Yang Xingnan's. Previously, they'd stuck too closely to Huang Ting, a mistake that left them with zero courage to step outside for exploration. When we forced them to scout the bus station earlier, they were terrified out of their wits. Forget about fighting. They couldn't even stand still without trembling. So every time we stopped to rest, I'd pick one group to go out and clear scattered zombies, while the other 7 restored their strength. If nothing else, it gave the inexperienced girls a chance to earn some battle experience. But when it was Yang Xingnan's group's turn, they flat out refused. What? You want us to go kill zombies? No way. The moment the suggestion was made, Yang Xingnan vehemently shook her head, retreating to the middle of the team. The 4 girls beside her also started trembling, staring at me with pleading, frightened eyes. They'd rather obey my commands than face the zombies directly. This is an excellent training opportunity, I said slowly, trying to keep my temper in check. If you don't go now, what happens when the blood moon chaos hits, and we can't look out for you? I asked, holding back my frustration. Li Ruoyao also tried persuading them. The whole team is here, and Xiao Xue is around to heal you. What's there to be scared of? Her words sounded reasonable, but Yang Xingnan and her group remained frozen. We can't, class monitor. We're way too scared. Zombies are terrifying, and we're just girls. One girl started to stammer until Yang Xingnan clamped a hand over her mouth, silencing her. She didn't want to spark another situation like Huang Ting's. Huang Ting had pissed off the entire class with her daily antics, which ultimately led to her complete downfall. Quietly, Yang Xingnan just wanted to fly under the radar, not end up a second Huang Ting. My expression darkened. If you won't go, you'll die waiting. You're already low on supplies. From now on, you won't receive any resources from the water condenser or group funds. On this bus, fairness ruled. Those who borrowed resources always repaid them later after scavenging supplies. If they refused to pull their weight and just kept leeching, it wouldn't be long before they couldn't pay back their debts, and the other teams would start complaining. Lin Chunan sneered. I think you're just dead weight. Might as well kick you out altogether. The color immediately drained from Yang Xingnan's face. Someone shot back at Lin Chunan. Like you're out there fighting zombies, either. You just sit back and rely on the class monitor and committee members. Unfazed, Lin Chunan replied. Between the S-tier divine hints, the bus station route, loot points, monster zombies, and warnings about safe zones, which one didn't come from me? I pull my weight for the whole team. I'm worth more than 5 of you combined. My tone grew colder. If you won't fight, you'll be expelled. And if you dare to try freeloading when the time comes, I'll deal with you personally to prevent retaliation. Memories of Huang Ting's fate hit Yang Xingnan like a wave of ice down her spine. Gritting her teeth, she finally led her group off the bus to face the zombies. At first, they were clumsy, and some even got scratched, trembling in pain. But as they kept fighting, they started to pick up skills and instincts. Yang Xingnan tightly gripped her iron sword, forcing herself to keep hacking at the enemy, and her movements gradually gained confidence. I guess it's not that frightening after all, she quietly thought as she psyched herself up. Luo Xiaoxue quickly rushed forward to heal their injuries. Watching all this unfold, I nodded approvingly. After that battle, the girls who hadn't seen combat finally tasted what it was like. Lin Xunan stared coldly at the 5 people, only withdrawing her gaze after confirming they wouldn't dare to harbor any animosity again. Had there been even a trace of revenge in their hearts just now? 2 hours later, our class managed to eliminate 6 fat zombies and hundreds of regular ones. Adding to our prior loot, we collected 5 vials of zombie serum and 185 bus tokens in total. In front of us stood a 3-story self-built house, the largest in Hushi Village, the village chief's home. It's safe inside. The guns and other supplies are in there, Lin Xunan whispered after using her abilities to check the place. Let's head in, rest up, and recover some strength. We'll grab the 3 guns and the ammo, I said as I led the charge into the house. Inside, there were piles of wooden tables and chairs. The kitchen had a few bags of rice, some noodles, and cookware. In the bedrooms, we found closets containing a few clean jackets and bedding. Other rooms also had clothing, but most were stained with blood. None of us wanted to wear them, let alone risk needing Luo Xiaoxue to treat us again if there was an incident. After taking stock, my expression darkened. 5 winter coats, 7 jackets, 5 long-sleeved shirts, and 4 pairs of pants, completely insufficient for everyone on the bus to share. Once we left the village chief's house, we'd have to keep searching the village for suitable clothing. I instructed my classmates to take everything usable. There wasn't enough space for each to grab everything they wanted, so priority went to guns, bullets, and clothing on a first-grabbed, first-kept basis. Soon, Lin Xiaonan took 2 people up to a bedroom on the 3rd floor. In the corner of the room leaned 3 MP5s. Next to them was an open wooden crate filled to the brim with bullets. I grabbed one gun and checked it out. The magazine was full, 50 rounds. Ruo Yao, Xiaonan, each of you gets 1 gun. We'll evenly split the bullets, I said as I handed out the firearms. Lin Xiaonan's eyes lit up, her heart warming. Thank you, class rep. No need to thank me. Your abilities have saved us countless times, I replied casually. Li Ruoyao exhaled in slight relief. It was clear to her that the reason she was looked out for was because she had aligned herself with the right side. I'm going to test the gun, I said. I carried the MP5 to the balcony, aiming at a wobbling zombie not far away. Flipping off the safety, I squeezed the trigger almost instinctively. Bang! The bullet struck the ground by the zombie's foot, kicking up a small puff of dust. The gunfire echoed, and all nearby zombies immediately began shambling toward us. I twitched the corner of my mouth. I'll take care of them. I'll join you, said the 2 girls simultaneously. The 3 of us held our MP5s as we stormed to the 1st floor entrance. Facing the oncoming zombies, we opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out continuously, each bullet punching into the zombies, no matter if they were standard or metallic. The relentless firepower turned them into Swiss cheese, and they dropped as a group. Satisfied after a round of fighting, I finally put my gun down. Bullets weren't unlimited. Firearms should only be used in critical moments. For most fights, melee combat was still more sustainable. Li Ruoyao and Lin Xiaonan also tested their guns before stowing them away. I stashed 300 rounds of bullets, along with all the clothing and bedding in the house. I also scavenged the zombie serum and bus tokens from the bodies of the defeated undead. After resting for half an hour, Lin Xiaonan led the way, helping us avoid dangerous areas as we continued scavenging the village for resources. By following her designated paths, we came across numerous supplies and eliminated the remaining fat zombies in the village, collecting plenty of serums and bus tokens in the process. Clothing, however, remained scarce. It took searching 10 houses to find 1 or 2 jackets. Even short-sleeved shirts and thin fabric were taken at my insistence. It's better to have something to layer up during a snowstorm. There was plenty of confusion among the group seeing how I stuffed every piece of clothing into my own backpack, sorting them without sharing even 1 item. When asked, I simply responded, "It's a secret for now. I'll distribute everything back on the bus." I glanced at the clock. It was already 5:40 p.m. With a serious tone, I announced, "We must return to the bus before it gets dark. Once the sun goes down, there will only be more zombies." Lin Xiaonan nodded in agreement. The number of zombies at night will surge. Even if we haven't finished searching the village, we have to leave by then. No one hesitated after that. We immediately started heading back. At 5:50 p.m., we returned to the bus just as the sun began to set. Lu Xiaoying took the driver's seat while I took stock of everything we'd collected. The most prized finds were the 3 submachine guns and 300 rounds of ammunition. Next were the serums. Defeating 10 fat zombies netted us 7 vials of zombie serum, while we had a whopping 47 regular serums thanks to Luo Xiaoxue's healing ability, keeping the class from needing them. On the bus trading market, these serums could fetch 3 to 5 liters of water per vial, enough to make others green with envy. After counting the bus tokens, our total, including what we'd saved prior, was 400 tokens on the dot. As for clothing and bedding, 7 winter coats, about 20 jackets, over 30 single-layer shirts, more than 10 pairs of thick and thin pants combined, 3 thick quilts, 5 thin ones, and 7 bedrolls. Class rep, you said you'd explain something earlier, right? Luo Xiaoxue asked, swinging her legs playfully from her seat. Rather than distributing the clothing immediately, I packed it all neatly into my backpack. There's some bad news, I said, scanning everyone's faces. In addition to the Blood Moon event happening in 5 days, A blizzard is approaching. The bus fell silent. The next second, the girls erupted into chatter. No way. Sure, it's cold, but bad enough for a blizzard? At this rate, if the temperature keeps dropping, who knows? The blood moon days are already a nightmare. Add a blizzard to that, and we're as good as doomed. I don't want to freeze to death. Someone, barely holding it together, tried to comfort the group. Don't panic. We've got plenty of resources. We can definitely trade for more clothes. Suiware turned her eyes to me. Class rep, which one's coming first, the blizzard or blood moon days? I shook my head. Not sure. All I've heard are snippets of rumors, saying something's going to happen soon. So, make sure the clothes and bedding are sorted beforehand and stored with me. Last thing we need is chaos breaking out. Just then, the trading market notifications started pinging nonstop. Before we left the last stop, I'd posted messages trying to buy steel and warm clothing. And now, someone had bitten. 3 drivers showed interest in trading, and one of them was a guy named Huang Tian. Huang Tian. Hello, Bosku. It took me a couple of seconds to remember that name. This was the troublemaker I had a run-in with back at the gas station. Back then, their group's hot-headed senior year students had been handled. The only ones left were folks who didn't dare stir up trouble. Huang Tian had since become their driver. I wasn't about to acknowledge the past, and he probably had no clue that Bosku was actually me from back then. Honestly, I didn't think his group stood much of a chance of surviving the blood moon days. None of them had any special abilities, and their numbers were too few. If something serious happened, they'd barely have anyone willing to fight for their lives. Me asterisk, hello. Do you have what I need? Huang Tian, we do. We just passed by a clothing store and grabbed all the clothes inside. My eyes lit up. Me asterisk, really? How much warm clothing do you have? We're in desperate need. Huang Tian, I've already distributed winter coats and pants to my classmates. We still have 30 sweaters, 20 jackets, and 20 sets of down coats left. We can pack it all out to you in exchange for zombie virus antidotes. We've got 5 people in the group scratched by zombies, and the infection clock is at 24 hours. If we don't get antidotes in time, they'll turn. Once the zombie virus infects someone, there's only a 24-hour window to use the antidote. Beyond that, the person becomes a full-blown zombie with no turning back. Me asterisk, all right. I can give you up to 30 doses of antidote. Huang Tian asterisk, thank you, Bosku. When Huang Tian heard 30 doses, it probably nearly floored him. Clothing was only getting more valuable as everyone braced for the rumored cold snap and plunging temperatures. But what likely struck him harder was realizing the stockpile I had over here. Just pulling 30 doses of antidote, seemingly casually, probably gave off the impression that I had even more. I quickly did the mental math. Trading 1 dose for 2 to 3 pieces of winter clothing wasn't a bad deal. This haul alone could be enough to keep everyone warm through the blizzard. But I also doubted Huang Tian had left enough clothing for his own group, especially if he kept trading. Worried, I gave him a heads up about the harsher cold to come. Huang Tian, don't worry, we've kept enough for ourselves. The store we cleared out was a big one. Tons of clothes. Aside from this trade with you, I'm planning to barter with other drivers too. Me? Good. As long as you've thought it through. Afterward, I negotiated trades with the other 2 drivers. They were also after zombie antidotes, which scored us a decent haul of steel and 3 winter outfits. By the time all the deals were done, the empty area of the bus was now piled with clothing, some from the trades, and some from our earlier scavenging through Hushy Village. The gnawing worry I'd had about staying warm this winter started to ease up. Even with piles of supplies, finding enough winter gear in a short time could have been a huge challenge. Huang Tian's batch filled the gap perfectly. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved. It was a good thing I hadn't pushed Huang Tian's group into a dead end back then. If I had, we'd have spent who knows how much more time and effort trying to get all this clothing. Of course, without Huang Tian, there would have been other deals, but not as fast. Straightening my posture, I turned to the group. Everyone, we've got enough clothing now. I saw their expectant faces waiting for me to speak. The zombie virus antidotes weren't something I got on my own. We fought hard for them, every single one of us, and Hushy Village wasn't an easy mission. Some of us contributed more, some less, but every single one of us has killed zombies. That's why I'm deciding to distribute the clothing to everyone fairly. For fairness, those who contributed the most go first. Each person gets 1 set of proper winter clothing. No hoarding. I'll call names one by one. Pausing, I set my gaze on Lin Xunan. From avoiding danger to scoring resources, Lin Xunan had been instrumental. First, Lin Xunan. Lin Xunan's eyes brightened as she stood up, grabbing a down jacket, padded pants, and a long-sleeve undershirt before sitting back down. Second, Li Ruoyao. Li Ruoyao's efforts were just as evident. She was one of the strongest fighters in the group. Third, Luo Xiaoxue. If not for Luo Xiaoxue's constant treating of injuries, we wouldn't have stockpiled so much antidote. Sure, it wasn't directly useful to her, but it was invaluable for bartering with other groups. The fourth spot went to me. I needed to stay stationed near the bus's magnetic energy coin generator. It was currently, and would continue to be, a source of constant income for our group. The names kept rolling. Up front, even those who got down coats didn't try to take extra. They'd each taken exactly one full set. Toward the end, even if someone didn't get a down coat, there were still sweaters and jackets that could be layered to keep warm. Finally, it came down to Yang Shengnan. She ended up with the last piece left in the pile. Hugging the clothes to her chest, she looked at me with a nervous voice. "Class rep, I'll do better from now on." After finishing her words, she hurried back to her seat and let out a long sigh, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. She used to team up with Huang Ting, purposely making provocative remarks just to gain followers, even though she knew it was wrong. Huang Ting, however, had taken it seriously and gone further down the wrong path, which caused her great downfall after crossing over to this world. Yang Shengnan only now realized that instigating conflict and twisting truths was despised regardless of gender. She felt fortunate she hadn't reached that point of no return, but also deeply regretted her past actions. After fighting off zombies, she understood it's not as hard as she once imagined to face challenges head-on. By the time the clothes were distributed, night had fully fallen. We'd scavenged an entire bus worth of supplies earlier this morning. So, for now, our vehicle felt like a secure haven. Everyone was well-stocked with resources. Lu Xiaoying was driving. I sat next to Lu Xiaofeng and set up the portable stove and a small pot. I poured water into the pot and lit the fire. This particular stove was a rare item. It could burn without gas canisters. I didn't fully understand the principle behind it. It just defied common sense. Once the water came to a boil, I tossed in some instant noodles, sprinkled a bit of salt, and added 3 hot dog sausages. When the noodles cooked through, I lowered my head and began eating. Lu Xiaofeng's face turned red as she quietly snuck glances at me eating, her mind flashing back to what happened in the bedroom earlier that afternoon. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She took a box of instant noodles from her backpack, placed the noodles and seasoning inside, and was just about to pour in some cold water when I stopped her. "Here, use my hot broth." The furnace was busy refining iron, and the portable stove seemed to only respond to me, so most of the class had been using cold water for their noodles. Sure, it was edible, but the taste was far inferior. Lu Xiaofeng shook her head immediately, not wanting to owe me any more favors. I didn't give her the chance to refuse. I simply ladled some hot broth from my pot and poured it into her instant noodles cup without a word. Don't shake your head. Eating cold food all the time isn't good for your health. Holding the steaming cup of instant noodles, Lu Xiaofeng felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and her cheeks burned brighter. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Did sharing food with the class monitor count as eating his cooking? I, on the other hand, paid no mind to her thoughts. While continuing to eat my noodles, I opened up the chat channel to look for new updates. *** chat channel ***. The fourth station is terrifying. We were sent to this so-called station, and it turned out to be a massive abandoned underground subway. The station required us to survive inside the subway for half an hour. Not long after entering, we encountered 3 liquor zombies. With one flick of their tongues, they dragged away our companions. They only attacked from the darkness, and I'm sure they were bronze-tier creatures. By the end of the half hour, there were only about 10 of us left on the train. How are you sure they're bronze-tier? I used to be an elementary school teacher. The vice principal had a black iron-grade pistol, and it barely phased the zombie. That's why I concluded it was 1 tier higher. I agree. Only weapons of the same tier can effectively damage creatures of that tier. Have any of you come across special task stations? These require completing missions assigned by Heavens Will before you're allowed to leave. On one trip, we stopped at a graveyard, and the mission was to place a letter on a specific tombstone. Once the letter was placed, we left without any trouble. Nothing happened the entire time. Then there's the nightmare escape station. A monster was chasing us outside, keeping up with the moving train. Thankfully, it was only a black iron tier creature. We all worked together to take it down and even got a high-grade black iron treasure chest as a drop. You're lucky it was black iron. If it were bronze, you'd all be toast. That's nothing. The real terrifying one is Gu Pingxing. He's appeared in 2 full-server broadcasts now. I suspect his team can already take on bronze-tier monsters head-on. Why doesn't Gu the Great ever speak in the chat? I've seen him on the trading market, though. Selling clothes. I'm a driver. Got inventory? DM me if you want to barter. I'm offering water in exchange. The conversation drifted toward me, but I didn't even blink. I'd already set some strict rules with my classmates. No revealing information about our skills or resources on the chat channel. Everyone was sticking to it so far. Meanwhile, the chat was flooded with fools showing off their talents and trump cards as if they were badges of honor. After finishing my meal, I decided to spend some of my bus coins. I had a total of 400 coins on hand, a significant amount for any team. However, I needed to reserve at least 100 coins for when the necessary steel materials were collected. With those coins, I planned to upgrade the bus to level 5. Opening the module shop, I focused on the bus armor upgrade first. It cost 200 coins, a painful expenditure, but the level 2 armor doubled our bus's defense, essentially giving us an additional layer of protection equivalent to a same-tier vehicle. And the kicker? Upgrading the bus itself would further amplify the armor's benefits. Upgrade successful Basic wear-resistant armor reinforced armor. Reinforced armor Quality, bronze tier. Effect, plus 100% bus defense, reduced wear rate. Upgrade requirement, for 100 bus coins. Post-upgrade effect, plus 200% defense, reduced wear rate. With 200 coins left, I was still sitting on the 100 coin reserve for upgrading the bus. While browsing the shop's modules, several items caught my eye. Unfortunately, most were either too pricey or restricted by the bus's current level. Double-decker bus module Quality, silver tier. Price, 500 bus coins. Effect, adds a second level to the bus roof, significantly increasing space. Allows upgrades for bedrooms, storage, restrooms, etc. Firearm module Quality, gold tier. Price, 2,000 bus coins. Effect, enables mounting of firearms on the bus roof. Level 1. For the Desert Eagle. Reloading ammo consumes iron ingots, but the bus can directly convert iron ingots into bullets. When upgraded, firearm mods can provide stronger guns, smoother handling, bigger magazine capacity, and greater firepower. Initially, only the driver has access permissions, but the driver can delegate these permissions to other players on the bus. After digging through everything, I found out those high-level mods are way out of reach for now. So I set my eyes on the most practical and affordable option I could currently buy. Warehouse mod, bronze tier. Price, 80 bus coins. Can be installed on the inner walls of the bus or inside bedrooms. Doesn't take up the bus's actual space after installation. Introduces overlapping space. Level 1 warehouse offers 2 by 2 by 2 meters, 8 cubic meters of capacity. Overlapping space. My first thought was a dimensional space. I got up and walked to the area next to the bedroom. The bus layout had the bathroom and bedroom positioned on the left back in sequence, right next to each other. I planned to install the warehouse door on the right side of the bedroom, lining it up as bathroom, bedroom, and warehouse. The warehouse door was about 1 by 2 meters. After purchasing the mod, I entered a God perspective mode and installed the warehouse exactly where I envisioned. When the perspective ended and I opened my eyes, there was suddenly a warehouse door in front of me. Pushing the door open revealed a small space of 2 by 2 by 2 meters inside. Not very big. I stuck my head out to check the corresponding position outside the bus, but there was no bulge or physical addition whatsoever. So this was what they meant by overlapping space. Now I finally understood why even a small warehouse cost 80 bus coins. Warehouse, bronze tier. Features, 2 by 2 by 2 meters, 8 cubic meters, doesn't take up bus interior space. Upgrade requirement, 200 bus coins. After upgrade, 3 by 3 by 2 meters, 18 cubic meters, still doesn't take up bus interior space. After upgrading, it would likely reach silver tier. The price wasn't outrageous. I'd wait until it filled up before upgrading. I moved all the items from my backpack into the warehouse. Oil cans, iron ingots, and more. I stacked the oil drums and ingots neatly. Resources scavenged from treasure chests and those distributed from pooled class funds were also tossed in. I put both the large and regular water condensers on top of the ingot pile. Once the items were cleared out, the aisle inside the bus immediately became much roomier. Turning to my classmates, I announced, "Everyone, the stuff here is pooled resources and essential bus materials. If you need anything, come to the warehouse to grab it. If any items you pick up don't fit in your backpacks, feel free to contribute them to the communal resources." At the start, Chun Tonger needed iron ingots, but now, nobody seemed to have an immediate use for them. Whether regular or black iron ingots, both, like oil, had become resources strictly for bus-related functionalities. One of the girls raised her hand and asked, "Class rep, if I put in used iron tools into the bus for dismantling, turning them into iron nails and contributing them, can I exchange for food or drinks from the warehouse of equal value?" "Sure," I nodded. Zhou Qingqing chimed in. "Why don't we just pool everything that can be contributed, and even the food and water can be managed by you?" Some of the girls' eyes lit up at her suggestion, though others' expressions turned uneasy. After all, it would mean handing over their personal rations. Lin Xunan interjected. "Sure, centralized management would be convenient, but at least in the early stages, it's not feasible." I decided to make it clear. The main issue is inventory space. I have a 60-slot backpack, and, combined, the rest of you have around 800 slots, which makes 860 slots total. Without a larger warehouse, we don't have the capacity to centralize everything. For now, you'll have to manage your own. While centralized management would undoubtedly be easier, it wasn't practical yet. Besides, people were generally more motivated when resources were firmly in their own hands. Shortly after midnight, around 12:30 a.m., I was in the bedroom with Li Ruoyao, cuddling together, when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Li Ruoyao, putting on her clothes and suppressing her irritation, asked, "Who is it?" From outside came Lin Xionan's slightly drawling voice. "It's me." Li Ruoyao pursed her lips in annoyance, but couldn't outright refuse. After all, the bedroom itself was originally Lin Xionan's idea, intended for 6 people to share. When the door opened, Lin Xionan walked in with a smile, her gaze briefly sweeping over the two of us. "What are you here for?" Li Ruoyao asked, staring at her. "What do you mean?" "Of course, I'm here to sleep." Lin Xiaonan took off her jacket and immediately climbed into bed right next to me. Li Ruoyao wasted no time crawling over and squeezing herself in between us. On a 1.5 times 2 meter bed, 3 people sleeping side by side made for a tight and uncomfortable fit. For me, the situation was just plain awkward. I didn't expect to end up sharing the same bed with both our class president and student representative. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaonan acted like nothing was unusual, whispering, "Good night, Riao, Pingsheng." She had been using divine hints excessively during the day and had drained her energy so much that she was visibly exhausted. Rest really was the only way for her to recover fully. It was like having only 10 points of stamina, using too much and dropping down to 3 points. A short break might restore it to 7 or 8 points, but for a full recovery to 10, a deep sleep was necessary. Staying up all night would leave her stuck at a lower stamina level, which would decline further the longer she pushed it. Such was the merciless reality of these mechanics. Lin Xiaonan soon fell asleep, breathing softly and evenly. Li Ruoyao wanted to sleep too, but was suddenly pulled into my arms. She glanced at me, and as if reading my intent, froze momentarily. Feeling self-conscious, she cast a guilty look toward Lin Xiaonan, which only made her hands instinctively clutch at the blanket nervously. Around 4:30 a.m., the bus suddenly slammed the brakes hard. The brakes screeched, and then the engine completely died. It was Lu Xiaofang's turn to drive. She stared blankly at the dashboard for half a second, then immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone get out, the engine's dead." The 8 Night Watch teams sprang into action. Luo Linman, who was with Zhou Qingqing's group, first shook Zhou and the others awake. Then, they passed the message down the line group by group. causing chaos in the bus. Lu Xiaofeng ran to the door of the sleeping quarters and kept shouting, "The engine's dead! Class leader, class monitor, Communist Youth League secretary." All three slowly woke up. I was the first to fully come to. I had already received the alert. The engine had been shut off for a full hour. Next was Li Ruiyao, whom I was holding. Lastly was Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan had already felt something was off last night. Though they had gone to bed early, they kept feeling as if the bed was swaying in a half-dream state. What unsettled her even more was how her priestly predictions using divine intuition had calculated such a low probability of this happening. Yet, here it was, the engine was dead. One by one, we filed out of the bus. Under the blanket of night, a sea of crimson eyes came rushing toward us. Zombies surged into the crowd, biting anyone they could grab. Yang Jiesin barely touched ground before a regular zombie pinned her down, its sharp teeth aiming for her thigh. Her scream pierced through the night. Slash! Li Jun swung her blade from behind, decapitating the zombie instantly. Luo Xiaoxua dashed over to heal Yang Jiesin, but Jiesin wasn't the only one. Several girls were already bleeding. I stationed myself by the bus door with a long spear, impaling every zombie that approached and holding them back with brute force. Li Ruiyao was even fiercer. Her large, meticulously crafted blade cleaved through clusters of zombies, slicing 4 or 5 in half with one swing. Blood was splattered everywhere. Eyes shut tight, Lin Xiaonan unleashed a frantic flurry of divine intuition scans. She was counting the zombies, assessing their strength, calculating risks, a frantic effort to carve a narrow path of survival for our entire class. Zhang Kiki transformed into her larger form, acting as the frontline barrier, a wall that shielded her classmates from a complete tear-off. Chun Tonger manipulated her puppets armed with weapons, directing them to encircle and kill the zombies. She even positioned herself and Luo Xiaoxua squarely in the middle for protection. Protecting herself was a personal instinct. Shielding Luo Xiaoxua, who lacked combat ability but was the class's most critical support member, was pure necessity. Everyone fought in synchronized retreats. The ground around the bus had effectively turned into a slaughterhouse. Yang Xingnan's eyes were rimmed with red. Her hands trembled so badly she could barely hold on to her weapon, but she gritted her teeth and charged forward, managing to take down 2 zombies. Around 10 minutes later, the scene thinned. Most of the zombies were dealt with. Zombies kept coming toward us, but Li Ruiyao and I had established a solid defensive line, holding them off. The wounded girls immediately retreated to Luo Xiaoxua for healing. Those still unscathed stepped up in their place, rotating out efficiently. Sweat drenched Luo Xiaoxua's forehead. Thankfully, most of her attribute points were invested in stamina. Otherwise, she'd collapse in just minutes, let alone an hour. The infected had a 24-hour grace period, and Luo Xiaoxua kept pushing herself relentlessly. She refused to let the pain slow down the team's rhythm of killing zombies. A thunderous growl split the air. A charger burst through a cluster of zombies, heading straight for the group near the bus. Right front. Ruiyao, charger incoming. I shouted. Springing into action, Li Ruiyao's blade came down hard, cleaving the charger clean in half. Rear. Tanker incoming. I yelled again. Just as the tanker bent down to lift a boulder, I lunged forward. My Qingling spear pierced its massive body straight through. Behind us, Lin Xiaonan kept her eyes clenched shut, calling out the positions of specialty zombies one by one. Following her alerts, Ruiyao and I systematically cleared them out, the flow of it almost feeling rehearsed. Rows of zombies fell one after another. The ground littered with bus tokens, some of which were magnetically drawn into our collector. When the numbers were overwhelming, I hurled zombie ichor and blood serums into the distance. The bait worked, and zombies scrambled to lap it up, giving Li Ruiyao the perfect opportunity to strike them down one by one. Half an hour later, we had exhausted 2 of our blood serums. We couldn't afford to waste any more. That's when Lin Xiaonan's divine intuition pinged. An unexpected foreign creature had appeared, a bronze-tier threat with a body stat reaching 380. Before she could dig into the details, a slimy, mucus-covered tongue shot out from the shadows, aiming straight for Lu Xiaofeng. Reacting faster than anyone, Li Jun tackled Lu to the ground. The tongue, which should have wrapped around Lu Xiaofeng's neck and dragged her away, ensnared Li Zhan's throat instead. Barbs on the tongue punctured her flesh, spraying blood everywhere. Li Zhan was dragged backward as everyone stood frozen in shock. Royale and I spun on our heels, bolting toward her. But positioned on opposite ends, we realized we were too far and too late. The entire ambush took less than half a second. The attacker was swift and ruthless. When Royale reached Li Zhan, her eyes burned with fury. She swung her blade down in a furious strike. Slice. The tongue was severed with a single blow. Without hesitation, she activated a powerful skill and rushed the monster. Her next slash came crashing down with wrath, landing solidly on her target. It was only then that she got a good look at the creature. It crouched on all fours, eyeless, with exposed, twisted flesh, its entire form oozing blood. Her strike landed hard, the damage magnified by a 290 body stat, forcing the creature into obvious pain. I joined the fight, driving multiple precise thrusts with the Qingling spear and launching an overhead skyward slash. The white crescent energy tore into the creature, but barely left a scratch. My heart sank. The monster howled, clearly wary of our combined assault. Wounded by Royale's earlier strike, it hesitated. It fought while retreating, managing to land counterattacks that left both Royale and me bloodied. Lin Xiaonan gritted her teeth and pushed forward. Her stamina wasn't holding up, and her skills were still on cooldown. With no other options, she pulled out her MP5 and sprayed the creature with bullets. The rounds tore into its exposed flesh as blood spurted out. I narrowed my eyes in resolve, holstered my weapon, and switched to a submachine gun. Li Royale followed suit, swapping her weapon too. The 3 bronze-tier submachine guns roared in unison, unleashing enough firepower to keep the creature pinned, barely able to lift its head. Finally, it collapsed with a thud, barely clinging to life. Li Royale dashed up and, with a clean swing, beheaded the creature. Immediately, the ground was littered with transit tokens and a deep green treasure chest dropped. But we had no time to grab any of it. The gunfire was too loud. The hailstorm of bullets had drawn a horde of regular zombies from the surroundings, now swarming toward us. Li Royale and I quickly holstered our guns and swapped to a broadsword and spear, bracing ourselves for the fight to hold them off. Thankfully, these zombies were lower level. Even more thankfully, no additional special zombies emerged besides that one. On the other side, Li Zhan lay on the ground, barely hanging on. Her neck had been slashed by that barbed tongue, and now her head rested on Lu Xiaofang's lap. Li Zhan Wu. Lu Xiaofang sobbed, trembling with pain and guilt. She knew if Li Zhan hadn't shielded her, it would have been her neck caught in that vicious tongue. The other girls looked at Li Zhan with sorrowful and conflicted expressions. Luo Xiaoxue knelt nearby, treating her with all her might. Her face had gone pale, and she looked thoroughly drained. Hovering her hand over Li Zhan's neck, a faint green light glimmered, and the wound slowly sealed up. Luckily, it's not too deep. Luo Xiaoxue wiped sweat from her forehead and let out a sigh of relief. If those barbs had gone just a bit deeper, Li Zhan wouldn't have made it. Her voice shook as someone murmured, "Li Zhan shielded Xiaofang, right? Xiaofang is so small and her neck thin. If she'd been yanked away, would she have just died immediately?" "Stop spacing out," someone shouted. "Xiaoxue is treating her. Let's keep the zombies away. We need to give them a safe zone. Charge. Don't let the zombies get any closer." Li Zhan's self-sacrifice silenced the whole class. Everyone was stunned by her courage. Who among them would have dared to take such a risk? Gritting her teeth, Luo Xiaoxue poured her energy into healing. Neck wounds were critical. One swipe had dropped Li Zhan's HP to just 15%. If she bled out any longer, she wouldn't survive. But Luo Xiaoxue was nearing her limit. She'd treated too many people before this. Her stamina was critically low, and her eyelids fought to stay open. "Xiaoxue, you can't give out." Chen Tonger knelt beside her, hugging her tightly in panic. She didn't know what would happen if Xiaoxue's stamina hit 0, but the idea of Xiaoxue being hurt terrified her. Yet seeing how Li Zhan had risked her life for Xiaofang, she couldn't bring herself to tell Xiaoxue to stop. "I'm fine, Tong Tong," Luo Xiaoxue said softly. "Li Zhan saved Xiaofang, and Xiaofang's my friend. That makes Li Zhan my friend too. I have to save her." Finally, Li Zhan's HP stabilized at 40%, and she stopped bleeding entirely. The dense wounds across her neck were fully healed. The moment Luo Xiaoxue let out a breath of relief, she slumped forward, unconscious. If anyone checked her stats, they'd see her stamina was down to just 1. Xiaoxue. Chen Tong'er held her tightly, her heart aching. She checked Xiaoxue's breathing and only relaxed slightly when she felt the faint rise and fall of her chest. Soon after, the quiet sound of snoring emanated from Xiaoxue's lips, signaling her deep, exhausted sleep. Chen Tong'er adjusted her position, holding Xiaoxue as gently as she could to keep her resting peacefully. The cooldown ended before long. I swept up all the transit tokens, blood serum, and treasure chest littered across the ground before Li Riyao and I took rear guard. Once the rest of the class had boarded the bus, we finally climbed on. I'll drive. Ping Sheng, make sure everything stays in order. Li Ruoyao called out as she jumped into the driver's seat and started the bus. The engine roared to life, and we sped off, the sound of bones crunching under the wheels echoing nauseatingly. Zombie after zombie was pulled under the front bumper, ground into gruesome smears of flesh and gore. I made my way to where Li Zhen, Lu Xiaofeng, and Luo Xiaoxue were. Luo Xiaoxue was curled against Chen Tong'er, sleeping deeply, her mouth slightly open, defenseless in her slumber, whatever dreams she had unknown. Li Zhen and Lu Xiaofeng sat with heads bowed, guilt etched across their faces. Class rep, I've caused you trouble again, Li Zhen rasped, her voice faint. Don't. Lu Xiaofeng cut her off immediately. If it weren't for you saving me, I'd be dead already. I'm the one causing trouble. She stared at Li Zhen, guilt mingled with something more complicated. She never expected that someone who used to bully her would gamble their life for her in a crucial moment. Lin Xunan walked over as well, her expression dark. It's on me. That liquor was too strong. I hesitated during reconnaissance and didn't share its stats and position in time. That's why this all happened. At least Li Zhen's alive. I suppressed my simmering anger. It's not your fault. It's that monster's. At least we managed to take it down in the end. Yet inwardly, I couldn't help but feel the weight of our situation. My wounds were still infected with the virus left by that liquor, and Xiaoxue was out cold. If we didn't use the blood serum before the infection window closed, no one would survive this. Lin Xunan's voice suddenly cut through my thoughts, firm and urgent. Class rep, you and Ruyao must use the blood serum now. That liquor was a high-tier bronze rank. Its infection time is only 12 hours, half that of regular zombies. If Xiaoxue passes out completely from exhaustion and doesn't wake in time, it's over for us all. As soon as I heard it, my heart tightened, and I nodded immediately. There were more than 50 vials of serum spilled on the ground, plenty to use. I injected one into myself first, then another into Li Ruyao. Lin Xunan stared at us for a few seconds before commenting. Adding another dose would be safer. It hasn't fully cleared? I frowned. No, Lin Xunan replied bluntly. The higher the quality, the stronger the virus, meaning more serum is needed. Others can only guess based on symptoms. I don't need to guess. I didn't hesitate anymore and gave us each an additional injection. After clearing the virus from my body, a cold system notification abruptly rang in my head. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has achieved a difficult milestone. After the new player protection period ends, survive for at least 1 hour during a night shutdown with no fatalities. Reward. You and your passengers gain +2 constitution, +2 agility, +2 strength, and +10 spirit. Title gained. Eternal Night Victory. Eternal Night Victory. Gold. All passengers on the bus deal +20% damage to zombies at night. Note. Players may equip up to 3 titles, and drivers may equip up to 5. My eyes brightened. This night almost went south, but instead, I got a solid reward and a golden title. So far, I now have 2 titles, Driver's Role Model and Eternal Night Victory. As the driver, I can equip 3 additional titles. Meanwhile, all my stats increased significantly. Constitution, 106, Agility, 23, Strength, 21, Spirit, 110. The 5 constitution points I received from resolving the Lu Tian bus incident earlier, I had also allocated all of them into constitution. Moving forward, any new attribute points I earn will need to share a bit with agility and strength. My stats are starting to become unbalanced. Then, I took stock of the female classmates who had been scratched by zombies. During Luo Xiaoxue's period of unconsciousness, without timely treatment, About 10 classmates were infected. I spoke up. Later, I'll hand out serums to you all. If Xiaoxue doesn't wake up in time, use the serum to suppress the virus. If she does wake up, we'll have her treat everyone after she regains her strength. Yang Jiesen asked, Class rep, after Xiaoxue heals us, do we need to return the serum to you? I thought about it. The serum is incredibly valuable and should ideally be stored to trade with other drivers for resources. Yet, if Xiaoxue collapses again, waiting might cost lives. No need to return it. I changed my stance. You all keep it for now. Actually, I'll just give one to each of you to keep as a backup. I proceeded to distribute the serum one by one. As I handed it out, Lu Xiaofeng turned to Li Jun and couldn't help asking, Li Jun, why did you protect me? Li Jun met her complex gaze, staying silent for a long time before finally replying. Xiaofeng, saving you wasn't entirely out of kindness. You're not a class committee member, but the class rep trusts you. He even said he'd do his best to compensate you. So I thought if I helped you, the class rep might value me more. I didn't think it'd escalate like this. That monster was just too strong. She was candid. For her to grow stronger, she needed my favor. Only then would she have the chance to earn a skill, like the class committee members. That's also why she had been relentlessly killing zombies lately. Contribution alone wasn't enough. She had to align herself correctly. When I suggested she make up to Lu Xiaofeng, she simply bound herself to Xiaofeng's side. There were things she didn't say, though. She genuinely wanted to compensate Xiaofeng and her sister. That night, she had stayed close to them, which allowed her to instantly jump in to save them. My 4 slaps back then had completely sobered her up. Lu Xiaofeng muttered softly, oh, well, thank you for rescuing me regardless. Here, take this. She pulled out 10 packs of self-heating rice from her bag and handed them to Li Jun. Li Jun didn't hesitate and accepted them outright. But when her eyes met Lu Xiaofeng's pure, clean gaze, her chest suddenly tightened. Memories snapped back to elementary school. That year, she developed early and started wearing a bra in 4th grade, which got her mocked, shoved, and humiliated by a group of female classmates. Once I finished distributing the serum, I declared firmly, tonight was incredibly dangerous. You all worked hard. If it weren't for your determination and teamwork, things could have ended very differently. Suyuer immediately chimed in. Class rep, this is what we're supposed to do. If we're not willing to fight like this, how are we going to survive in this godforsaken world? She had personally killed 3 zombies earlier. Yang Jiesen continued in an even blunter tone. Exactly, class representative, no need for the formalities. What I really want to know is how my stats changed. I shared the recent achievement and golden title with everyone. The group buzzed with excitement as they listened, particularly Li Ruiyao, whose constitution had jumped from 290 to 310. From the 5 attribute points she earned by eliminating the Lu Tian faction earlier, she had also invested them all into constitution. Next, I took stock of our bus coins. The night's fighting had earned us 153 coins, which added to our previous 120, totaled 273. I pulled out a bronze high-grade resource chest and opened it immediately. A golden flash. The system notified me that I had obtained C-rank talent card fragment ×1. Skill book, Fireball. Skill book, Savage Charge. Water condenser ×1. Skills book, plus a water condenser. The condenser is about the size of a 5-liter one, but it can produce 30 liters of water per day, life-saving in critical situations. Picking up a shard, I glanced at it and froze. A fragment of a C-rank talent card. Enough pieces could unlock a talent. 10 fragments for someone without a talent to gain a C-rank talent. 100 fragments if someone already has talent wanted to gain an additional one. I instantly realized how valuable these fragments were. They couldn't just be handed out lightly. If we managed to collect 10, they should go to someone without a talent first. Otherwise, it'd be a waste. Then I flipped open the skills book. Fireball is a lower-grade silver skill. It takes 1 hour and 30 minutes to learn, with an 80-second cooldown. It launches a burning fireball forward, capable of providing continuous damage to enemies. Skill book, Savage Charge. Quality, lower-grade bronze. Learning time, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 75 seconds. Increases agility by 3 times momentarily and bursts forward, creating a shockwave in the path. It doesn't require direct impact to knock enemies back, dealing damage and causing a 1.5-second stun. If your constitution exceeds 200, the stun duration increases to 3 seconds. I nearly froze after reading that. Fireball was actually a silver tier skill. If only I'd had this back then, even a liquor zombie wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Savage Charge is even better. It clears a path while stunning enemies. It's the ultimate crowd control skill, and with a high constitution, the stun lasts for 3 seconds. What's crazier? This treasure chest produced talent fragments, 2 skill books, and even included a basic water condenser. No blueprint needed. This haul was enough to make anyone jealous. I started distributing the rewards immediately. First, the C-rank talent fragments. As soon as I shared their ability, the class was in an uproar. Wait, you can combine these for a talent? Even regular players can catch a break. But you need 10 fragments. That's way too hard. I think Li Jun should get it. She's been holding it down for us this whole time. She gives everyone a sense of security. I followed their gaze to Li Jun. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her athletic build stood out, a result of years of working out. Her physical strength was evident. Li Jun was staring at the fragment. She couldn't conceal the desire burning in her eyes. I thought for a moment and then made the decision. Li Jun, this one goes to you. From now on, if we find any more C-rank fragments, the next 9 will also go to you to complete the set. Li Jun was visibly moved. She knew I wasn't particularly fond of her, yet I handed her something this rare. Don't worry, class president. I'll give it my all for the sake of this class. Good. That's all I needed to hear. I kept the Fireball skill book for myself. After all, my efficiency in dealing with zombies earlier was clear, and my reputation was strong enough. No one dared to challenge my decision. As for this Savage Charge skill book, I gave it to Lu Ruiyao. Zhang Kiki, standing nearby, bit her lip as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. She knew this skill was most suitable for the class committee member, but deep down, she couldn't help feeling disgruntled. The firearm had gone to the class committee, the machete had gone to the class committee, and now even this powerful crowd control skill, again, to the class committee. Meanwhile, all she had was a measly farmer's 3-punch combo. She began to think, maybe the only way to tip the balance in her favor was to become the class president's girlfriend. The thought left her bitter, though she understood the priority right now was survival as a group. Still, she couldn't resist pondering ways to benefit herself without jeopardizing the team. After distributing the loot, the sky was just starting to brighten. It was nearly 6 a.m. The girls went back to their areas to rest. I noticed Lu Xiaofang heading over to the driver's seat to whisper something to Lu Ruiyao. That wasn't my business. I just wanted to head back and start learning Fireball. But before I could, Lu Xiaofang called me into the bedroom. A few girls still awake outside, like Lin Xiaonan, Zhang Kiki, and Lu Xiaoying, snapped their attention to the door, visibly restless. Inside the room, Lu Xiaofang's face was bright red. Trembling slightly, she still managed to meet my gaze. Class president, you've asked me before if I liked you. Well, I want to tell you, I do. I've liked you for a long time, ever since our freshman year. She paused, gathering the courage to continue. I want to be your girlfriend. I was stunned. Her confession was straightforward, much like her personality. She'd always been the type to take initiative and face challenges head-on. That's probably why she didn't hesitate to confront the dangers of the convenience store earlier. The next moment, she wrapped her arms around me. Had I pushed her away, it would have seemed disingenuous. So instead, I embraced her back, my emotions ignited by her boldness. She tilted her head up, and I leaned down to kiss her. The sweetness was intoxicating. I knew this wasn't a calculated move on her part. Lu Xiaofang wasn't someone who relied on flattery. She had fought almost as many zombies as Li Jun, and she was one of Luo Xiaoxue's most treated classmates. Luo Xiaoxue had a bias toward her, not just due to their friendship, but because she recognized Lu Xiaofang's contributions. Even before we'd ended up in this survival scenario, Lu Xiaofang stood out. After class, if she noticed an uncleaned blackboard or forgotten duties, she'd quietly take care of it herself. 2 weeks before exams, she'd gather study materials from older students, organize them, and directly share them in the class group chat. Aside from a few petty classmates like Huang Ting, who accused her of putting on a show, most of us appreciated her actions. MMH. She let out a soft hum, as if teasing me. Moments later, our lips parted. The fire in my eyes made her realize things were about to escalate. Before she could react, my hands moved to undo her top. Too flustered to think clearly, she simply followed my lead. Sorry, but I can't assist with that. It was a tough battle. What really gave me trouble was that bronze liquor. The more I thought about it, the madder I got. Last night, I barely made it out alive because I didn't have fireball. I had to waste tons of bullets, at least 90 rounds in one day. I started the day with 450 rounds, and just like that, I burned through a fifth of it. Painful. I opened the chat channel to check the messages. A bunch of people were ranting about the train station and zombies, but no one mentioned anything about breaking down at night. That either meant it was super rare, or cars that did break down were wiped out entirely. I glanced at Zone 6 population stats, down to only 80,000. After the newbie phase, people started dropping like flies. Without hesitating, I headed to the trading market and furiously swapped for steel until I got the materials I needed. Once I had everything, I upgraded the bus. Before getting to work, though, I made a point of symbolically asking my classmates to contribute a share of their resources. The stuff they handed over was all over the place. Some gave food and water, others handed me iron tools and fuel. I instructed someone to break down the tools into iron ingots to store in the warehouse. Same deal with the fuel. It all got consolidated. After gathering all the resources, I hit the upgrade button. The next second, boom. It was like the bus expanded under immense pressure. Its body grew noticeably bigger. Congratulations, player Gu Pingxing. Your bus has been upgraded to level 5. You've unlocked a new blueprint. Energy Bulletproof Vest Blueprint. New function unlocked. Ignition. Energy Bulletproof Vest Blueprint. Quality. Bronze. Low grade. Crafting requirements. Bronze iron ingot times 30. Energy core times 1. Description. A self-repairing bulletproof vest capable of withstanding attacks up to 500 points of physicality. Full-on attacks from creatures with over 500 points of physicality may destroy it instantly. Repeated heavy strikes from creatures between 200 to 500 physicality could also break it. Evaluation. I can fix it, but don't push your luck. Reading the description had my eyes lighting up. Being able to withstand attacks up to that 500 physicality threshold? That's the equivalent of a spare life. In a pinch, it could definitely save someone. But what really got my attention was the new ignition function. Function, ignition. After the bus stalls, you can click ignition to restart it. Cooldown, 72 hours. This ability was a total game changer. Normally, if a bus stalls at night, it's practically a death sentence. Not just for one person, but potentially wiping out the whole team. With this ignition function, at least I'd have a way to save the bus, even in the dead of night. What worried me most, though, was the upcoming blood moon. On that night, the number and strength of zombies would skyrocket. Even I couldn't guarantee survival for everyone if the bus stalled at that point. And with Ignition's 3-day cooldown, it was a trump card I'd have to use sparingly. I opened the new post-upgrade layout for the bus. Bus interface. Name. Safe Haven. License plate. 15200. Level. 5. Quality. Bronze. Low grade. Passengers. 41. Speed. 100 kilometers per hour. Durability. 50/50ths. Upgrade requirements. Black iron steel times 100. Bronze iron ingot times 10. Energy core times 5. Bus coins times 500. Upgrade rewards. Speed 120 kilometers per hour. Durability 60. Slightly increased defense. Random blueprint times 1. New function times 1. Current functions. Disassemble. Mod shop. Boost. Defense increase. Ignition. Boost. Doubles speed for 5 minutes. Cooldown. 24 hours. Defense increase. Doubles defense for 10 minutes. Cooldown. 24 hours. Ignition. If the bus stalls, clicking within 2 minutes cancels the stall. Cooldown 72 hours. Installed mods. Magnetized coin collector, level 1. Bedroom, level 1. Storage, level 1. Reinforced exterior, level 2. I noticed that the bus heart wasn't listed in the next upgrade requirements, which was a relief. It seemed that material only showed up during key upgrades. Still, 500 bus coins along with bronze iron ingots. Those were going to be tough to gather. The weight of it all was pressing down on me. The bus itself had scaled up again. It was now 40 meters long and 10 meters wide, taking up the entire road. The aisle and both the front and back spaces had grown ridiculously spacious. Honestly, I felt like if we removed all the seats, the girls could spread out and basically sleep in rows on the floor. Strangely, though, the bus's height hadn't grown alongside it, still only 3 or 4 meters tall, probably because I hadn't unlocked the double-decker module yet. At the back, 2 new rows of seats had been added, bringing the total to 74 seats. But there was still this big stretch of empty space between the warehouse, bedroom, and bathroom areas. If the distance between seats hadn't increased along with the size of the bus, people probably would have continued fighting for extra seat space to stretch out. Now there was no need, especially for the shorter girls, who could stretch out and lie down directly on the floor with plenty of space left over. Scanning the shorter girls in the group, my gaze landed on Yang Jessen, just as she was looking at me. She flashed me a goofy grin. I nodded back at her, but was interrupted by a notification from the system. Note: Driver Gu Pingsheng, your bus has reached level 5. Further upgrades will involve spatial overlap. Internal space will continue expanding, but the external structure will remain the same. Spatial overlap again? Like the dimensional storage in the warehouse. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the bus kept physically growing, eventually it wouldn't even be drivable. Excited, Yang Jessen let out a cheerful woohoo and hopped down from her seat, spreading a large bath towel on the aisle. She curled up and lay down on it. I can finally sleep lying down. Wang Jiechi smirked and gave her a playful smack on the head, teasing loudly. Hey Jessen, didn't you say you love sleeping in the nude? Why aren't you doing that now? Yang Jessen's face instantly turned bright red. She glared back and retorted, Shut up. The class leader is right here. As soon as the words left her lips, a handful of shorter girls, each carrying their towels, immediately followed her lead, prepping makeshift beds along the aisle to catch some rest. The tension in the bus eased for a moment, but I knew the reprieve wouldn't last long. Luo Xiaoxue finally woke up. She had spent the entire night laying her head on Chun Tonger's lap, and now she groggily sat up, grabbing a large bottle of iced tea to chug it down. Chun Tonger leaned in, concerned. Xiaoxue, how are you feeling? Luo Xiaoxue rubbed her temples, her voice weak, still dizzy. How's Li Jun? From the back, Li Jun answered. I'm fine now, Xiaoxue. Thank you. Luo Xiaoxue curled her lip. If you hadn't saved Xiaofang before, I wouldn't have bothered helping you. She acted like the panicked frenzy from last night had never happened. Stretching out her arms, she confidently declared, I'm fully charged now. All right, anyone bitten by a zombie last night, line up. Detox sessions, coming right up. In an instant, a dozen girls formed a queue and rushed toward her. With Luo Xiaoxue around, the emergency antidote didn't even need to come into play. Thank you, Xiaoxue darling. Su Yuer exclaimed as her treatment ended and cheekily pinched Luo Xiaoxue's cheek. With the virus gone, everyone felt significantly lighter. She's our savior. Luo Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. Call me darling again, and I won't heal you next time. Yang Jessen joined in the teasing. Xiaoxue mom, come save me, please. Without missing a beat, Luo Xiaoxue shot back. Go to hell. Li Ruiyao leaned against my shoulder, watching the room filled with laughter and chatter. She murmured softly, This moment is nice. I squeezed her hand tightly. It is. She let out a slow breath. If only our class could stay just like this, alive and together in this hellish world. I pulled her closer. We will. My eyes darted to the pile of bus tokens we had. Almost 200 of them now, but the uneasiness continued gnawing at me. One bedroom was far from enough. At best, 3 people could squeeze into one bed. Without hesitation, I spent 60 tokens right then and there to purchase 3 additional bedrooms and move the storage room to an adjacent space. The entire layout of the bus shifted instantly. Once the treatments wrapped up, I stood up and laid down some ground rules. Listen up. We now have 4 bedrooms. If there's room, sleep on a proper bed. Sleeping on the floor doesn't cut it. Until we manage to upgrade to a double-decker bus, each bedroom can house up to 12 people. Here's how it's going to work for now. 2 bedrooms will go to me and the girls responsible for driving. Gesturing toward the roommates I plan to assign, I continued. I'm bunking with Ruyao and Xiaofang in one room. Xiaonan, Xiaoying, and Coco will share another. At my announcement, a slew of suggestive looks swept over me and those in my group. Luo Xiaoxue, utterly puzzled, blurted, Class leader, what's with splitting up Xiaofeng and Xiaoying? Su Yuer hastily interrupted. Shoo, not your business. Unfazed, I carried on. As for the other 2 rooms, one will go to Luo Xiaoxua and Qintong. For the remaining 4 bed spaces, we'll rotate occupants on a nightly basis. Everyone who hasn't had a chance needs a turn, until we work out better arrangements. These are the house rules. All I wanted was for every girl in our group to eventually have her own space and start getting proper rest. But we're still far from that dream. After a lively round of discussion, the girls decided tonight's extra spots would go to Li Zhen, Chen Xiaoan, Su Yuer, and Xiao Mingqi. Chen Xiaoan and Xiao Mingqi teamed up with Li Zhen when fighting zombies. Their sheer grit from last night had left them utterly exhausted, so letting them crash now seemed only fair. By 5 p.m., a notification alert buzzed in my ear. Passenger station up ahead. My heart sank. Just 10 minutes away. Lin Xunan was still sound asleep, and I had wanted her to rest a little longer. But this left me no choice. I opened the bedroom door and gently shook her awake. Blinking slowly, Lin Xunan rubbed her eyes before yawning and jumping straight into action, using her special skill to scout ahead with pinpoint accuracy. Her expression darkened in an instant as she relayed her findings. I get it, I nodded. With her guiding us, getting passengers safely on board could mean the difference between life and death. Without her, a wrong turn at a critical fork in the road could lead to wasted hours, multiplied dangers, and disaster. I'd heard horror stories. There'd once been a bus tasked with picking up a suited ghost. One fork in the road turned into 3, then 9 potential paths. After wasting nearly 7 hours backtracking, the ghost grew impatient, ate the driver on the spot, then left on foot. Lin Xunan lowered her voice and warned, "Class leader, don't handle this silver tier monster like the others. That green spirit spear you have, it's only bronze tier. If we're up against a wedding dress ghost, a direct confrontation could get us killed." "Got it. Relax, Xunan. I'm not that reckless," I replied with a calm grin. I wasn't stupid. If push came to shove, there's no surviving a fight with a ghost bride. The 2 of us exited the room. I briefed everyone on the imminent stop as tension clamped down over the bus. A ghost? In a wedding dress? Oh God, it's definitely a ghost bride. That's terrifying. What if she just kills us outright? Xunan said we just need to get her on board, and we'll earn tokens. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Have you noticed? All the monsters we've faced feel like they're straight out of horror movies, zombies, ghosts, and the like. If things keep escalating, what's next? Something worse. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, too. Up until this point, it had been nothing but zombies and decaying creatures. This was the first time we encountered a malevolent ghost, and things are only going to get messier from here. Thankfully, most of the threats we've faced so far have just been zombies. If the streets were crawling with malevolent ghosts, survival would be a pipe dream. Not long after, a rundown bus stop came into view on the right side of the road. The concrete platform looked like it was about to collapse, sparse weeds poked out from cracks, and the faded sign leaned crookedly in the dirt. The words on it read, "Huzhong Stop." Standing beside the signpost was a red figure, a woman in a red wedding dress, her face obscured beneath a traditional bridal veil. She stood on her toes at the edge of the platform, completely still. As the bus approached, she slowly turned her head toward us. A corner of the veil slid off, revealing half of her face. Ghastly pale, darkened hollow sockets where her eyes should be, and purplish-black lips. Her vacant, lifeless gaze locked onto the bus, unblinking. She's terrifying. My sanity just dropped by 10. Mine went down 15. Low murmurs of panic filled the bus. Almost everyone who glanced at her seemed to lose some mental stability. Lu Xiaoying, the driver, flinched but still pressed the button to open the doors. I stood beside her, clutching my Qingling spear, which gave her the confidence to keep her composure. The bus doors opened, and the wedding dress ghost stepped inside, one methodical step at a time. When her gaze met mine, a strange glimmer flickered in her hollow eyes. To my surprise, she nodded slightly. It was like she was greeting me. I returned the nod. Suddenly, she reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of candy, holding them out toward me. I frowned, stealing a glance at Lin Xunan, who was seated nearby. Lin didn't stop me, so I cautiously accepted the candy. Wedding candy, huh? I got it. It had to be because of the driver-passenger code of conduct skill. That must have created favorable terms with the wedding dress ghost, leading her to offer me these candies. Not bad. At least she seemed less hostile than most. I pocketed the candies. The ghost, seeing that I had accepted her offering, turned without another word and settled into an empty seat in the back. She stared blankly ahead. Lu Xiaoying resumed driving. The other students stole nervous glances at the ghost, but she ignored them entirely. The only person she'd even acknowledge was me. Whenever our eyes met, she'd look back with her eerie gaze, offering a curt nod or a faint, unsettling smile. By the time dinner rolled around, the sky had already turned pitch black. When my turn to drive came, I took the wheel. Zombies began to show up relentlessly, throwing themselves into the path of the bus. They were utterly suicidal, each impact shaking the vehicle. The murmur in the bus grew quieter. Everyone was speaking in hushed tones now, afraid to make a sound. Ahead, a fork in the road appeared. Lin Xiaonan used divine guidance to point us in the right direction. The middle road led to He Lin's ancient town. The next second, a mid-tier bronze tank zombie hurtled toward us, clutching a massive boulder. The school bus had already been upgraded to level 5, with a level 2 durable coating. The boulder glanced off harmlessly. I slammed my foot on the accelerator and rammed the tank zombie head-on. It flew backward, one half of its body crushed under the wheels. Soon came another fork. This was the second one tonight, and unlike before, we had no divine guidance. There was no telling if we'd actually managed to drop off the wedding dress ghost at the right destination. Transporting passengers like her was always a gamble, an inherently dangerous job that most drivers wouldn't dare take. By 2:30 a.m., the bus stopped at the gates of the ancient town. The place was swallowed in darkness, with only a couple of dim, flickering streetlights faintly illuminating the area. Eerie, vintage red buildings loomed in the shadows, while unsteady figures drifted about within. This wasn't just a town, it was a lair of spirits. I felt my sanity gauge plummet, 15 points gone in one instant. Hell, even Huanggang Village had only drained 20 points. Whatever we just stumbled into was even worse. Since entering this area, we hadn't seen any zombies. The road was eerily clean, unnervingly maintained, leading us straight to the heart of the ancient town. If even zombies wouldn't occupy this place, there was no way it was anything good. The wedding dress ghost stood up and nodded to me again before slowly stepping off the bus. Maximum grade service achieved. The driver-passenger code of conduct skill had proven to be no joke. Forcing the bus to turn around in cramped, uncertain terrain, I managed to steer us away from the godforsaken town. Luckily, the surrounding area was flat and sandy, free of barriers or obstacles. Otherwise, with the size of this vehicle, maneuvering would have been a near impossibility. Unbeknownst to us, as the bus drove away, the wedding dress ghost's pale face twisted into a grotesque smile. Her eyes gleamed as she watched the taillights fade into the distance. "Class rep, I'll take over driving from here," Lin Xiaonan volunteered, breaking the silence. "All right, thanks for the help." "Not a problem. It's really you who's burning the candle at both ends, Class Republic." I frowned faintly at her strange tone. Lately, she'd been using more and more of these sarcastic jabs. Deciding to leave it be, I headed back to the resting quarters for some sleep. Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofeng trailed closely behind me. Barely a few seconds later, Li Ruoyao marched Lu Xiaofeng out of the room, her expression stormy. As Lu Xiaofeng pouted and returned to her seat, she mumbled under her breath, "Miao Jie's definitely jealous." "Hey, Jie," Lu Xiaoying sneaked over to whisper to her. "So what does it feel like? You know, asterisk that asterisk kind of thing." A blush spread across Lu Xiaofeng's face. "Well, it's, really nice, like, super happy, you know?" As she kept rambling, her words grew more distant and vague. Abruptly, Lu Xiaoying cut her off. "Then if you can do it, does that mean I can too?" She was bold. She had never been shy about admitting her feelings for me. Of course, Lu Xiaofeng knew about Lu Xiaoying's crush, but the thought of sharing me stirred discomfort deep in her heart. No matter how close they were as siblings, she still had her own desires, selfish ones. "Say something, Jia," Lu Xiaoying pressed. Lu Xiaofeng coughed. "Let's talk about it later, all right?" She quickly changed the subject. The topic didn't last long before the two sisters grew tired and decided to turn in. According to the room assignments, Lu Xiaofeng still ended up back in my room, where Li Ruyao and I were resting. Climbing into bed, she nestled into my arms as I slept. Around 5 a.m., the cold began to seep in, biting through the thin walls. Snow started to fall from the sky, gentle at first, but soon turning into thick, heavy flakes swirling in the wind. Originally, it was supposed to be Li Ruyao's turn to drive. However, since Zhang Kiki was awake, she took over for Lin Xunan. Bundled in her thick coat, Zhang Kiki shivered slightly and commented, "Head of the Youth League, has the temperature dropped suddenly?" Lin Xunan nodded. "Yeah, the class leader mentioned the blizzard is here." Zhang Kiki sighed deeply. "I wonder how long it's going to last." Thoughts of home, her parents, and her 5-year-old sister filled her mind. Thankfully, her sister didn't have to go to kindergarten. Otherwise, Kiki would feel even more uneasy. Following the organization's escape plan was at least manageable for junior high students. They could barely stick together. But for elementary kids, or worse, preschoolers, who had to be crammed onto school buses for evacuation, it was almost like they were being sent to their doom. If her younger sister had to rely on such a grim system, she feared the outcome would have been tragic. Let's not dwell too far ahead. Focus on surviving today first. At least, we've still got some luck on our side. Lin Xunan reassured her, patting her shoulder. At dawn, I was jolted awake by the cold and quickly threw on my padded jacket and pants. The yellow sand outside had vanished, replaced by snow blanketing both sides of the highway. Heavy snowflakes were still falling. Even the zombies on the ground were covered in snow, their movements noticeably sluggish. I wasn't sure if that was a silver lining or not. "The blizzard's here," I murmured. Lu Xiaofeng and Li Ruyao woke up as well, rushing to layer themselves in warm clothes. At precisely 6 a.m., the day's sign-in reward refreshed, Day 7. This time, the choices were a step up compared to yesterday's rewards. I immediately eliminated the options for bus tokens and protein powder. Protein powder wasn't at all filling, so it was pointless to pick. Between an energy core and a bronze-level pickaxe, I went with the pickaxe. Being of low-grade bronze quality, it could still be broken down into bronze ingots, much more valuable. In contrast, energy cores were already fairly common in the trade market, valued at about 200 regular iron ingots or 20 black iron ingots each. The bronze tool was clearly the better investment. After stowing the pickaxe into my inventory, I turned to the chat channel. Wang Kai had mentioned the incoming blizzard. It seemed like it wasn't just us dealing with it. But scrolling through the chat, full of hostility and frustration, only irritated me further. It's barely the first week since we've been thrown into this chaos, yet the harder life becomes, the more ruthless people grow. Following breakfast, Li Ruyao sat behind the wheel. I stood to the side of the driver's seat, watching the snowy road ahead. The whiteness of the snow was blinding on both sides. But something wasn't sitting right with me. There was accumulated snow over the sandy fields, yet the highway itself remained unervingly clean. Snowflakes fell from the sky, but the moment they touched the road, they seemed to vanish as if erased instantly. I peered down at the pavement beneath the tires, feeling a chill creep through me. Something about this place felt deeply unsettling. The entire morning, we only passed one gas station. None of the usual rest stops were anywhere. We cleared out the zombies inside the gas station and managed to score a decent haul of fuel. For our level 5 bus, it also came with a bonus tank on top. Fuel was running low, so this stroke of luck felt like a lifeline. We also found 3 chests along the way, 2 standard ones and 1 black iron. The standard boxes contained food and water. The black iron box was a jackpot, a full set of insulated clothes and 2 energy cores. At the very least, it made one thing clear. This twisted system wasn't entirely set on dooming us all. Whether it was the chests or scattered resources, there was always some chance to survive, but the costs for obtaining them were steep. By midday, Lu Xiaofeng and I went back to the sleeping quarters to try catching up on some rest. If my constitution hadn't breached the 100-point mark, I wouldn't have lasted long in this non-stop cycle of exertion, day and night. At 3 p.m., a new notification popped up. The multi-bus station event has finally arrived. I instantly remembered the first gas station we encountered, where we crossed paths with another bus. Back then, the newbie rules were incomplete, so it didn't escalate into full-blown conflict. When I relayed the update to everyone, the atmosphere inside the bus grew tense. So we're going to run into other buses again? Do you think they'll start a fight this time? What if it turns into another bloodbath like the last time? Don't panic. Even if it comes to that, we've got the class leader and student captain, someone consoled nervously. Then Lin Xiaonan clarified the specifics of the station as Zombie Swarm Mine. The name alone screamed hellish challenge. The mine was reportedly swarming with zombies, from ordinary ones to formidable bronze-tier monsters. What made it worse? There were valuable ores inside. We could theoretically dig using equipment taken from the old ironworks plant, but only if we made it through the horde alive, both in and out of there. As I processed this, a thought sparked: today's reward. I immediately shared the news with everyone. The high-quality bronze pickaxe was today's reward. I silently thanked my earlier decision, as I'd almost dismantled it earlier. Lin Xiaonan caught on quick. That's incredible. We're so lucky. A low-tier bronze pickaxe is exactly what we need. If we mine enough bronze ores, the next bus upgrade won't be too far off. I nodded. All right, I'll distribute the bronze pickaxes. As soon as we clear out the zombies, we mine immediately. Luo Xiaoxue cheered beside me. We can probably use the pickaxes as weapons too, right? Bronze pickaxes must be stronger than regular iron ones. I wasn't so optimistic. Our current weapons were mostly standard iron gear. Whether the bronze pickaxes outperformed ordinary iron swords in combat wasn't guaranteed. After all, pickaxes were designed for mining, not fighting. Soon enough, I handed out the 10 bronze pickaxes to the top 10 classmates based on constitution. Naturally, I kept one for myself. Higher constitution meant faster work, so efficiency would rise for the mining phase. The bus rumbled onward. Around 9 minutes later, a smaller bus, nearly 2 sizes down, appeared ahead. It looked like a level 3 bus. At the wheel of the level 3 bus was a buzz-cut guy gripping the steering wheel, his eyes looking heavy and dim. Shortly after, a brown-haired girl strode over with a fire axe slung across her back. In a low and urgent voice, she said, "Captain, a massive bus is tailing us from behind. What should we do?" The buzz-cut guy didn't respond right away. He had already spotted it in the rearview mirror, and his face instantly soured. The bus behind them was simply too large to pass them on the narrow road. It clung to their tail like an unshakable shadow. In a low but firm voice, he gave the order, "Warn everyone. When we get off the bus later, do not pick a fight. That's a level 5 bus we're dealing with. Crossing them is as good as signing our own death warrants." His name was Lin Yuntian, a student at a vocational college in Shin City. The class he had once led had been 45 strong. Now, there were only 35 left. This was the 7th day since they'd crossed over into this apocalyptic landscape. 10 of them were already gone, 7 girls and 3 boys. Lin Yuntian glanced back at the passengers in the bus. Their faces were either numb or trembling violently as the icy wind seeped in. Many of the girls clutched their jackets tightly, their frail figures barely enough to fill their coats. The jackets and coats had been scavenged by Lin Yuntian over the last few days, and he made a point of prioritizing them for the weakest girls. And not just clothing. Food, serum. He allocated as much as he could to those who were most vulnerable. On the 3rd day, when a burly guy had tried to force himself on a pretty girl, Lin Yuntian had kicked him off the bus on the spot. No discussion. The strong male student had been a vital member of the group for their survival. But to Lin Yuntian, safeguarding the moral boundaries meant more. So he gave the spare coat to the weaker ones first. Even in the apocalypse, Lin Yuntian clung to his sense of kindness and justice. Some people whispered among themselves, accusing him of being a beta or a simp for always looking after the girls first. But after he personally drove out 2 annoying so-called troublemaking princesses, the snide remarks subsided. Because Lin Yuntian wasn't just biased towards the girls. He stood up for all who were weak. Even the friliest boys in the group now wore the coats he'd scavenged for them. As for himself, with his natural B-grade combat abilities and a strong constitution, he didn't even bother wearing heavy coats, opting instead to leave enough supplies for others. So regardless of how dissatisfied some of the other men might have felt, they had no real reason to complain. The girl who had spoken earlier was named Chen Zishi. She was Lin Yuntian's girlfriend. She kept everyone cautious about the higher-level bus trailing behind them and reminded them of the rules. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lin Yuntian saw the large bus creeping closer and closer, and the mounting pressure felt like a weight on his chest. After a brief moment of thought, he sighed, steering his bus off the road and into the snow. The change in direction left Zhang Kiki, who had been planning to overtake them in the snow, completely stunned. Zhang Kiki, who was now behind the wheel, asked sharply, "What's going on?" I let out a breath of relief and said, "They probably guessed we're not easy to deal with and took the initiative to step aside. Just ignore them. Keep going. The station's coming up ahead." Though that's what I said, internally, I didn't dare to relax. In these end times, being outwardly submissive might just be a setup for betrayal moments later. Seconds passed, and both buses came to a stop outside the same bus station. Above the stone steps leading up to the station, there was a massive opening carved into a rock. From the side, it appeared almost unassuming. But from the front, it became clear just how massive it truly was. Like the entrance to a gargantuan stone chamber, though its size didn't exactly line up with anything resembling a typical mining tunnel. The cave mouth was so dark it seemed to absorb light. From the outside, you couldn't see what lay within, and there was no sound of zombies to be heard. My chest grew heavy as a grim thought crossed my mind. This thing looked eerily like the entrance to a warehouse, one of those interdimensional spaces. You wouldn't know what was hidden inside until you ventured in. "Let's go. Time to get off." The girls all stood up almost simultaneously, moving with no hesitation. For a second, I froze. This wasn't a forced bus stop, so logically, fear should have held at least a few of them back. But in their eyes, I saw no hesitation or retreat. Somewhere between that night when the bus had stalled and now, things had shifted. These girls had transformed. They had learned the hard way through that terrifying night. They could no longer just rely on the class leaders or a few dominant girls swooping in to protect them. If they genuinely wanted to survive, sticking together, fighting as one, was the only option. Luo Xiaoxua huddled behind me. As the bus door opened and the cold wind rushed in, she shivered despite being bundled up like a dumpling. I stepped off the bus first, snow slapping against my face, leaving numbing redness in its wake. The rest of them followed, streaming out in the bitter cold. Beside us, the doors on the smaller level, 3 bus also opened, spilling out more passengers. The leader of their group, a buzz-cut guy with a faint mustache and rather plain features, stepped forward. He immediately plastered on a nervous grin, trying to appear friendly. "My name's Lin Yuntian, senior, from some vocational college near Shun City." I replied nonchalantly. "Shun City University. Sophomore." Lin Yuntian hesitated and then cautiously asked, "Mind if we team up to check out this zombie-infested tunnel?" I nodded. "Sure." The two groups fell silent, facing each other with mild tension that quickly bordered on awkwardness. Lin Yuntian cracked first, gritting his teeth before waving his group aboard. "We'll lead the way in. Just follow us closely." He obviously didn't want to take the risk all on his own. But at the same time, the temptation of potential supplies inside the tunnel was too much to ignore. Without resources, his bus wouldn't last much longer. Seeing how most of us were women, he probably figured we weren't much of a threat. Nearby, Lin Xiaonan sidled closer to me, her voice low and laced with amusement. "Captain, he's scared of us." She quickly gave their group another once-over, calculations flashing briefly in her eyes before she suppressed whatever thoughts had occurred to her. Yao glanced at her and frowned. This woman rolled her eyes. She's probably plotting something shady again. I gestured for them to go in first. Once Lin Yuntian's group entered the cave, I led the girls in after them. The cave resembled a karst cave, with one long pathway stretching into the depths. Torches were mounted on the walls, and low growls echoed from the end of the tunnel. The zombies detected intruders and turned their heads in unison. Their blood-red eyes locked onto us. "They're here," I muttered. Gripping my Qingling spear tightly, I stepped forward. Li Ruoyao, Zhou Kiki, and Li Zhun moved up as well, ready for battle. Lin Yuntian rushed to the front too, wielding a pair of black iron swords, one in each hand. In the next moment, his arms stretched out suddenly, his blades slashing into the zombies. Lin Xiaonan sent me a message immediately. Lin Yuntian isn't hostile toward us. His B-tier ability, limb extension, base plus 30 constitution, geared toward combat. I stared for a second at his bizarrely elongated arms. Limb extension? That's one strange ability. Lin Yuntian's arms stretched over 10 meters, his twin swords slashing relentlessly as zombie heads went flying. His combat strength wasn't particularly high. His constitution was only marginally enhanced. And, to be honest, he wasn't better in a fight than Zhang Kiki. Yet his attack angles were crafty, clearly honed through practice, as he targeted vulnerabilities with precision. I quickly joined the fray, taking down zombies one by one with precise thrusts of my Qingling spear. Any enemy that got close ended up skewered. At that moment, Li Ruoyao unleashed a new skill. Her body accelerated as she charged into the zombie horde, detonating a shockwave around her. A large swath of zombies was temporarily stunned on the spot, completely incapacitated for a solid 3 seconds. The next second, she raised her elegant broadsword and spun in place like a windmill, cutting through the mob with swift, merciless slashes. Severed limbs and a shower of blood splattered across the ground. Li Ruoyao's strategy was clean and efficient: crowd control, then harvest. I followed up, finishing off any survivors. Wielding my spear, every thrust hit its mark. Zhang Kiki, who had transformed to her larger form, had abandoned her weapon in favor of massive fists that she found easier to manage. Swinging her enlarged fists, she smashed zombie after zombie with powerful blows. The girls with high constitution, like Li Jun, held the front line bravely, absorbing hits and dishing them out in return. Lin Yuntian looked on in astonishment, blurting out, "That's incredible." It was hard to ignore. Our group was made up almost entirely of girls, yet their combined strength and coordination as they fought their way forward were nothing short of intimidating. Talents or skills alike, each one had earned her place through sheer resilience. Lin Yuntian's classmates were left speechless, staring with a mix of awe and envy in their eyes. "They're so badass. If we were this strong, my friend might still be alive. Don't cry. Our class president is doing everything to protect us. Yeah, we need to grow stronger too, instead of just being jealous." No sooner had these words been spoken than a tank zombie of mid-tier bronze level emerged from the horde. It roared furiously, lifting a massive chunk of rock and hurling it straight at Li Ruoyao. It had locked onto her, recognizing her as a top threat. Li Ruoyao frowned, stepping forward to intercept. She swung her broadsword in a horizontal strike, simultaneously activating a powerful attack. A deafening impact echoed as the rock was cleaved apart. Her blade landed heavily on the tank zombie, slashing open a deep wound. However, the recoil forced Li Ruoyao back. Her wrist throbbed from the strain, her constitution clearly struggling to match that of the tank zombie. In the next instant, I stepped forward to take her place, facing off directly against the hulking creature. A searing wave of heat erupted in front of me, condensing into a fiery sphere roughly a meter in diameter. Silver tier skill, Fireball. The fireball struck the tank zombie head-on, engulfing it in flames. Nearby zombies were instantly caught in the spreading inferno, their anguished screams filling the air. The tank zombie roared wildly, thrashing around as the fire consumed it. It didn't last long before collapsing with a heavy thud, burned alive. Its charred remains motionless. Its death dropped a green treasure chest on the ground, alongside several scattered bus tokens. These were our rewards for the battle. A few minutes later, the combined effort of students from both schools cleared out the mine of zombies. Standing at the front, Li Ruoyao, Zhang Kiki, Lin Yuntian, and I weathered the brunt of the fighting. Only a handful of minor injuries occurred, no casualties, for once. This was a rarity for Lin Yuntian's group, a zero-death mission. And yet, it had unfolded at one of the deadliest stops on this nightmare route, a mine swarming with zombie hordes. Just as everyone began to relax, Lin Xionan's voice rang out urgently, "Watch out." In the next second, a snarling, crimson-skinned creature dropped from the ceiling, diving straight for Yang Jiasen's head with a manic, triumphant cackle. At the last moment, a protective shield shimmered around her. It was Lin Xionan's profound energy barrier. The creature's claw shattered the barrier with a loud crack, leaving Yang Jiasen trembling in fear as she collapsed to the ground. But the delay was all I needed. Standing nearby, I instantly reacted. Fireball. The blazing projectile engulfed the creature mid-pounce, cutting short its second attempt at an attack. The grotesque monster, hunched and ape-like with exposed, raw red skin and rotting facial features, barely had time to struggle before it was turned to a blackened husk. So far, most of the zombies here were only low-tier bronze level or below. My silver-tier fireball skill was overwhelming in comparison. Yang Jessen stared at the scorched remains, her fear still evident as she stumbled into my arms, shaking uncontrollably. If it weren't for the shield buying time and my quick reaction, she would have been dead just now. Yang Jessen whimpered a few times, her tears finally spilling as she broke down crying. I patted her back gently, trying to calm her down and help her catch her breath. Despite being playful most of the time, Yang Jessen had the courage to charge into fights when it mattered, much like Lu Xiaofeng. Together, heading up to fight off zombies was something those folks that Luo Xiaoxue frequently healed were used to doing. Compared to the stronger girls in Li Zhen's group, she seemed a bit weaker. But in our class, she was already one of the ones putting in the most effort. I remember during the gas station incident, she was the first one to get off the bus and explore. A pretty solid girl, honestly. But the sudden appearance of a monstrous creature caught Yang Jessen totally off guard. I could tell, without Lin Xunan warning her ahead of time and that shield in her hands, she might not have made it out alive. That creature wasn't something to mess with, cunning and lethal in its attacks. As for Jessen, no matter how much she pretended to tough it out, I knew she was living under constant pressure. She probably understood her fragility better than anyone. "It's all right now, Jessen. The monster's dead," I reassured her. She nodded through her tears, visibly calming down with my words. "Thank you, Class Republic," she said it softly, before quickly realizing how close we'd gotten. Her cheeks flushed red as she pulled herself away from my arms. Several other girls nearby watched her. Some were visibly shaken, some relieved, and a few looked on with envy in their eyes. Wang Jiechi stepped in to comfort her, taking over the role of reassurance. Meanwhile, I received a message from Lin Xunan. It's called a Rider Zombie, bronze graded, stats, 220 physical, known for clinging to walls or ceilings. It attacks by pouncing onto people's heads and wildly clawing. If you're weaker than it, there's no way to shake it off. I replied, "Understood." Yet another specialized type of zombie. Lin Yuntian and the others were all visibly shaken. If that thing had jumped on any of them, it wouldn't just have been one or two casualties. It would have been carnage. Even Lin Yuntian seemed unsettled. He knew full well he wouldn't stand a chance going one-on-one with it. When the rider zombie was finally taken down, it dropped a black iron loot box and a pile of bus tokens. The drop rate for boxes wasn't bad, but disappointingly, it wasn't bronze grade. Everyone started picking up blood serums and bus tokens as their spoils of war. This mineshaft of horrors was no joke. 2 bronze zombies, swarms of regular ones, and an array of black iron monsters. Insane risks, but insane rewards. I pocketed the loot box for later. Opening it on the spot didn't feel like the right move. We tallied up the resources, 223 bus tokens and 65 vials of blood serum in total. Lin Yuntian brought over their share of what they'd gathered, hesitating to speak up, but clearly biting his tongue. He wasn't stupid. He knew who was calling the shots here, and he wouldn't dare take something by force in front of everyone. I cut to the chase. "You guys contributed too, so we'll divide it proportionally. You get 23 bus tokens and 15 vials of blood serum. Sound fair? It wasn't a ton of tokens, but 15 serums were substantial enough." Lin Yuntian nodded enthusiastically, barely able to hide his excitement. Once the resources were sorted out, the tension eased a bit. I pulled out the bronze-tier pickaxe and scanned the iron mines around us. Some of the ores were glowing faintly. Regular iron ore had a dull gray appearance, while black iron emitted a faint black glow and bronze iron gave off a soft green light. You could tell them apart pretty easily. Piles of coal scattered in the corners caught my eye too. Coal had its own grade system, with bronze quality being the highest visible level. "Coal," I muttered, feeling a sense of anticipation. It clicked instantly. Coal and iron made steel. Coal could become coke, and mixing coke with iron produced pig iron, which could then be refined into steel. But in this world, things seemed more game-like. Maybe it wouldn't be as complicated. I'd know for sure once we returned to the bus with the materials. For now, what intrigued me more was the potential for bus repairs. Regular iron ingots could repair 1 durability point, while black iron ingots repaired 10. I hadn't gotten my hands on any bronze yet, so I wasn't sure about those. Steel? Even crazier, Regular steel repaired 2 durability, while black iron steel covered 20 points. The higher the quality of material, the more invaluable it became. Hoarding these resources would be key to keeping the bus in shape. Blood Moon days were rapidly approaching, and whoever stockpiled the most would have the greatest chance of survival. We immediately got to work mining. A few of us with higher physical stats, including me, Leroy Yao, and Zhang Kiki, focused on extracting bronze-tier iron and coal with the bronze pickaxe. The others, armed with lesser tools, stuck to the regular ores. Most of the haul came in as coal and raw iron stone, which would need to undergo smelting to turn into usable ingots. That's when my pickaxe struck something white and hard. Energy, or top-tier regular, can be smelted to create an energy core. My eyes lit up, and I quickly dug it out. Turns out I wasn't the only one. Others nearby also started uncovering energy ore. Though the distribution of quality felt odd, energy cores, being a critical resource, were only classified as regular. Meanwhile, iron ingots could go up to black iron and bronze tier. Still, energy cores remained rare, so whoever came across one was definitely scoring big. By dusk, as reluctant as everyone was, we had to head back. High-quality coal, iron, and energy ore were mostly cleared out, solidifying resource disparities between the groups. Lin Yuntian's crew, saddled with weaker tools and fewer pickaxes, could only collect a fraction of what we did. Both teams eventually regrouped by the bus. Lin Yuntian approached me. "Boss, can I add you as a friend? If I come across any good blueprints in the future, I'd like to trade with you." After a moment's thought, I nodded. In a world like this, he seemed reliable enough for now. It's probably that he's smart enough to know whose favor to curry. Friend request accepted. Lin Yuntian's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the new friend's username and murmured, "Big Boss? Are you the legendary Goo Big Boss who triggered the server-wide announcement twice?" It finally dawned on him why this bus was so ridiculously overpowered. I just nodded, too lazy for any small talk. The cold outside was bone-chilling, and every so often, there'd be zombies trying to harass us. Soon, under the envious gazes of Lin Yuntian and the others, I led the girls back onto the bus. When it was Lu Xiaofeng's turn to drive, she engaged the gear, gave the gas pedal a press, and the vehicle slowly rolled forward. Lin Yuntian still stood there, watching the tail lights fade into the distance. "Yuntian, come back on the bus. It's way too cold out here, and you're not even wearing a heavy coat," Chun Zishi said, grabbing his hand. Her arm was covered in scratches, though thankfully, she had already taken the serum. "Zishi, am I useless?" Lin Yuntian's voice was hoarse. "So many people in our class died. I keep dreaming about them every time I sleep." He held onto her slender arm tightly, his heart aching visibly. If not for this damned survival world, they might still be at the movie theater. Or maybe walking through a shopping mall hand in hand. "Don't say that." Chun Zishi stared into his eyes. "To me, you're the best class president, the best driver. Without you, even more people would have died. You saved us." The two held hands and walked back onto the bus. Meanwhile, I pulled out the treasure chest I had just acquired and opened it right away. Player Gu Pingxing has opened a bronze mid-tier chest. Receive corpse toxin bow and arrows times 100, energy cores times 5. Corpse toxin bow, bronze mid-tier. Hitting non-zombies will infect them with a bronze-level zombie virus. Hitting zombies reduces their speed by 50% for 3 seconds and temporarily suppresses their viral activity. Ineffective against zombies of a tier above bronze. Arrows, bronze low tier. Made from bronze ingots. A bronze mid-tier weapon, paired with 100 arrows and 5 energy cores on top of that, a solid haul. I held the eerie green bow in my hands, though a dilemma simmered in my mind. Who should I give it to? Both Li Royale and I are usually at the front line. We each already have spears, so ranged weapons don't suit us. Zhang Kiki also specializes in melee combat. Luo Xiaoxue and Lin Xiaonan aren't core combatants, and Lin Xiaonan already has a gun. Then there's Chun Tonger, who's going the summoner route. Her skills don't work with bows. The horde had just been dealt with, and the summoned puppets were still busy cleaning up the battlefield ahead. I turned my gaze back to the girls behind me. After some thought, my eyes landed on Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng is one of my people, and given that she's been leading and driving and charging at zombies lately, she's the most fitting choice for this bow. Lu Xiaofeng blinked, unsure how to respond. Xiaofang, you've been solid during this period. This bow is for you. I handed it to her. Oh, solid performance? What kind of solid performance? Luo Xiaoxua dramatically stretched the tone of her words, her expression exaggerated. She had only learned about my relationship with Lu Xiaofang at midday, upset she'd missed everything last night because she had passed out. Her feelings were rather complicated. Lu Xiaofang's cheeks flushed. She wanted the bow, but hesitated for fear of coaxing gossip among classmates. Her hand paused midair. I twitched my lips into a wry smirk. Luo Xiaoxua quickly reined it in, coughed, and said, I'm kidding. Xiaofang getting the bow makes sense. She's been the one visiting me for treatment the most, and I've seen how hard she's fought against zombies. Still, Lu Xiaofang hesitated. Leaning closer, I whispered softly, You've been working really hard. With this bow, you'll be better equipped to protect me and our class. Only then did Lu Xiaofang grit her teeth and reach for the bow. Class president, thank you. I'll work even harder. As others watched with envy, Lu Xiaofang clutched the bow tightly. Zhang Kiki observed this scene, her eyes flickering, sourness stirring inside her. She knew the bow wasn't suitable for her, but it could have easily gone to Qin Tong'er, Lu Xiaoying, or Yang Jiesin, other equally deserving candidates. Yet, I still ended up giving it to Lu Xiaofang. The favoritism was glaringly obvious, and that got her thinking about when the Savage Charge skill went to Li Ruoyao. Both Li Ruoyao and Lu Xiaofang shared a certain similarity. The more Zhang Kiki thought about it, the more she felt sure of her reasoning. Jealous as she was, she didn't plan on causing trouble. Instead, she started quietly plotting how to reap her own benefits. She stared at me, a thought rising in her mind and growing impossible to suppress. What if she became mine too? But right now, we were just friends. At best, she had some positive feelings toward me, but a far cry from Lu Xiaofang's level of closeness. And besides, Yang Jiesin had been acting odd today too. There was no denying she also had feelings for me. Ignoring whatever thoughts were brewing in everyone's minds, I turned back and opened another treasure chest. Player Gu Pingxing has opened a black iron top-tier chest and acquired thick blankets times 10, quilts times 10, hand warmers times 50. No weapons and no skills, just supplies for battling the cold. The snowstorm was getting nastier, and these items were turning out to be life-saving essentials. Although the girls already had coats and sweaters, many were still shivering on makeshift mats at night. Those with weaker constitutions were starting to catch colds and sniffle. I made an executive decision on the spot. The cold weather items in this chest will be divided evenly. The 10 quilts were first given to those sleeping in proper bedrooms who didn't need them as much. We had 29 people left outside, approximately 3 people per quilt. Blankets followed the same allocation pattern. Distribute these supplies. We've got enough hand warmers, one for everyone. Water isn't an issue either, and there's snow on the roadside if we need more, we'll manage. With the down jackets, sweaters, heavy blankets, towels, and now the hand warmers handed out, the tension on the girls' faces finally eased. While people in the chat channel were still complaining about the cold, over here it felt like we'd been saved. That's when Xiao Mengqi walked over to me, her expression hesitant. What's wrong? I asked. Xiao Mengqi is tall, sturdy, and can handle herself when it comes to killing zombies. Her nickname in class is Half Moon Cat, and she doesn't mind. But now she kept her head down and said softly, Class rep, I just got my period, but I ran out of pads. Could we trade for some at the market? The moment she said it, the other girls around fell silent, their faces similarly uneasy. Some had managed to scavenge from convenience stores or rest stops earlier, but that was the exception. Most people didn't have any supplies stocked up. Lu Xiaofang timidly raised her hand. Class rep, I'm about to need some too. The girls immediately started chiming in, some more bluntly. I started mine yesterday. I didn't say anything, but without pads, I'm just toughing it out. I nodded. Got it. I'll use some of the class fund supplies to trade for them. Once we get some, I'll store the pads in the supply locker. Anyone who needs them can take some. I quickly opened the trading market, putting out a request to other drivers for as many pads as I could get my hands on. Within a short time, I managed to trade some iron ingots, food, and water in exchange for 100 packs of sanitary pads, enough for now. I immediately opened one package and handed it to Xiao Mingqi. She took it and murmured a quiet, thank you. That's when I noticed Zhang Kiki watching me. She had been staring the whole time. The moment I caught her gaze, she avoided my eyes, trying to look like nothing happened. Earlier, she had been envious and jealous of Rui and Xiaofeng, afraid I'd notice. But I wasn't overthinking it. I'm not Lin Xiaonan. I don't have some kind of divine ability to see through people. I was just suddenly reminded of something strange. Every time Zhang Kiki enlarges herself, sure, her body grows, but somehow her clothes never tear apart. Kiki, I called out to her. Class rep, I'm here. I didn't hesitate to ask about it directly. Zhang Kiki twitched. Seriously, class rep? Why do you always fixate on weird stuff like this? She couldn't help but feel awkward, especially if she thought I might be wondering about things like, does her clothes explode when she grows? It made her extremely self-conscious and uncomfortable. Luo Xiaoxue gave me an exasperated side-eye. Ugh, class rep, you creep. Even if she enlarges, it's not like it matters, right? I quickly clarified. No, that's not what I meant. I was thinking, I have that energy-reinforced body armor. It might actually suit you. With that, I pulled out the blueprint and materials, and right then and there, I crafted the armor. The armor gave off a faint green glow, though visually it looked like an ordinary tactical vest. Zhang Kiki understood immediately. If she wore that thing while she enlarged and took point as a shield in the front line, she'd become an indestructible tank. It required 500 points of strength to break, and if the attacks were below 500, the armor could even self-repair. This thing might as well have been made specifically for her. I handed the armor to Zhang Kiki. Her eyes lit up. Thank you, class rep. She immediately put it on and stepped into the aisle to test it by enlarging. Sure enough, the body armor grew with her. She didn't go all the way to 3 meters, just enough to confirm the effect before shrinking back down and returning to her seat. But after sitting down, her thoughts started spinning. She suddenly realized maybe she didn't need to try so hard to get close like Rui and Xiaofeng. Even as a regular teammate, she still got good gear. Then again, another thought popped into her mind. If I get this just as a teammate, what kind of items will I get if I get closer to him? If I become the third woman by his side? The more she thought about it, the more her heart raced, and greed began to creep into her mind little by little. Only Lin Xiaonan glanced her way once or twice. Everyone else was oblivious to what she was calculating in her head. At the moment, we had about 350 bus credits. The bus continued running over zombies, and the magnetic credit collector occasionally spat out extra coins. The absorption rate fluctuated. It might pile up quickly in a good half hour, or yield nothing for stretches of time. I thought about it for a moment and decided to save up, aiming to unlock the double-decker bus upgrade. The current single-deck bus was big enough to roll out sleeping mats, but the seats still got in the way, making it uncomfortable for taller girls to lay down. With a second deck, I could partition it into additional rooms. There was also a more immediate issue, the bathrooms. With 41 people crammed in one bus, we had plenty of food and water, but there was constantly a line for the bathroom. I didn't mind. I'm quick. But it's a bigger deal for the girls. It was creating more stress over time. So, I built another bathroom. The original one was at the rear left of the bus, so I added a second one directly opposite, on the rear right, creating a symmetrical layout. Now, other than the storage room next to the left side bedroom, the overall structure had 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom on each side. Whoa, a new bathroom just got added. No more waiting in line. Yang Jiesin, who's always the first to head to the bathroom, shouted with excitement. Wang Jiechi teased her smoothly. Did you drink too much water and now you can't stop running to the bathroom? Get lost. It's called having a good metabolism, Yang Jiesin shot back. Her mood bounced back quickly, and she was back to being full of energy. Wang Jiechi glanced at her and let out a sigh of relief. The other girls were just as pleased. For them, waiting in line for the restroom was always a hassle, and fewer trips meant less trouble. A single bathroom only cost 10 bus tokens, which wasn't too expensive for me at the moment. That night, it was my turn to drive and keep watch while Li Ruyao and Lu Xiaofeng went to bed first. In the second compartment slept Zhang Kiki, Lu Xiaoying, and Lin Xiaonan. The third had Luo Xiaoxue, Chen Tonger, and Zhou Qingqing. The fourth was occupied by Yang Jiesin, Wang Jiechi, and Huang Zihan. The remaining girls spread out on the floor next to the seats, laying down blankets and clutching their hand warmers under thick duvets. The aisle between rows was left clear, so no one would trip while heading to the restroom at night. Some tall girls even stretched out in the space between the restroom and the sleeping compartments, as long as they weren't blocking the way. Outside, zombies thudded endlessly against the vehicle, their impacts muffled by the steel. Inside, most of the passengers had dozed off, relishing one of their coziest nights yet, warm and able to lie flat. The night passed without issue. At 4 a.m., as per the schedule, Lin Xunan took over driving while I snuck into the first sleeping compartment and collapsed between Li Riao and Lu Xiaofeng. By 6 a.m., a new sign-in reward lit up on the screen. Day 8 check-in complete. Reward 1, random silver-level bus module. Reward 2, 300 bus coins. Reward 3, 2 random bronze-level equipments. Reward 4, backpack slots plus 20, now 60 total. Reward 5, 10 KFC family meals. Though I only got 2 hours of sleep, I surprisingly didn't feel worn out. In the past, 2 hours would have left me weak and wobbly, but now, just a short rest recharges me, unless I overexert myself for days. That 1 hour all-out battle 2 nights ago had utterly drained me, not to mention the chaos with Lu Xiaofeng the next morning. Small wonder I had passed out the moment my head hit the pillow. I scanned the rewards, and my eyes immediately lit up. This haul was much better than the last 2 days. I set aside the family meals and backpack slots for now. With 60 slots and an organized inventory, I had enough space to get by. The real dilemma was between the 300 bus coins and the silver module. Silver modules were generally worth more than 300 coins, but if I chose the coins, I could immediately invest in upgrading to a double-decker bus for consistent gains. On the other hand, a lucky pull on the silver module might net me something truly amazing. After a momentary struggle, I gritted my teeth and chose the silver module. Selection successful. Congratulations. The driver Gu Pingxing has acquired the silver-level module, Plow Bumper. Description: a silver-grade steel bumper resembling a massive plow. Effect: with sufficient speed, it can even take out low-durability silver-tier creatures. The message flashed, and I felt my perspective shift, as though I were looking at the bus from the outside. The plow bumper could be installed on either the front or back of the bus, but the decision was a no-brainer. I mounted it on the front. This giant, snowplow-like appendage essentially turned the bus into a customized apocalypse vehicle, perfect for shoving aside zombies like piles of debris. Not only would it cut down on the strain from direct collisions, but its efficiency would also be on a completely new level. And most importantly, it had the potential to plow down silver-tier creatures. My mind immediately flashed to the crying zombie crouched roadside the other day, the Wailing Dead. If I could reduce one of those to roadkill with a single push, wouldn't that mean a silver-tier loot chest was practically calling my name? Plow Bumper. Quality: silver tier. Upgrade cost: 1,800 bus coins. Upgrade effect: upgraded to gold steel with a gold-plated surface. The 1,800 coin cost loomed large. Upgrading was obviously out of the question for now. Like the magnetic coin collector, I'd install it and let it earn its keep before worrying about any enhancements. After washing up, I left the sleeping compartment to find a sprawling mass of girls still snoring on the floor. Their snores rose and fell in a steady rhythm. I walked carefully, afraid of stepping on anyone. By the driver's seat, Lin Xunan glanced up from the steering wheel to acknowledge me. "Morning, Chief." "Morning. The bus is modified. If we run into a Wailing Dead, test if we can take it out in a hit. Just remember to use Divine Insight first," I said, explaining today's upgrades. Lin Xunan nodded. "Got it, will do." I grabbed some bread to munch on when Lin Xunan sniffed deliberately, like she was onto some inside joke, and suddenly teased me. "Chief, I'm hungry. Are you gonna feed me?" I froze. "Oh, what?" Lin Xunan yawned, a sly grin tugging at her lips as she pushed further. "What, you won't? I've been up since 4, driving nonstop. You can't even feed me a bite? Wow, cold-hearted." Faced with her unfairly gorgeous face, still smirking mischievously, I couldn't bring myself to say no. "All right, what do you want?" "Bread and water. If it's no trouble, maybe cook me some instant noodles." "Don't worry, I'll use my stash." Lin Xunan pulled out supplies and set them on the dashboard. I fired up the portable stove, cooked the noodles, and passed the steaming bowl her way. Lin Xunan leaned in, slurping her meal slowly, almost deliberately, and I found myself oddly unsettled. Then came the water, followed by bread. She kept eating. While feeding her, Her lips brushed against my fingertips several times, and she'd deliberately glance up at me with those eyes. I cursed inwardly. This woman is definitely trying to cause trouble. After feeding her, I wiped the saliva off my fingers. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. I turned around to see Li Ruyao and Lu Xiaofeng already awake, staring at me with those disdainful, questioning looks. Lin Xiaonan twisted the knife further, her voice saccharine sweet. "Thanks for the feeding, dear class president." I was at a loss for words. Annoyed by her provocation, I decided not to care about the looks from the two girls. I wrapped my arm around Li Ruyao and headed straight into the room. Lu Xiaofeng looked like she wanted to follow, but Li Ruyao gave her a chilling glare, freezing her in place. Lu Xiaofeng simply pouted, stuck her tongue out, and reluctantly returned to her seat. Inside the room, Li Ruyao slapped my wandering hand away. Hey, Ping Sheng, care to explain yourself?" I smirked mischievously, leaning closer to her. "Explain what? Ruyao, do I need your approval for what I do?" Li Ruyao huffed, her eyes filled with both stubbornness and a hint of grievance. "Then feed me first, or I won't be happy." Perhaps it was just bad luck, but the entire morning, not even a bus stop came into view. Most of the girls were sprawled out sleeping on the floor, and the ones awake spoke in hushed tones. The bus felt stiflingly quiet. We came across a few loot boxes along the way, and while most yielded everyday supplies, the contents were thrown into the communal storage. The problem was, the storage space was running out. After weighing my options, I spent 80 bus coins to build another level, one storage unit opposite the original one. The bus layout now felt more symmetrical, 2 restrooms for bedrooms and 2 storage units. I didn't upgrade the old storage because leveling it up to level 2 required 200 bus coins for just an extra 10 cubic meters of space. It was more cost-efficient to add another level, 1 unit. We'll consider upgrades only when we run out of wall space for storage doors. I recalculated the timeline once more. Today marks day 8, with the 3-day newbie protection period. According to the rules of the game, day 10, the day after tomorrow, will be the blood moon. Over the next 2 days, we must avoid starting the engine willy-nilly. The cooldown must be saved for the blood moon night. If the engine stalls during the blood moon and we can't start it up again, our chances of survival are slim. Class President Lin Xiaonan approached me, completely ignoring the wary looks from Li Ruyao and Lu Xiaofeng. She leaned in and lowered her voice. "In about 3 minutes, you'll see a wailing zombie by the roadside. This is the second one we've encountered. It's got about 700 points in Constitution. There's a 50 to 50 chance you can take it down. Should we try?" I felt a spark of excitement. The bronze-level tank zombies we encountered earlier in the morning had all been obliterated by the silver-reinforced front bumper of our bus. I was curious to see how the wailing zombie would fare under the same charge. I walked up to the driver's cabin where Jean Kiki was currently at the wheel. "Kiki, when you spot the wailing zombie crying, don't hesitate. Hit the gas and ram straight into it. Then accelerate." Jean Kiki nodded firmly, her face lit with excitement. Some of the girls crawled out of their spots to crowd behind and watch. Luo Xiaoxue, who wasn't tall enough to see, was hopping up and down behind me. I grabbed her and set her in front of me, then ruffled her hair. Before long, the eerie, drawn-out sound of wailing filled the air, like it was drilling straight into your brain. Several girls shivered, covered in goosebumps. There it was, by the right roadside. A woman in a tattered white dress, crouched and facing the ground. Her matted hair covered her face, and her pale, sickly skin exuded a deathly air. Jean Kiki steered the bus into the snow-covered shoulder, aimed the giant vehicle toward the figure, and floored the gas pedal. The bus roared to life, racing forward at 200 kilometers per hour. The wailing zombie continued its mournful cry, seemingly oblivious, until it felt the ground shake. It whipped its head around, just in time to see the monstrous 10-meter-wide bus barreling toward it, affixed with a deadly spiked plow on its front. The next instant, the plow struck. The wailing zombie was caught at the waist, pinned firmly against the sharp blade, while the lesser zombies nearby were sliced cleanly in half at the slightest touch. Yet, despite its frail, paper-like frame, the wailing zombie was unbelievably tenacious, clinging to the plow as the bus surged forward at 200 kilometers per hour. It let loose a bone-chilling screech, thrashing wildly. The sound was so piercing it felt like needles stabbing into everyone's eardrums. It wasn't until we dragged it a full kilometer that its body finally gave out and was completely severed. Zhang Kiki slammed on the brakes, but the bulky bus skidded hundreds of meters before coming to a stop in the snow, its tires smoking. "Is it dead?" Zhang Kiki asked, gasping for air, her back drenched in sweat. "It's been halved. Shouldn't it be dead by now?" Luo Xiaoxue murmured softly. Lin Xunan, her gaze fixed ahead, spoke in an icy tone. "No, it's not. Its upper body is still crawling toward us. We have two choices: drive away or get out and finish it off. It's down to 15% health, with damage capacity remaining at 450 constitution. Your call, class president." After a brief pause, I made my decision. We get out and finish it. It's silver level. It might drop a silver loot box. I swung open the bus door, and the girls followed me out one by one. In the snowy field, a few scattered low-level zombies had noticed the commotion and began shuffling toward us. I quickly divided the tasks. The wailing zombie is for the capable fighters on the committee. Everyone else, avoid direct contact with it. Focus on clearing the surrounding regular zombies. Li Ruoyao, Zhang Kiki, and Lu Xiaofeng closed in on me. Chan Tonger also directed her puppet closer and follow along. Zhang Kiki took the vanguard. Li Ruoyao stayed in the center, and I held the rear. Lu Xiaofeng stood behind, bow drawn, her poisoned arrows ready to fire. Seconds later, a half-torso woman clawed her way across the snowy ground, howling as she lunged forward. It was the very wailing zombie we had previously sliced in half. "It's incoming." Before the words fully left my mouth, Chun Tonger activated her ironclad summon. A heavy iron golem smashed down right in front of the whaler zombie. But in the blink of an eye, the whaler shredded that golem to pieces, as if the black iron quality armor was mere paper in its might. Zhang Kiki charged forward at full size after bulking up instantaneously, with me and Li Riao following close behind. From the back, Lu Xiaofeng pulled her bowstring, her aim locked sternly on the whaler's head. This gamified world seemed to simplify movements to such a degree that she felt almost certain her shot couldn't miss. The poison arrow shot through the air and pierced the wailing zombie's skull directly. Immediately, the slowing effect kicked in, buying us precious time. As the whaler bellowed and thrashed in agony, I saw my chance and cast a fireball spell. A 1-meter diameter fireball descended, consuming the creature wholly within its flames. It still wasn't dead. Writhing madly on the ground, the zombie roared its death throes. Li Royale wasted no time. She hefted her finely crafted broadsword, charging full force toward the thing's head while layering her powerful strike skill. Her sword embedded deep into the skull, producing a sharp, piercing screech from the undead. This final strike, compounded with the fireball damage, was enough to put the wailing zombie down for good. Not even Zhang Kiki's energy shield had been breached. She hadn't even taken a scratch. Only now did the group exhale in relief. Moments later, a silver treasure chest floated above the zombie's corpse. I instantly recalled how the last whaler had been guarding a treasure chest. This one only had the single chest, so unfortunately, there wasn't an extra bounty this time. We just have to accept the loss. Wasting no time, I opened up the chest. A burst of radiant white light erupted forth. Player Gu Pingxing, silver grade treasure chest opened. Rewards obtained. Attribute boost cards times 6, ***. Random attribute boost card. Bronze high tier. Total plus 80 points randomly distributed across constitution, agility, and stamina. Stamina boost card. Bronze low tier, plus 50 to stamina on use. Agility boost card. Bronze low tier, plus 50 to agility on use. And we got 2 cards of each type. Holy crap. The entire group erupted upon learning about the rewards. Li Ruoyao murmured. Silver chests being generous with rewards is one thing. But attribute boost cards? And 2 for each type. She looked thrilled, her gaze darting toward me. I immediately made a call. Go get Xiaoxue, Tonger, and Xunan here. In no time, Lin Xunan arrived with Luo Xiaoxue and Qin Tonger in tow. The trio immediately gathered around the cards, gasping softly with delight. Luo Xiaoxue pointed eagerly at the stamina boost card. Class rep, I want this one. I nodded. Sure. I swept a glance at Lin Xunan and Luo Xiaoxue. The two of them were the team's main support players and heavily relied on stamina for their skill-based abilities. As the game progressed, their stamina demands only became more pressing. Giving them the stamina cards was a no-brainer. Each stamina card increased stamina by 50 points, making these the perfect fit. With higher stamina reserves, Lin Xunan wouldn't be rendered so useless next time we explored taxing areas like Huanggong Village. Without hesitation, I handed the 2 stamina boost cards to them. "Thanks, class rep," Luo Xiaoxue exclaimed, beaming as she and Lin Xunan activated the cards on the spot. Prior to this, Luo Xiaoxue had funneled nearly all of her attribute points into stamina. With a 15-point reward from the heavens and 5 points gained from taking down Lu Tian, now compounded with today's 50-point bonus, her stamina had skyrocketed to over 70 points. Lin Xunan's gain was also significant, though slightly less since she dispersed her points more sparingly among other attributes. Next were the 2 random boost cards. To me and Royale, the random ones will be the most valuable, I reasoned. We both have natural bonuses to Constitution. As long as most of the 80 points allocate into Constitution, it's a huge net win. Everyone quickly agreed. The agility cards sparked mild debate, however. My gaze shifted between Zhang Kiki and Chen Tonger, but Chen Tonger waved me off, declining the agility card outright. "It's better for Xiaoxue, Kiki, or Xiaofeng to have it," she elaborated. "Xiaoxue is our healer, and speeding her up keeps her alive longer. She doesn't have a machine gun like me, after all. Kiki's more tank-like strength will only shine better with increased agility, and for Xiaofeng's sharpshooting to thrive, agility's crucial." Chen Tonger herself, she felt, didn't share the same need since her constitution already tied directly into her minion durability. I nodded in understanding, promising that future suitable gear or upgrades would be prioritized for her needs. Lu Xiaofeng chimed in, agreeing. "Give the agility cards to Kiki and Xiaoxue. I don't need extra speed. I'm better off standing still and shooting from range." Heeding their suggestions, I distributed the 2 agility cards to Zhang Kiki and Luo Xiaoxue. With items sorted, the group excitedly began boosting their stats. I used my random attribute cards first, watching as a refresh notification displayed the breakdown. Plus 25 Constitution, plus 35 Stamina, plus 20 Agility. The surge was immediate. In that moment as my stats rapidly boosted, my body felt as though raw power coursed through every fiber of my being. Without wasting a second, I opened my attribute panel. Attributes panel. Player name, Gu Pingxing bus driver. Current zone, Sector 6. Assigned bus number, 15200. Skill, S-grade ability, daily sign-in. Health, 100%. Constitution, 156. Base, 78. This is a recap of a fictional game progress and in-game events, involving a post-apocalyptic survival scenario with RPG elements. Attributes and stats update asterisk. Agility asterisk 43. Stamina asterisk 52 of 56. Mental power asterisk 110 over 110. Skills asterisk sky slash. Fireball technique. Titles asterisk transportation pro. Eternal Night Victor. Status asterisk feeling great. Previously, I forgot to allocate the 5 bonus attribute points from the public bus squad wipe event. I've rectified that now. Before this allocation, my constitution was sitting at 106, while Li Royale's constitution was at 310. Monster constitution reference table asterisk. 10 to 50, normal tier. 50 to 200, iron tier. 200 to 500, bronze tier. 500, 1000, silver tier. 1000 to 2000, gold tier. 2000 to 5000, platinum tier. 5000 to 10,000, diamond tier. Note, these standards apply to general monsters. Specialized ones, like the bloated zombie, can have attributes weaker than a low-tier bronze zombie. Team updates asterisk. Li Royale asterisk constitution plus 20, actual bonus, plus 200, stamina plus 30, agility plus 30. Now her constitution skyrocketed to 510 points. With decent weapons, she's confident to solo weaker morning zombies. Zhang Kiki asterisk post-agility boost. She's moving as if a weight's been lifted, rejuvenating her steps. Luo Xiaoxue asterisk with stamina and agility amped up. She's turned into the team's speedy support medic. darting between teammates to heal the injured. In her bubbly tone, "Thanks, squad leader, love ya." As expected, her cheerfulness hasn't gone unnoticed. After racking up the drops, serum, and transit coins from the zombies, we returned to the bus. Zhang Kiki resumed driving while Luo Xiaoxue, now with seemingly boundless energy, scurried around like an excited ferret. Evening rest period asterisk. While the bus moved along peacefully, we scavenged transit coins and increasingly stockpiled them. By dusk, most of the group had settled down, snacking and chatting. I pulled out the portable stove to heat water and helped everyone pour hot water for their ramen cups. The freezing weather was relentless. Only the water inside our condensation unit or our inventory bag stayed unfrozen. External sources? Forget it, they'd freeze solid instantly. Despite our comforts, I couldn't ignore our team's reliance on instant noodles and junk food. With my mind set, I brought out a bag of raw rice from our stockpile and made a pot of steamed rice, offering servings to those interested. The warm, fragrant rice boosted morale significantly. Early on in this strange, hostile world, there was defiance and unrest among the group. However, after the incident with Huang Ting getting ousted, things stabilized. Gradually, people began to see who carried the weight of ensuring everyone's survival. This naturally led to certain female teammates growing fond of me, more than one, unfortunately. But with my apparent closeness to both Li Ruyao and Lu Xiaofeng, others kept their feelings bottled up. Not all, though some were bolder in thought. Asterisk, if he already has 2 girlfriends, what's one more? Asterisk, evening drama asterisk. After dinner, Lu Xiaofeng pulled me aside into the private room, and 30 minutes of chatting ensued. She stepped out looking utterly satisfied, only to be quickly stopped by her twin sister, Lu Xiaoying, whose expression looked utterly betrayed. An argument ignited in hushed tones. Lu Xiaoying whispered something that made Lu Xiaofeng hesitate, clearly conflicted. What followed was an exchange of sisterly guilt-tripping until finally, Lu Xiaofeng sighed. Asterisk, fine, but only after Ruyao agrees. Asterisk. And just like that, Lu Xiaoying's face lit up with glee. Late night encounter asterisk. Around midnight, I finished my driving shift and swapped with Li Ruyao, who clearly wasn't in the best mood, likely sulking with jealousy again. I made a mental note to sweet-talk her later. Tired, I returned to the bedroom. Assuming Lu Xiaofeng was there waiting, I didn't think much of the figure curled under the covers. Getting under the blanket, I noticed a slight shiver, nervousness, maybe? Still, I played along. Half an hour later, when the mystery lady's face peeking out from the blanket revealed itself, I knew I'd been set up. "Xiaoying," I exclaimed, half laughing, half incredulous. Her response was a playful yet defiant. "If my sister likes you, why shouldn't I?" Rendered speechless, I eventually relented, sighing. "Okay, as long as you're sure you won't regret this." To be fair, how could I not notice these 2 sisters? With their charming personalities and nearly identical sweet faces, I would have had thoughts too, but it seems they had been all in for quite a while now. And note asterisk. Lines are blurring within the team's relationships. While survival remains the priority, navigating these entangled emotions on board might be harder than defeating zombies. If it weren't for me knowing Luo Yao first, they would have already made the first move. How could I lose out here? You don't realize, class monitor, how many girls in our class like you. I scored big time with this. Lu Xiaoying didn't feel like she'd lost anything, not at all. Before being transported here, she'd never have been this forward. But now it's a survival world. Laws and morals are out the window, and I'm the only guy on this bus. The class monitor is the leader of this group, the head of this bus. Of course, she'd want to be the leader's girlfriend. And besides, her older sister already got the zombie poison bow and arrow. If she's working this hard, I should at least give her a better piece of equipment. It's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. By the way, where's Xiaofeng? I asked. She's sleeping next door with Chunan and Coco. Don't worry about her. Class monitor, let's keep going. Another peaceful night passed. The bus didn't stall. Either it's not a high probability occurrence, or maybe we just got lucky. Day 9 check-in. Reward 1, grilled chicken sandwich times 100. Reward 2, sugar-free cola times 30. Reward 3, roasted goose times 2. Reward 4, apples times 30. Reward 5, boiled eggs times 100. I woke up and stared at the reward screen, my face turning dark with disappointment. These check-in rewards are such a hit or miss. I immediately crossed out sugar-free cola. Roasted goose, apples, and boiled eggs were out too. None of them had the caloric punch of the grilled chicken sandwiches. In the end, I opted for the 100 grilled chicken sandwiches, enough to feed everyone on the bus for 2 meals, though it did take up another slot in my backpack. Lucky for us, this magical backpack had a temperature control feature. Everything inside stayed fresh without freezing. I pulled out a still-steaming burger, deciding to eat it while it was hot. I first woke up Xiaoying and Luoyao beside me. Then, I stepped out to wake up the other girls one by one. At 6 a.m., a group of groggy girls stared blankly at me, dazed and confused. A few of them, thinking the bus had stalled, bolted toward the door. They were halfway there before realizing the bus was still moving. "Class monitor, why'd you wake us up so early?" "I'm dead tired," Luo Xiaoxua grumbled, rubbing her eyes. Bam! The bathroom door slammed open as Yang Jiasen stumbled out, hurriedly pulling up her pants. The bus stalled, didn't it? Once they realized the bus hadn't stopped and they'd been pranked, Yang Jiasen pouted and shot me a glare. "Class monitor, what's so urgent?" "Yeah, we all thought it was something serious." Clearing my throat, I said, "The bus didn't stall. I just wanted to invite you all to have McDonald's. That's why I woke you up." "What? McDonald's? Are you serious? Did we return to the real world? Where are you finding McDonald's in a place like this? Even the service station junk food requires special tokens, doesn't it?" The group of girls stood there in stunned silence, wide-eyed and bewildered. I had to explain, showing them the rewards I'd just gotten, and urged them to dig in while it was still hot. As soon as the words left my mouth, the bus lit up with excitement. After weeks of surviving on snacks and instant noodles, they'd nearly forgotten what real food tasted like. The only meat they'd had was sad, rubbery sausage or the microscopic bits in self-heating meals. No fresh vegetables in sight either. Junk food had become monotonous, and many of the previously radiant girls now looked pale and gaunt, their faces losing their glow. But a hot, meaty meal? That was a dream. "Class monitor, you're the best. I've missed grilled chicken sandwiches so much, but I prefer spicy chicken sandwiches. Grilled chicken is where it's at though. No way, spicy chicken is way better. Y'all are arguing over the wrong thing. Double cheeseburgers reign supreme." "Oh, is this gonna turn into a full-on burger war? Man, if only there were fries to go with it." I handed out the still hot sandwiches one by one, making sure everyone got one. Minutes later, silence. All you could hear was the sound of chewing and contented sighs. For the first time in a while, the girls' eyes were gleaming, refreshed, and full of life. Meat just hits different. "This chicken thigh is so good, I don't even want to look at snacks anymore," Luo Xiaoxua said, licking the salad dressing off the wrapper. "Be grateful, Xiaoxua. We're already light years ahead of most other buses. Some people don't even have snacks to eat." The bus pressed on. I opened up the chat channel to check in, but nearly froze when I saw the numbers. Heart sinking, I saw what I'd been fearing for a while. There had been over 80,000 survivors a few days ago. Now, only about 79,000 remained. In just 2 or 3 days, several thousand people had vanished. 1,000 deaths in a single region didn't sound too bad on its own, until you remembered there were 10,000 regions in total. Chat channel. Last night, our bus stalled, and over 20 people died. It was terrifying. If we hadn't been lucky enough not to encounter any special zombies, we probably would have been wiped out. You survived a stall? That's insane. Your bus must be full of monsters. If the bus stalls at night, it's basically a death sentence. The fact you're here to tell the tale, no matter how exaggerated, says a lot. Why hasn't my bus stalled even once yet? Don't get cocky, dude. Just because you didn't stall today doesn't mean tomorrow won't be the end for you. One stall, and it's over. Yeah, everyone stalls eventually. We've just been lucky ours only happened during the day, and we still haven't seen one at night. Luck? Please. I run on pure skill. My ability is an S tier never stall. My bus never stops, not even for mandatory stations. So far, we've only lost 2 people total. I'm treated like a treasure by the department head and my colleagues. Feels amazing. Unbelievable. That skill is way too overpowered. We've actually got plenty of resources now. Yesterday, we picked up 3 winter coats, a bunch of jackets, food, and water. People die mostly because of random engine failures and forced bus stops. but your skill completely avoids these deadly traps. Plus, no matter which bus you end up on, you're like the MVP. Even if two buses were at war and you showed off your skill, neither side would dare touch you. They'd probably protect you instead to stop the zombies from getting you. There's another highly sought-after skill, durability repair. It can restore the bus's durability without using ingots. Discounts in the shop are nice too. My friend has a grade B shop discount skill, and it makes buying and upgrading modules way cheaper. I was completely engrossed. That's when I realized that skills aren't just about fighting. They can literally keep people alive. The system notification suddenly chimed in my ears. Driver Gu Pingsheng, your next destination is Guanxi